Yun. Hi, man. everyone. Right now it's day 2 and I'm so excited to just continue and lock myself in the work, to the grind, and to all the modules. Right now we are on 1.5 total niche immersion. We finished 1.2, 1.3 and 1.4 yesterday. So right now we are just continuing and see where it leads us. So yeah, I'm so excited. I hope you are doing this as well. You are putting the effort, putting in the work. And yeah, let's do this. Okay, let's go.
So what you can do is come to immersion strategy, and maybe you want to go to file and make a copy for yourself and organize it in a Google Drive. But you want to, this should say 60, not 90, sorry about that. But what we want to do here, let me just make sure that this doesn't say 90 elsewhere. Okay, that's good. So what you want to do is come to this immersion strategy document, and you want to find the niche dictionary and the niche immersion research notes. And so what we're going to do is open these two up, and these will also be available in the resources section to download as a PDF, but you'll want to click here for the Google Doc, open this up, and then make a copy for yourself so you can actually edit it, and do the same thing for this. And so the niche dictionary is basically what it sounds like. So your niche is going to have language, and they're going to have jargon. And what that basically means is they're going to have terms that give meaning in their life specifically to them that only they will understand. And so, for example, in the business world, for high-ticket businesses specifically that run ads, we have AOV, which stands for average order value. An avatar is kind of like a car with tires that have very shallow traction, but for every mile, so imagine a car with tires that have a really bad grip. They've got very shallow traction, which means they haven't got much grip on the road. But for every mile that these tires drive, the traction on the tire increases by 0.01%. So every time you drive the thing, it gets a little bit grippier. With enough repetition and miles, the tires will grip the road like nothing else. And this is how building your avatar works. Like at the beginning, the car has no grip, no traction, but the further it drives, the more traction it gets. At the beginning, your avatar is going to be shallow and very misunderstood, but as you progress, you're going to understand it more. And this is another reason why you need to have high stickability in your business, because the longer you stick to this thing, the deeper your market understanding becomes, the easier it is for you to do everything. So action item. So do this right now, pause the video and do this right now. Make a Google Doc called Avatar, bookmark it, and then continuously work on it, okay? So I want to see you do this now. Make a Google Doc, call it Avatar. Don't even have to fill it out yet, but just make it, and then put it in your bookmarks, so so it appears in your bookmarks tab up here, and just continuously work on it. So do that now. You should be doing that right now. I'll give you a second to do it. Go and do it now, and don't be one of the people who says, "Oh, I don't need to do that. I know my niche," or "I'll do it later." I'll put it. Maybe you've just put that on the to-do list. Do it now. There's no time like the present to put cause to effect, my friend. So the next thing is the immersion strategy. So the point of this video is total niche immersion, and immersion basically means to become heavily involved in something. And so what we're going to do now that you understand the importance of understanding your niche, and you've seen the absolute devastating raw power that comes with being able to do that, as demonstrated by my avatar and my understanding of you, we're going to develop an immersion strategy. So this is by far the most powerful strategy on the planet for avatar building and niche research. And I created this and did exactly this to build all my avatars for my past businesses and my present business. And this strategy got me to 10K a month, 100K a month, and $1 million a month, respectively. And it's going to get me to 3 million a month soon, right? So this strategy contains 5 key steps, and you can see the document below. So we have step 1, which is called immersive community. Step 2, which is called immersive internet. Step 3, which is called immersive content. Step 4, immersive outreach. And step 5, conducting research calls. So in order to build your avatar, in order to find your problem, in order to find a solution, we've got to do 5 things in order. Okay, so you can come here, and this will be available in the resources section below this video, or obviously on this Google Doc as well. So here is a fully fledged immersion strategy. So in the same way that professional actors will immerse themselves in the world of the character of their upcoming role, we too want to do the same thing for our niche. So to do this, we use a process that I've created called total immersion strategy, or just immersion strategy. Immersion means deep involvement in something. And what I've done is create 2 resource views. So I'm telling you, this is where we're going to really start doing some work. So there's going to be a lot of resources in this video, and we've got resources inside of resources inside of resources. So what you can do is come to immersion strategy, and maybe you want to go to file and make a copy for yourself, and organize it in a Google Drive. But you want to, this should say 60, not 90. Sorry about that. But what we want to do here, let me just make sure that this doesn't say 90 elsewhere. Okay, that's good. So what you want to do is come to this immersion strategy document, and you want to find the niche dictionary and the niche immersion research notes. And so what we're going to do is open these 2 up, and these will also be available in the resources section to download as a PDF. But you'll want to click here for the Google Doc, open this up, and then make a copy for yourself so you can actually edit it, and do the same thing for this. And so the niche dictionary is basically what it sounds like. So your niche is going to have language, and they're going to have jargon. And what that basically means is they're going to have terms that give meaning in their life specifically to them that only they will understand. And so, for example, in the business world, for high-ticket businesses specifically that run ads, we have AOV, which stands for average order value, which is how much cash is collected up front at the point of sale. Let's say you work with dentists, they have the word Invisalign. What the hell does that mean? Or maybe they have a different term for sanitation or something. And so what's going to happen as you do your niche research, and as you immerse yourself in your niche, as I'm going to show you how to do, is you're going to start noticing words that you don't know how to define. And you're going to start to learn the language of your niche, and you need to become fluent in that language. And so what you want to do is bookmark your niche dictionary. And what I've done is I've basically created this 10 pages of terms and definitions. So every time you come across a word you don't quite understand, you can define it and refer back to it. And this is how you're going to speak the language of your niche. So when you're booking sales calls and doing sales calls, or when you're making content, or when you're creating products, or when you're building ads, you know the niche. You know how they talk, and you know what to say, and you know what everything means. Okay? So bookmark this and save it. The next thing we have is the niche immersion research notes. And this is another thing where you want to go to File, make a copy. You can click here for that. You want to write everything down. So everything you learn in the next couple of months about your niche, every fact, every nugget, every idea, every point, literally everything, no matter how trivial it may seem. We want to map every piece of knowledge you get in your niche. And you want to highlight the stuff that's really important in bold. And so what we can do is we can create categories. Now, you're not going to be able to do this yet, but as you consume more content and talk to more people, categories will evolve. A category is basically like a bucket of discussion. And so, if you're working in the gym niche, then one category that people might talk about is membership retention. Or if you're in the binge eating niche, if you're in the binge eating niche, for example, then one category that people might talk about is relapse. And so once you've spent many hours researching your niche, you'll be able to categorize the discussions that you learn and the points that you learn and the information that you learn. And you can color categories accordingly. So, you can color them so you know what people are talking about and where to put it. And then you want to list and color your categories here. So you're going to just list them. You're not going to know what the categories are yet. You really won't. You're going to have to, do this later. But eventually you're going to want to list the categories. Like when you start to notice patterns emerging, you're like, oh, this is a category. This has been brought up many times. So then we've got our notes. So I've given you 50 pages of notes here, to write down, because really you should aim to fill this as much as you possibly can. If you saw my notes on my niche, I've been keeping notes on my niche now for like 5 years. It's like, I think it's like 203 pages long, or I think it's more than that actually, since I last checked. But anyway, you can use this and get started with this. So the way you use this is you basically list the date that you found the piece of information, And then you link the source to the piece of information and the timestamp of the source or the page of the source. So if it's a book, you put what page it is. If it's a video or a podcast, you link the timestamp. But basically, you want to organize it where you know what day or what date you found the information on, you know where you found it, and you know where specifically to go in that source of information to find that information. And then what you do is you write down, using your color-coded categories, what you learned. So for example, if your niche was coaches and consultants, then what you might want to do is, come over to YouTube, right, like this. And so let's say that you're in the coaching consulting niche. And so you come to my YouTube channel to watch me talk to 40 consultants about mindset, which is what this video is, right? And so at this point in this video, I make the point of high ticket consultants struggle with burnout. That's research. That's a piece of information that you can use to build your avatar. And it's also, it reveals a problem. So, off the back of this one piece of information, maybe your niche, maybe your problem becomes burnout, and you become an expert in helping high ticket consultants with burnout, just off of one piece of information. So anything that, even no matter how trivial it seems, we're trying to do pattern recognition, we're really just looking for as much information as we can here. And you're just gonna come to these videos and go to these sources, and you're gonna be fine. And then obviously, this is another example. So this source here is like, if you're in the let's say you're in the dental niche. Once again, I'm not advocating for the dental niche. It's just a pretty easy one to think off the top of my head. At this timestamp, this dentist, this millionaire dentist, is talking about how he did everything himself before hiring anyone to do it for him. So he learned how to do it himself first, and you can hear him say that at this timestamp. And so this is how you do research: is we find the categories and we bucket them together, and then we go out on a specific day, and we find our sources and we watch them and learn from them, and then note down what we've learned. And then this way you create this index of notes that are categorized and dated. And if you want to go back to the source, you can. I know this works because this is literally what I did. I haven't learned this from anyone, by the way. I haven't taken this. I had to create this process myself because there's no process. There's no process out there that I found that actually works except from this one for proper niche research. So yeah, you can use that. Right, step 1, immersive community. So this is your secret weapon. Like, the single best strategy that I've found for niche research is this. Everything else, if you just do this and you really nail this, you can throw the rest of it out the window. You shouldn't, but this thing slaps. This is the easiest way to learn your niche, right? We're going to do it all, but this is the first thing to do. So what we want to do is create a free community for members of your niche to join. So we're going to make a community, and the reason we're making this community is because you're going to be able to observe interactions, ask questions, and potentially even host Zoom calls to observe your niche closely. This is of extreme importance, right? So the rest of your niche research strategy will feed into this community. So what we're doing is we're creating a group, and we're going to invite people to this group. We're going to host it in School because School has the best user interface, and it will give you the most engagement and interaction. And School is, by the way, the platform that you're watching these videos on right now, so you can tell it works, which is why we use it. And what you're going to do is you're going to create this community, and throughout your entire research process, you're going to add people to this community, and you're going to invite people, and it's going to grow, and it's going to flourish, and people are going to post in it. You can host Zoom calls with the community. You can message everyone in the community, like directly on School, and ask them about things. This is like the flywheel. So what you want to do is head over to this link here and log into School. Now, you're probably already logged into School if you're watching this video. So if I just come here like this, it will ask me to create an account, but you should have a School account, so you can just log in. So click log in, and then just log in with your account, the same account you're using to access these videos. Then you want to name your community. Now, you need to set up a payment. So it is $97 a month. There's a 14-day free trial, so you're going to be good for like 2 weeks anyway, but it's $100 a month. Now, I know this is a cost and it might hurt a little, but trust me, like, this is going to pay you back 100,000 times over in the future. Like, remember how important this niche research thing is. I know it's like $100 a month. Like, oh, I want to get started with no money. Like, if you can't be bothered investing $100 a month in your business, you're probably not going to get very far. Like, you know, if you're working like a normal job for like, you know, I don't know, $15 an hour, then just work an extra 6 hours a month. like, trust me, $100 a month to invest in a community that's really going to help you understand your niche. Like, you just do it. I know that you might be like, oh, I don't know if I need to do it or not. It's like $97, but like, if you can't, if you're not willing to risk $97 a month, like, how the hell are you going to start this thing? And you know, it's also a good accountability technique because now you're spending money. Trust me, I'm going to keep this program as lean as possible. And you already know about the cost of this program, right? I'm not here to profit off you, but if I tell you that you need something, you need it, right? So there are going to be a few softwares throughout this program that you're going to have to invest in, but they're never going to cost you much, but you need them. So yeah, basically that's all I'm telling you, right? You kind of need to have them. So keeping it as cheap as possible for you, but still some things do require some cost. So name your community, set your community up, set your payment up, and you can call your community anything you want. So, you know, if you're in the binge eating niche, you'd call it overcoming binge eating, or, you know, binge eaters recover or something. Or if you're in the dental niche, you could call it like, you know, dentists unite, or, you know, wisdom for dentists, and then you make it like a wisdom tooth logo. I don't bloody know. I don't know. But you can call it whatever you want, right? Doesn't really matter. So head over to your community settings and go to general. So inside of school, you know, you'll see a little option for settings in school. And if you can't find it, just look for 2 minutes because it's a very straightforward platform. Go to your general settings. You want to format the community. You know, don't overthink this. I don't want to see anyone spending 3 days on a school group logo because you don't need one. But, you know, go and grab a cover photo, write a description, put the initials in. This shouldn't take you more than 10 minutes. If it does, then you're spending too much time on it. Make the group public and update the settings. Navigate to tabs and turn the classroom and the calendar off, so you can go to, you know, school will by default have a classroom and calendar feature. But if you don't want that, which you probably don't, then you can turn them off. And then you can check other settings. So there might be other settings in school because while I'm making this video now, and by the time you watch this, school might have updated itself. So, you know, just use your brain. School is a very intuitive platform, and you can go to the settings of your community that you've just created and configure them so that they make sense. Make sure it's free, make sure it's named properly, and you're pretty much good to go, okay? So now you have your community platform ready to go. So we're not actually going to be inviting people to this yet, but what you're going to do now is every single interaction you have with someone in this research phase, which is basically going to be a 60-day research phase, then you're going to invite them to community for free. So if you talk to someone in your niche on Reddit about, you know, the problem they're facing, then you can say, oh, by the way, I'm in this community. It might be good if you joined it as well. Maybe you'll find some value in it, right? It's free. So every time you talk to someone in your niche, every time that you engage with a YouTube comment in your niche, you can just plug your community. And the goal is really going to be over the next 60 days to get like, you know, 30, 40, 50 to 100 people in this thing. And then it's going to be this cool little tight-knit group. And if you can get 30 people in a group and they're all the same, then you can extrapolate your understanding and project your understanding of those 30 people onto like 30,000. It's a very powerful thing to do. So do not underestimate how important this is. Set it up. You've got 14 days before it will bill you. And as you do research, you're going to add people to this group, okay? So keep this group forever. And I really mean this. Like, yeah, it's a cost, but over time, you could have thousands of people in this group, from referrals, lost sales calls. If you're making content, you can send people to this group. You want to just continuously work to fill this thing up. Now, I will note one thing, that the link that I'm providing you here is an affiliate link. So if you sign up through this link, then I will receive an affiliate commission, although it's not all that significant, but I figured why not? You're going to do it anyway, right? So there we go. So one thing that's really, really important is that this community will make you more money if you leave it alone and don't pitch or sell. So this is the biggest mistake people make with their free communities that I see, is they're always in there pitching or selling. Like, if you just use this community to better understand your niche, then you can spend 10 minutes then you can use that understanding, this organic, raw understanding, to improve every system in your business in terms of acquisition. But the second you start pitching or selling in your community is the second that this community will die. Like it will.
So this actually makes sense, right? Because if we're creating a community and like they are seeing that you are trying to pitch them something, it's not giving them, a goodwill, let's say. So yeah, I completely understand what Charlie is saying. So let's continue.
Die. It will just not work. So you want to keep it pitch free, and it's going to grow. It's going to make you more money by providing constant new niche and avatar insights. So I'm not going to give you like a SOP on how to run this community, because it's pretty self-explanatory. You just start inviting people to it that you talk to, and you just aim for like 30 to 50 members, and then you get really active in there. And then you start messaging people, and you just manage it in the same way that you'd manage a group of friends. And hopefully you don't need instructions on how to do that. But you want to keep it forever, and you want to keep growing it. So step 2 is immersive internet. So once we've done step 1, which is building this community and getting a bunch of people together in the same niche so we can just see them interact and understand them and talk to them directly, the next thing we have is immersive internet. So now you're going to essentially be going undercover. Okay, so you're going to become a spy. On the internet, you're going to be acting as a member of your niche. So you want to become a member of your niche as far as algorithms, platforms, and other users of the internet are concerned. So what we're going to do here is go undercover. You're going to create social profiles and an internet presence as if you were a member of the niche. And what we're going to do is we're going to immerse you in the world of the niche, at least in the internet term. So let me explain. So step 2.1 is to create an alias in your niche. So you're either going to pick male or female, and then age. So how old is your avatar? So you should know enough about your niche to know if they're majority men or women, and if they're majority, like how old they are, right? So like, for example, if you're working with bodybuilders, then you're more, like if you're working with female bodybuilders and that's your niche, in their middle age, then you're going to pick a woman and be like 40, right? Or 50. And then you're going to pick a name. This can be anything. I've just given 2 random examples here. So just name them. It shouldn't be your name. And then ethnicity. So you're going to pick like, what's their ethnicity? Are they Asian, Hispanic, Caucasian, white, black, whatever. So then you want to pick 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So of these 4 things, so pick them, male or female, how old, what age, and what ethnicity. So pick these 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So once you've done this, and you've sort of, do this right now, pen and paper, like who are you creating? Then you want to create a Gmail for this person, right? So just go to, gmail.com and then create a new Google account for this person. And then what you want to do is head over to this website and generate a photo of your alias. So this website is called This Person Does Not Exist. And this is an AI tool. And what it will do is it will generate a human face that doesn't exist. So you're not going to get in trouble for, using any of these because, well, these people aren't real. So if you pick female and, you want a female who's, between 19 and 25 years old, and you want a Indian woman, I'd refresh this. And then what this tool will do is it will give you, a person, and then what you can do is you can zoom out a little bit, and then now you've got a profile picture. And if you don't like what it's given you, then you can refresh it, and it will give you another one. Or it should. Well, it didn't. That's bad. Well, let's just increase the age a little bit. Yep. So there you go. Right. So it'll keep working with bodybuilders.
So basically, Charlie is saying create an alias. You just go to this community acting as a member, and we need to become familiar with what our market is, right? It's not just about what we assume, what we think they have problems with, but actually living as well as them. Like Charlie is as well is also a struggling teenage boy in his teenage years. So he gets us. So he gets his market so well so that he can make them better, So like that, we can also apply it in our market. It's not just about servicing them, having the right information. So the key to having the right information is knowing who we are targeting, right? So yeah, let's do this.
Then you're more like, if you're working with female bodybuilders and that's your niche, in their middle age, then you're going to pick a woman and be like 40, right? Or 50. And then you're going to pick a name. This can be anything. I've just given 2 random examples here. So just name them. It shouldn't be your name. And then ethnicity. So you're going to pick, like, what's their ethnicity? Are they Asian, Hispanic, Caucasian, white, black, whatever. So then you want to pick 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So of these 4 things, so pick them, male or female, how old, what age, and what ethnicity. So pick these 4 things based on your niche and what they look like. So once you've done this and you've sort of do this right now, pen and paper, like who are you creating? Then you want to create a Gmail for this person, right? So just go to, gmail.com and then create a new Google account for this person. And then what you want to do is head over to this website and generate a photo of your alias. So this website is called This Person Does Not Exist. And this is an AI tool. And what it will do is it will generate a human face that doesn't exist. So you're not going to get in trouble for, using any of these because, well, these people aren't real. So if you pick female and, you want a female who's, between 19 and 25 years old, and you want a Indian woman, I'd refresh this. And then what this tool will do is it will give you, a person, and then what you can do is you can zoom out a little bit, and then now you've got a profile picture. And if you don't like what it's given you, then you can refresh it, and it will give you another one. Or it should. Well, it didn't. That's bad. Well, let's just increase the age a little bit. Yep. So there you go. Right. So it will give you a random face, which you can now zoom out to see. And then what you can do is you can screenshot this face like this, and now you have a profile picture for everything. And if you need the picture to be a bit smaller, you can zoom out a lot, and then you can just, do it like this, okay? And that will give you a profile picture for your alias. So now now you're putting a face to the name, so to speak, which is kind of cool. And let's just get rid of these. Okay. So you want to save this photo to your desktop, your Chrome profile, etc. So the next thing we need to do is actually open a new Chrome profile. So you should be using Google Chrome. If you're using any other browser, then, well, you shouldn't. You should just use Google Chrome because it's the most efficient. And so what you want to do is create a Chrome profile. So open Google Chrome and create a new profile. So if you come up to these 3 little dots, you'll see where it says signed in here, okay? And what you want to do is click on this, and I'm not going to click on it because it has my information on it, but you want to click on this, and then it will give you the option to create a new Chrome profile. So you can see this here, click where it says signed in, and then create a new Chrome profile, okay? And you want to sign into this new Chrome profile using your alias Gmail that you've just created, okay? So from now on, you must only use this profile for your undercover work. So what we've done in step 2 is created this fake person who's going to be infiltrating the niche. So what we're going to do is we're going to spend all of our time on the internet as this person, at least surrounding our niche. The reason we create a new Chrome profile is so that your current social media profiles, that are assigned to your identity and who you are right now, they're all biased, and you're going to see information relevant to you because you're in your own niche. But if we create a new Chrome profile and a new email and a new alias, and we only use that on this new Chrome profile, now we can start to engineer the social media algorithms and the advertising algorithms to show us what our niche would see, okay? And this will become clear. So the next step is to create social profiles using your new Chrome profile in Gmail. So remember, any research you do, any undercover work, we're going to be doing on our Chrome profile relevant to our alias. So you go into your new Chrome profile, logged into this alias, and you're going to create social media accounts. So you're going to create LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, Telegram, Discord, Pinterest, etc. So any platforms that your niche hang around on, you're going to create this on, So if you work with like middle-aged dentists, you're not going to bother with TikTok or Telegram, but probably LinkedIn and Facebook, right? So use your brain and create social profiles using the new Chrome profile. The next thing is to make your profiles look real. So you want to add old profile pictures, like pictures of like some nature or something, cover photos, posts, descriptions, etc. So you want to make your profiles that you just created look real, like a real human. And then once you've done this and made them look real, you open up all these social profiles and you want to imagine that you're in your niche. So put yourself in your niche's shoes. Where is the first place they would go upon creating these profiles? Go there and start engaging, 10 minutes per platform. So, if in Facebook, if you're working in, once again, the dental niche, right? Just as an example, if you're working in the dental niche, then you're going to start putting in your Facebook profile things about being a dentist. You could put like mother to two and dentist for 20 years. And then you put that you work dentist at dentist. And then your cover photo could literally be like some bloody wisdom teeth or something, I don't know. But you want to make it really apparent that you are this person, right? And once you've done that, you're going to start going where they would go. So, if you're a dentist and you've just created a Facebook profile, then, one of the first things you might think about doing is going and joining a free Facebook group for dentists, Or maybe you'd go and find like some dentists that you know and add them as friends. Or maybe you write a post about a client you just had and how you help them with a specific problem in their teeth. And this is just a specific example. I'm not once again advocating for the dental niche. I'm just giving an example. If you were like a binge eater, maybe you wouldn't put in your Facebook bio that you're a binge eater, but maybe you'd put like, you write a post like, I've been recovering from binge eating. And then maybe you'd go and join like a group, or maybe you'd go on Facebook Reels or Facebook videos or whatever the hell people do on Facebook these days and look for videos about overcoming binge eating. Like, remember, these algorithms, they show you more of what you look for. And so if we know what our niche looks for and we go and look for it, then the algorithms will start to show us what the niche would see. And if you do this for long enough, after a couple of weeks, all of these social profiles, like as far as these algorithms and the people in this niche are concerned, you are part of them. And so the algorithms will show you what your niche will see. And now you're a man on the inside. You know exactly what these people are seeing. You know exactly what news articles they read. You know exactly what videos they watch. You know exactly what groups they join. You know exactly what they engage with. And it's kind of like you're living this false life. I did this once on TikTok. I was bored on holiday. And I wanted to see how quickly I could convince TikTok that I was a teenage girl with depression. And I know that's a weird thing to want to do when you're bored, but I was thinking about social media algorithms, as you do on holiday if you're abnormal. But I was thinking about these algorithms, and I was having an argument with a friend of mine about how damaging these algorithms were. And she was like, no, they're not damaging at all. I was like, well, all right, I'll show you. So I download TikTok, I create a new Gmail. I download this on my phone. Bear in mind, I've never used TikTok before, so it's not biased. And then what TikTok starts doing is it starts showing me, stuff in the feed. And what I would do on TikTok is anytime TikTok showed me a video that was not relevant to what I thought a teenage girl with depression would see or want to see, I put not interested. So, if it showed me like a video of someone making like a pizza, I would open up the option for in TikTok to like do stuff around and engage with the video, engage with it. And I would just tap not interested. And anytime TikTok showed me anything remotely close to mental health or like, Taylor Swift or something, I would like it. And then I would share it with like people on WhatsApp and be like, check this out. And that tells the algorithm, okay, this person wants to see more of this stuff.
So again, like Charlie is saying, that we should basically have the experience of our market as well. So he's saying if you're targeting this avatar, you want to like or like heart the interest of them, right? And so on. And dislike anything that isn't relevant to them. So that's very interesting.
And within, I think, about 6 minutes, I had my TikTok algorithm literally just showing me other girls with mental health problems. And that's what we're looking to do. I mean, that's obviously a bit of a weird example. That's a bit of you didn't need that window into my life. But you know what I mean, right? These algorithms, you can easily manipulate them to show you what you want them to show you. And so if you're in a niche, And if you're going into the trading niche and you're going to help Forex traders, then create a profile that demonstrates that you're a Forex trader, and then go and look for content around Forex. And then before you know it, within probably about an hour or two, all you're going to see is content on Forex. And now you're hooked up to the lifeline. Now you're, it's in your blood, like it's connected to your brain, right? And now you can just scroll through like what these traders are seeing and what engages them. And then you'll start to find like inside jokes. Then you'll find problems, and every single step of the way, you're going to be, I should say 60. Every single step of the way as you go through this, where is it here? Where is it? Oh, it's up here. Every single step of the way, you're going to be filling out your dictionary, and you're going to be making notes. So if you come across like an Instagram reel about trading, and it gives you like something you don't understand, then you're going to define the term. If you see like a community post or a Reddit post about something, you're going to write it down. We're going to completely immerse ourselves, completely submerge ourselves in the life of the niche. So just one quick note with these social profiles, like especially with Facebook and these other platforms, don't engage too much at the beginning or you're going to get banned. So you only really, at the beginning, once you've created these social profiles, you only really want to do like 3 to 5 actions per social profile. So, if your niche is, I don't know, let's say that your niche is crypto coin makers, and you create a Twitter account, just follow like 5 people. Just let the algorithm know your intention at the beginning. Don't do anything that isn't related to crypto, because then you'll start seeing crap you don't need. But we want to engineer them. So right now we're warming up the alias profiles and setting the initial conditions. So, if you're in the dental niche, join the groups on Facebook, follow some famous dentists. If you're on Twitter, follow some dental companies. If you're on Reddit, do this. LinkedIn, do this. Also, you can do this with YouTube. So I'm actually I'm gonna put this in brackets, YouTube too. So YouTube's a big one, right? So what I mean by YouTube too, let me just highlight this, is like what you can do is create your new Chrome profile, right? Go over to YouTube and search for whatever you think your niche would see. Open up and watch, 5 videos in full length on that thing, and then go to your YouTube recommended page, and all you're going to see is stuff related to what your niche would see. This is like, you usually can't access, is create YouTube too. So YouTube's a big one, right? So what I mean by YouTube too, let me just highlight this, is like what you can do is create your new Chrome profile, right? Go over to YouTube and search for whatever you think your niche would see. Open up and watch, 5 videos in full length on that thing, and then go to your YouTube recommended page, and all you're going to see is stuff related to what your niche would see. This is like, you usually can't access this. Usually your social media algorithms are so biased and engineered towards you and your ideal, state of perfection, that you're never going to be able to re-engineer your own personal feeds and algorithms and recommended sections to what your niche will see. But if you go on YouTube right now and you create a brand new Chrome profile, and the first thing you do on that is you go and watch a 2-hour podcast relevant to your niche, and you go back to your recommended, you're going to see everything that these people see. And you're now on the inside. You're a fucking spy, mate. You're going to know everything, right? So, join things, follow, add, comment, like, share. And note, you will not run your school community using your alias, only your social profiles. So this is another important thing, is maybe you want to make a school profile for your alias, and then this alias becomes the advocate for your group. So, if this alias is hanging out on Reddit, which is a really good place to find things, like, if you're on Reddit, then you can start to engage on Reddit under your alias. And then what you can do is you can say, hey, by the way, I'm in this group specifically for people like us. Why don't you join it? It's free. That's way more powerful than you as the owner of the business and the owner of the group trying to grow it. Because then it looks like a referral, it looks like word of mouth. And so you can really do this, and you can really get away with growing your group through your alias. And then this alias is kind of in this group and no one knows it's you. Right? It sounds Machiavellian, and if you feel that that's not what you should do, then you don't have to do it, but it will work and it will make you money. So engage further on these platforms, give it, a day or two once you've done this initially, and then repeat the engagement. Now, never engage with anything irrelevant to your niche. So understand this. You have your Chrome profile and you have your social profiles and your media profiles like YouTube, etc., and they are only for your alias. Anytime you log into those socials or anytime you log into that Chrome profile, you only look at stuff relevant to your niche. You never click on a dog video because it interests you. Remember, you're undercover and you've got to pick the stuff that these people would be interested in. So once you've done this, and another thing you can do, which is really good, is you can start actively searching for products online that your niche would purchase using your Chrome profile and your social profiles. And this way you're going to get pixeled and we'll start seeing ads on your alias account your niche would see. So if you're in the if you want to go in the landscaping niche, then maybe you start, doing some research on tools, or let's say you're going into the tree surgeon niche. Maybe you start looking up chainsaws to buy. And what's going to happen is these chainsaw companies, they have what is called a Facebook pixel on their websites, and they have Google UTMs. But anyway, all these websites that are trying to sell things, they track you. And so if you go and see a chainsaw on a certain website, on an e-commerce store, and you go back to Facebook, you're now going to start receiving adverts for chainsaws. And not only that, you're going to start receiving adverts for other things that your niche would need and use that you didn't even know about. And so this is another way to further understand your niche is, go think, what would this person want to buy? What would this person Google? What would this person look for? What would they search for? What websites do they go to? What forums do they go to? But what do they do? If you start doing that, then the niche will unfold to you and the algorithms will tell you everything. So continue engaging in niche-specific content, following accounts, etc., etc. Now, the easiest way to do this is just imagine that your job is to make this alias and this person look real. So, this person has a LinkedIn profile, a Facebook profile, they're on Twitter, they've got a YouTube channel, they've got a Reddit, presence, they've also got their own email, maybe they're on Discord as well. This is by no means a definitive list, because maybe you join a Discord community, maybe you join a Pinterest thing, I don't know, you can use your brain. But 30 days from now, imagine that a stranger in your niche is going to come along and decide whether or not you're real. And if they decide that your profiles are not real, then you die. Think of it like that. You're trying to just convince not only people in your niche, but the algorithms that this is a real thing, and that's your job. That's your entire job. So the next thing is visit websites and forums. Visit blogs and stores that your niche would visit. Let the algorithms accelerate your immersion. Trust me, this is powerful. If you know that your niche is on TikTok, hop on TikTok and then start behaving as if you're in your niche and just watch that thing mold and adapt to your niche. And then suddenly you are now your niche. You are at one with the niche. You're literally in live time seeing exactly what they would see, reading exactly what they would read, hearing exactly what they would hear. You're going to start getting recommendations for their political belief systems. You're going to start to find out what they're afraid of. You're going to start to find out what makes them tick, what makes them engaged. You're going to find out, you're going to start finding memes. If you start looking at buying chainsaws and, you join Tree Surgeons United and, you read tree surgeon vlogs, you're going to start to be served tree surgeon memes, oh, that feeling when the apprentice, nearly dies, and then a tree's falling on some guy. You're going to start to really get to grips with them. Over time, your alias feeds will be what your niche would see. You'll get the same content, shorts, reels, TikToks, videos, memes, posts, comments, likes as your niche. This is total immersion, and this is how you learn the true language of your niche alongside what they want, what problems they have, etc., etc. Okay? So maybe you keep seeing Instagram reels in the tree surgeon niche of tree surgeons complaining about their apprentices and how they can't get good apprentices. Okay, well, now there's a problem. Maybe you find the problem. You think, okay, I'm going to ask them about this. I'm going to ask these tree surgeons, is this really a massive issue? Would you pay to solve this? Damn, okay, well, I've heard from 15 tree surgeons that they'd pay to find good apprentices. Okay, well, there's suddenly this idea starts to emerge. Damn, that could be a business, right? All because of a meme. Anyway, so once you've done immersive internet, which is something you should do, at this point, you've now got a free group that will just gradually grow over time as you engage and start sending people to it through the internet. You've also got all your social profiles that are engineered towards your niche. Now we've got immersive content. So step 3 is basically find and read the best books for this niche. There'll be 5 of them probably, to 10 of them. Find and listen to all episodes of the top 3 podcasts in this niche. And I mean this, all episodes, right? Find and watch all the videos of the top 3 YouTubers for this niche. So find the YouTube, like, is there a YouTube channel for tree surgeons? Like tree surgeon tutorials, or dentist tutorials, or binge eating tutorials, like, you know, these niches that you could pick. Find the YouTubers, find the players, find the influencers, and consume everything that they have to offer. Find and read all the blog posts from the top 3 bloggers in this niche. Find and watch the top 5 interviews in this niche. Find, subscribe to, and read the top 3 to 5 email lists in this niche. Like, these things exist. All of these niches, they have a world of their own. They have their own pocket of reality that contains an infinite amount of content if you just know where to look. So what I've done is I've created a resource that you can use to organize this content, and it's called a to consume list. So on this to consume list, what I've done is I've listed out all the forms of media or consumption that you could follow, and I've labeled them. So you want to do this right now, like start looking, like what are the books? Like is it like a tree surgeon for dummies book? Or, you know, how to what's that word that they use when they're like, is it coppicing a tree? Coppicing? I don't know. Anyway, you get the point. Maybe that's a completely different word. I don't even know the meaning of it. But, you know, like find the books that the niche would read and have read. Find the interviews with the people that have, you know, are in the niche. Find the email lists. So, you know, subscribe to email lists that your niche would subscribe to. You know, all of these different things can be used.
And what are the resources that we have?
Podcast episodes. There's probably like 45 of them. Maybe there's only 5. Maybe there's no podcast in your niche. That's fine. But, you know, find the podcasts that, you know, are the biggest and just make a note to listen to every single episode with your dictionary and your notes open. YouTube videos. Find all the YouTube videos that this niche would watch. And trust me, they exist. Even if you might have to look real hard because some of these videos might only have 50 views, but they're still infinitely valuable to your understanding of your niche and your avatar. Big blog posts. Find the blog posts that they would read. Miscellaneous, so anything else, any other pieces of content or information, you know, like tweet storms or anything, you know, this content exists. There are probably in your niche, like, I don't know, hundreds, probably thousands of pieces of content that you consume if you just know where to look. Because if you think about your life, you know, you're in a niche, you know, like make money online niche, or, you know, start an agency niche, or start a consulting business. How to what's that word that they use when they're like, is it coppicing a tree? Coppicing? I don't know. Anyway, you get the point. Maybe that's a completely different word. I don't even know the meaning of it. But, you know, like find the books that the niche would read and have read. Find the interviews with the people that have, you know, are in the niche. Find the email lists. So, you know, subscribe to email lists that your niche would subscribe to. You know, all of these different things can be used. Cool. Podcast episodes. There's probably like 45 of them. Maybe there's only 5. Maybe there's no podcast in your niche. That's fine. But, you know, find the podcasts that, you know, are the biggest and just make a note to listen to every single episode with your dictionary and your notes open. YouTube videos. Find all the YouTube videos that this niche would watch. And trust me, they exist. Even if you might have to look real hard because some of these videos might only have 50 views, but they're still infinitely valuable to your understanding of your niche and your avatar. Big blog posts. Find the blog posts that they would read. Miscellaneous, so anything else, any other pieces of content or information, you know, like tweet storms or anything, you know, this content exists. There are probably in your niche, like, I don't know, hundreds, probably thousands of pieces of content that you consume if you just know where to look. Because if you think about your life, you're in a niche, like make money online niche, or, start an agency niche, or start a consulting business niche. Like, you know where to find the content. It exists. It's just because it's you and you know where it is. You know what to look for. So you need to be, getting yourself into the shoes of your niche to really figure this one out. So use your brain to find as much content as possible, literally everything. Consume all of it, You want to develop a total borderline unhealthy obsession with your niche and consume everything. So this is step 3, is to immerse yourself.
I like that face. It said borderline
unhealthy obsession with your niche, right? And consume everything. So this is step 3, is to immerse yourself in the content machine that these people would immerse themselves in. I know it seems so.
Basically, immerse yourself in the niche and be borderline obsessed. That's the term. Consume it all, literally everything. Develop a total borderline unhealthy obsession within your niche. Consume everything.
So trivial. It's like, wait, I'm Charlie, this is training on how to build a business. You're just telling me to listen to podcasts? Yes. Like, remember guys, remember this thing that I showed you? Oh, it's not here anymore. Remember the avatar that I showed you? Like, I've consumed every single piece of content in this niche ever. It's so important. If you want to build something that is that devastating and powerful, you've got to do this. So step 4 is immersive outreach. So the thing is you can do as much engaging as you want on these social platforms. You can watch as many YouTube videos as you want. You can watch as many podcasts as you want. You can create Facebook profiles and join Reddit communities and hop into Discord groups or join WhatsApp communities or Telegram groups or go on Twitter. But the real nuts and bolts of this research is going to come from you talking to your niche. And so step 4 is immersive outreach. And so what we want to actually do is start getting on the phone with these people. We want to start actually sort of getting to the bottom of this thing and interviewing them. Like, trust me, like, I know you might want to be a keyboard warrior and just sit behind your screen all safe and sound, but I hate to break it to you, but to make money, you're going to have to talk to people eventually anyway. So you might as well start doing it now. And in a month or 2 from now, you're going to start taking sales calls. Maybe even a couple of weeks. You're going to start booking sales calls. You're going to start trying to convince these people to buy things. And if you haven't got the balls to reach out to them and interview them, to learn about them, then how the hell are you going to find the balls to do sales calls with them? It's just not going to work. So, you need to start reaching out to this niche. And here's how. So step 4.1, decide how you're going to contact your niche. So are you going to call them, email them, or social DM them? So, we need to find a way of reaching out to them. And really there's only 3 ways to do that. So calling will work the best if you can get their phone numbers. So if you can find the phone numbers in your niche quite easily, then that's what you should do. But if you can't find their phone numbers, then you can find their emails. And if you can't find their emails, then you can send them messages on social media. And if you want to find their email, you can use a tool called hunter.io or snov.io. So I'm going to put this here. You can use these tools, and if you're not sure how to use these tools, then you can just look up a tutorial on YouTube if you need to find their emails, okay? So once you've decided how you're going to contact them, you want to call, email, or DM your niche asking for a 15 to 30 minute interview with them. So what we're doing here is we're reaching out to these people in the niche and we're saying, hey, I would like to talk to you and interview you, pretty much. You just state your intention. And so what you're doing is you're introducing yourself to these people in the niche and we're saying, hey, I would like to talk to you and interview you, pretty much. You just state your intention. And so what you're doing is you're introducing yourself, you're giving the reason as to why you're calling them or contacting them, and then you're requesting to interview them anonymously for as much time as they can spare. So when you're making this request, it's really this simple. We're not creating this long, elaborate lie or this long, crazy thing. We're just saying, we're calling them up and saying, hey, is that Jonathan at X and X Tree Surgeons? Oh, awesome, Jonathan, look, my name's Charlie Morgan. and I'm doing a research project on tree surgeons in the United States. I know you're really busy, but I was wondering if there's any chance you could spare me maybe 10 minutes at some point today or tomorrow, just so I can ask you a couple of questions about life as a tree surgeon. That's it. But I was wondering on tree surgeons in the United States. I know you're really busy, but I was wondering if there's any chance you could spare me maybe 10 minutes. I'm doing a research project on Jonathan. Look, my name's Charlie Morgan, and I'm doing a research project on tree surgeons in the United States. I know you're really busy, but I was wondering if there's any chance you could spare me maybe 10 minutes at some point today or tomorrow, just so I can ask you a couple of questions about life as a tree surgeon. Surgeon. That's it. That's the script, right? Nothing fancy. People are either going to say yes or no, and that's it. So when you ask, you keep it short. So we're not sending an email that has 5 paragraphs, just really short and sweet. If you're calling them, it shouldn't take you more than 20 to 30 seconds. My name's Charlie Morgan, and I'm doing a research in your ex. My name's Charlie. Script, right? Nothing fancy. People are either going to say yes or no, and that's it. So when you ask, you keep it short. So we're not sending an email that has 5 paragraphs, just really short and sweet. If you're calling them, it shouldn't take you more than 20 to 30 seconds to explain. Okay? And we're just going to show genuine interests and true gratitude for their time. So if Jonathan's like, oh, I can give you 5 minutes now, I'd be like, John, I am so grateful for that. Thank you so much. I promise it only take 5 minutes. I've got no agenda, nothing to sell you. Thank you very much, right? Agenda, nothing to sell you. Thank you very much, right? And it's also important that you tell them their answers will stay anonymous and won't be used anywhere. So that's it. Now, if you're wondering what reason to give for the interview,
So stay anonymous, and their answers won't be used anywhere. Okay.
then I've got a few here that you can use. Because here's the thing, you're going to make this request, but there's something in psychology called the reason-respecting tendency, which is basically where the word because is very persuasive and it convinces people to do things all the time. Because if I called you up and said, hey, I'd like to interview you, you'd be like, what? The first thing you'd ask is why. But if you bypass that, you give the reason and there's no reason for them to ask why, then they're more likely to actually agree to it. So, hey Jonathan, I'd like to talk to you about life as a tree surgeon because I'm gathering data for a PhD study on tree surgeons, right? Or like, hey Jonathan, I know you have no idea who I am, but I'm researching for a book on how to start tree surgeon businesses for an author, a friend of mine. And I'd love to ask you a couple of questions about your life as a tree surgeon and how things are going. Could you spare me a couple of minutes next week or today or now to do that, right? Or I'm doing a survey for an organization in the space. Or I've got a school project and I'm doing my project on, I don't know, yoga teachers because my mum's a yoga teacher. So I'd like to ask you some questions about what it's like to be a yoga teacher for my school project. Or, hey John, or hey Sarah, whatever, like I want to become a yoga teacher and I'm looking to start a yoga business. And I was wondering if you could answer a few questions to help me with that. Would that be okay? Like you just put, people aren't going to say no to this. Like, imagine that you are you imagine you own a steakhouse, right? And someone calls you up at like 4 p.m., you're not doing anything. And they're like, hey Ben, do you own this steakhouse? And Ben's like, yeah, I do. And you're like, look man, I'm based out of London, and I could just really use your help. Like I want to start my own steakhouse, but I'm not really sure where to start. And I was wondering if I could ask you a couple questions around what it's like to actually run one. I don't suppose you'd be able to help. The dude's going to be like, of course, like people want to be heard, like people want to be heard, they want to be listened to. And not everyone's going to say yes to this. Most people will say no. But all you need is 30 people to say yes over the course of 2 months. And then you really know your niche. You can say, I'm starting a business in this space. You could say, oh, John, I'm about to undergo an apprenticeship in a nearby steakhouse. And before I do, I just want to really get it right. So I'm just wondering if you can answer a few questions around what it's like to run a steakhouse. Or, and this is a really good one, I'm helping my grandmother with her research project on XXX. So, God, that sentence came out wrong, didn't it? Hopefully your grandmother would not be starting an XXX research project, but you get my point, right? So let's say that you decide to go into the cotton clothing sustainability niche. You call up or you email and you find the name of the owner, or maybe you don't. You just say, hey, is that the person that owns Cotton Clothing Company Limited? They're like, yep. They're like, okay, well look, my grandmother's doing a research project on cotton clothing businesses and sustainability and running a business in that space. And she's asked me to call a few people to ask some questions and do some research. I don't suppose you could give me a minute, or I don't suppose you could help me out and answer some questions, and then you just schedule the call. So either you do the call now, and you say, okay, well, it will take about 15 minutes, because you need to tell them how long it's going to take. This is very, very, very important, okay? Don't just start out.
So the key is telling them how long it would take. Okay.
Asking them questions, because then they're going to freak out, because they might be like, shit, I could be here for 2 hours. You make sure you say to them, look, this could be a 15-minute call, 30 minutes, just as much time as you can give me. And then, you can get into the questions there and then. Okay, well, it will take about 15 minutes, because you need to. Okay, well, look, my grandmother's doing a research project on cotton clothing businesses and sustainability and running a business in that space. And she's asked me to call a few people to ask some questions and do some research. I don't suppose you could give me a minute, or I don't suppose you could help me out and answer some questions, and then you just schedule the call. So either you do the call now and you say, okay, well, it will take about 15 minutes, because you need to tell them how long it's going to take. This is very, very, very important, okay? Don't just start asking them questions, because then they're going to freak out, because they might be like, shit, I could be here for 2 hours. You make sure you say to them, look, this could be a 15-minute call, 30 minutes, just as much time as you can give me. And then, you can get into the questions there and then. Or they'll say, yeah, I'm busy right now, but call me back at 4 o'clock. You say, okay, cool, it'll be about 15 minutes. Is that okay? And then they'll be like, sure. Now, obviously this is all a lie, but, making an omelette, you've got to break a few eggs. You can be honest if you want and say, look, I'm starting a business like this one. I'm going to start a business that helps cotton clothing customers. I want to start a business in the cotton clothing niche, but I'm not sure where to start, and I just want to get some advice from people. These are the words you use, by the way. The imperative word is, I need your help. I need advice. I need guidance. By doing this, you bypass their ego, and I need advice. These are the words you use, by the way. The imperative word is, I need your help. I need advice. I need guidance. you by doing this, you bypass their ego, and they will like, oh, this person's come to me for advice. Like, they want my help. Like, that never happens to people. And they will jump on the opportunity to do that because it's an ego thing, right? So you ask for advice, you ask for help, I'm going to put it here, advice / help / guidance, etc. Or you can even use the word mentorship. These words will really help. So the structure is like this. I've kind of given you the script. So like, hey, Joanna, I'm Charlie. The reason I'm calling you is my grandparents, they're doing a survey, or they're doing some research for a new book they're writing specifically on yoga and being a yoga teacher. And because of this, they've asked me to interview some random yoga teachers just to get some information. I saw your website and I saw that you've got this awesome yoga business. And I was wondering if I could get some guidance or some advice from you on, how it works. I just love to learn a little bit more about this space. It will be completely anonymous. And we don't have to talk about anything you're not comfortable about. But I was wondering if you might be down for that, if we could have a little call, maybe now or maybe in the future, near future. I mean, you can say no, I just wanted to ask. If you do it like that, like, you're going to get people saying yes all the time, So the other thing here is we're not using our alias here, right? Because obviously they're talking to you. So for email, you just send a text email. If you're doing DMs, send a video selfie. So don't send if you're doing a DM, like sending someone a Facebook DM or something, that you're adding them as a friend and DMing them, send a video selfie, like, as in like you're recording yourself. If it's a phone call, just make it short and sweet. Stress you're not there to sell them anything. Hell, you can try WhatsApp numbers if you can get their WhatsApp numbers. If I were you, I'd do all three. So you want to aim to set up a Zoom meeting for now, tomorrow, or the day after. And if they say, oh, we'll do it tomorrow, then you just say, hey, okay, cool, can I get your email and I'll just send you an invitation. And then, you just go on Google Calendar and then invite them. And, if they ask, like, what's the study, who's the author, what's the school, what's the book, then you can always just say that you're under a non-disclosure agreement. So like, if you call them up and say, hey, like, I'm doing this research for a new book in the yoga space or in the tree surgeon space, if they say, oh, who's the author or what's the book? You say, honestly, I wish I could tell you, but because it's not out yet, I'm under a non-disclosure agreement. So yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't say. And then they'll either say, oh, fuck off, or, oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter either way. Yeah. Now, if you want, or if you can offer them money in exchange for their time. This will get it done way faster. But honestly, like, the mentorship, guidance, help, advice card, which is really what you're looking for anyway, is probably going to work almost better than just giving someone like $20 for 30 minutes. Okay? Pretty simple. Now, the other thing as well is, like, if you know where these people hang out, you can go see them in person. So like, if you know that there's like an office, like, go sit down with them in person. Like, if you know that there's like a conference coming up on like tree surgeons in like an hour's drive, then go. There's like 1,000 people there. Go on. If you're in the bodybuilding niche and you know that, like, there's a massive bodybuilding, show on in next week, then go, and talk to them and ask them questions. Now, step 5 is actually conducting these research calls. So your mission is to conduct at least 45 to 30 minute long research calls. Now, I know that obviously, we've said that these calls are going to be 15 minutes long, but probably they're going to be 30 minutes. If you ask people about their problems and what they want and their life, and you listen and you show gratitude and you show interest and you show humility, they will talk for hours. Even if you've just said 15 minutes, like, if you get someone on the phone, they'll just go on and on and on, right? So calls will often run longer than the initial time you said. Do not worry about this. So really, we're saying 15 minutes, but if they keep on talking, we're not going to stop them, right? So once you've done 30, and it has to be 30 minimum, okay? So I'm just highlighting this in black. 30 is the minimum amount of calls before you can really understand your niche. So once you've done 30, you can say, yeah, I kind of get this niche now. Now, it might take you 60 to 90 days to do this. You want to keep working through the program regardless. So Basically, I'm going to give you a 60-day program for niche research. And that's like, that's the next 2 months of your life. So you're going to be doing this every day for the next 2 months. You can do it for 90 days if you want to, and I would recommend that. But you want to keep going until you've done at least 30 calls. And so if for example you do 30 calls in the first week, then you don't need to do it for 60 days. You just want to do at least 30 or at least 60 days, however long it takes. And you want to host meetings on Zoom with your camera on, and you want to show on the Zoom meeting that you're listening, you're taking notes. Like, it's not hard to get people to tell you things. You just need to actually be interested in them and show genuine interest. And so in the nature of obviously this program being ridiculously detailed and leaving no stone unturned so you can't make any mistakes, I've actually made you a niche research call script. I've also gone to the liberty of making you a notes template. So you can use this template here to make a note of all the calls you do. And on these calls, all we're going to be asking people about is their goals, which is what they want, and their problems. Because if we know their goal and what they want, and we know what problem is stopping them from achieving that goal, now we can reverse engineer the answers to find out what's painful and like what would be worth offering them. Because when we're creating an offer and a solution, all we're doing is helping them achieve a goal and a desired outcome. So if we understand the desired outcome and the goal and the dream, and then we understand the obstacle or the problem that's stopping them from getting there, then we know that if we solve this problem, the goal will happen. And remember, money is made when value is created. Value is created when pain is alleviated. Pain is alleviated when problems are solved. And so if we know the problem and we know the goal, then we can make a ton of money, right? So obviously, when you're doing the research calls, you can print this out or make a copy and type as you go. You put their name, the date, and the source. So how did you find them? What date is it that you're doing the interview? And what's their name? Right? Pretty simple, okay? Now, here's the script. So the thing about this script is it's a little bit intrusive. So some of these questions you might feel a little bit uncomfortable asking, and you're welcome to hedge them slightly when you're doing the script. You'll know what I mean in a second here. So let's get into this. Okay. So you want to reword the script and the questions so they feel more natural and comfortable. So calls will run for 30 to 45 minutes. Obviously, they're going to be expecting 15 minutes, and you don't want to overrun. So you want to respect their time. If they only have 15 minutes, then just go 15 minutes, right? But usually when people are properly listened to, they'll rant on forever without any consideration of time. And don't be shy, ask as many questions as you can. So the first step to the script is to set the agenda. So, hey John, how are you doing today? And then the first thing we do is we ingratiate ourselves to them. We say, thank you so much for your time. I'm so grateful and excited to be talking with you. Just positive reinforcement. Thank you so much. And then, okay, so I've got a list of questions I want to run through today. Mainly, I want to explore the goals and dreams associated with being a, insert niche word here, in the insert niche word here market. So, obviously if they're binge eaters, you're going to reword this because, if someone's like, if you help people overcome like the trauma of a car crash, then you're not going to say, I want to explore the goals and dreams associated with being a car crash victim. That's just a little bit inappropriate. So you need to change this around. But you could say it instead like, mainly I want to understand what it's like to be what you've been through, whatever. And I also want to know the day-to-day problems, struggles, and obstacles associated with this. All of your answers will remain totally anonymous. Does that sound okay? And then you ask them if they're comfortable with you recording this call. Now, whether you record the call or not depends on your niche. If people are going to be opening up to you about deep emotional stuff, like that really cuts close to the bone, I wouldn't record the call because they're going to be less comfortable sharing the information. But if it's business, they should be fine with it. But they might not want you to record the call. So you ask for permission, and if they're happy, then obviously you record it. So step 2 is the warm-up. So really, this is just warming them up. Okay, so tell me how long you've been in this niche. Or can you briefly tell me your story from A to Z, from A to Z, about becoming a thing. Right, so can you briefly tell me your story from A to Z about becoming a dentist? People love this stuff, man. They love to be listened to. So you ask them for their story and you ask them how long they've been in this niche. Step 3 is find goal, dream, desire, want, need. So the whole point of these interviews is to figure out what people want and what's stopping them from getting it. Because if we can figure out what they want and what's stopping them from getting it, then we can reverse engineer to find out where we can alleviate pain and create value and make money. Remember,
So find what people want, find their desire, and use that to our advantage. That's the edge.
like I said earlier, it all hinges on this phrase of, because if we can figure out what they want and what's stopping them from getting it, then we can reverse engineer to find out where we can alleviate pain and create value and make money. Remember, like the whole point of these interviews is to figure out what people want and what's stopping them from getting it. Because if we can figure out what they want and what's stopping them from getting it, then we can reverse engineer to find out where we can alleviate pain and create value and make money. Remember, like I said earlier, it all hinges on this phrase of money is made when value is created. And if we want to create value, we have to find out where we can alleviate pain and create value and make money. Remember, like I said earlier, it all hinges on this phrase of money is made when value is created. And if we want to create value, we have to alleviate pain. And if we want to alleviate pain, we have to solve a problem. And if we want to solve a problem, we have to find out what people want so we can figure out like what we need to give them, right? So you're going to ask them these questions. So what do you want with your XXX, right? So like if they're in the tree surgeon niche, you'd say, okay, so what do you want with this tree surgeon business? Like, why does it exist? What are you trying to achieve here? Or if your niche is people who play the piano professionally, it's like, what do you want with your piano career? You know, what are you aiming for right now? We always want to tie the niche in, because remember, this person might be in multiple. That's it. That's the script, right? Nothing fancy. People are either going to say, and remember, money is or something, that you're adding them as a friend and DMing them, and this, that, and the other. Step 3, do it more often than just the problem. Like, what do you want with your XXX, right? So like if they're in the tree surgeon niche, you'd say, okay, so what do you want with this tree surgeon business? Like, why does it exist? What are you trying to achieve here? Or if your niche is people who play the piano professionally, it's like, what do you want with your piano career? You know, what are you aiming for right now? We always want to tie the niche in, because remember, this person might be in multiple niches. They could be a professional piano player, but then they could also be like a amateur chef. And so it's very important that we centralize our questions around the niche and their role within it. What is your goal right now for your thing? For your niche, for the thing that you're doing. What does the ideal future look like for you in your XXX? Regarding this, what hopes, dreams, and aspirations do you have? Why did you get into this? What did you want to do? Why did you want to do it for? What would your dream day in the life look like regarding this? How does that compare to a day in the life right now? So what we're doing with these first questions is like, what do you want? But we're asking the same question in a bunch of different ways so that we can get, a bunch of different answers and collate them together and find a pattern. And doing this for one person doesn't have much power, but doing it for 30, like if you talk to like 30 people and like 27 of them all say the same thing, now you know what the niche wants. You can, if you understand what 30 people want and they all look similar, you can understand what 300,000 people want. It's fractal. It's pattern based. So once you find out what they want, now we find the problem. This is really important. So what would you change about this given the chance? If you could wave a wand and totally fix a problem with your blank, what would it be? So, if you could wave a wand and totally fix a problem related to your piano career, what would it be? What are the obstacles you face on a day-to-day basis regarding this? What are the main problems you face with being this? What is stopping you from achieving this goal? So you should at this point know what the goal is, right? So you know what the dream and the desire is. It should be pretty clear. So now it's like, okay, so I know that you want this. What's stopping you from doing it? What's holding you back from doing this? What don't you like about this? What do you like about this, right? What annoys you about this? What frustrates you about this? And what do you have to do that you wish you didn't have to do with this? Is there anything about being this that you wish you didn't have to deal with? If so, so what? Right? If so, what? So what's the problem? Like, what do you hate? Why can't you get what you want? What would you change if you could? Use your brain. Some of these questions aren't going to be appropriate for all niches. It's not appropriate to ask a binge eater what they like about being a binge eater, right? For example. Pretty straightforward. Step 5, end the call. So just end the call however feels comfortable. Tell them it's all anonymous. And then also invite them to your free school group. Be like, oh, by the way, part of this project or part of this thing, I've also created a free community that I'm going to try and build. There won't be anything in there to sell you anything, but I'm just going to try and get a bunch of people like you in a community so we can all talk and have fun. Do you want to join it? They'll be like, yeah, sure. And then you just join them. And this is why if you do 30 of these calls, you should get 30 people in your community. And now you've got a pretty good understanding of your niche. So the other thing you want to learn to do is extend and Socratically reason. I'm also going to put down here positive reinforcement. So extenders, tell me more about that. Interesting. Could you expand on that for me? What do you mean by that? Why do you think that is? So whenever people are answering these questions, first of all, when they give you the answer, leave a second or two of silence after their answer and then try and get them to extend it. So if you ask them, for example, what would you change about being a tree surgeon given the chance? And they say, oh my God, the apprentices. You'd be like, okay, tell me more about that. They'd be like, oh, well, it's just, you'd be like, being a tree surgeon given the chance. And they say, oh my God, the apprentices. You'd be like, okay, tell me more about that. They'd be like, oh, well, it's just, these apprentices are they drive me insane. I completely hear you. Thank you for telling me that. Could you expand on that for me? Why do they drive you insane? Why is that? What do you mean? We need to pull these questions and these answers apart and get as deep as we can. And then Socratic reasoning is basically just asking why. So, I don't like apprentices. Why? Oh, because they annoy me. Why? Oh, because they do this. Why do they do that? Oh, because of this. Really get to the bottom. You don't want to piss people off. If you ask why too much, they'll just think you're weird or socially inept. But you want to try and get to the bottom of things and the core of things by asking why as much as possible. Now, positively reinforcing answers is pretty straightforward. This is just using words like, thank you so much, that's great, awesome answer, etc., etc. But when people are giving you the answers that you want to hear, if you want them to do it more often, then just tell them they're doing a good job. Obviously, we're not going to, patronize these people, condescend them. But if someone tells you something that's really important, you can do thank you so much for that. That really makes things so clear for me. I'm really grateful that you said that. Then they'll just keep going. They'll keep on telling you more and more. So this is how you interview people. These are the questions to ask. Shouldn't take more than 30 minutes per call. You want to extend, get to the bottom of things, and reinforce the answers that they do give you. Okay? And that's how you conduct it. And by the way, this is literally what I did. I haven't just theory crafted this into the universe. This is exactly how I built my avatars for all my businesses and the current business that I have. It's made me $25-30 million, literally, right? So the next thing to do is store all your notes in a Google Drive folder in date order, accessible at any time. So all of these research call note templates you'll have one of these for each calls you've done. And you want to label this, so you would put 5th, September, like this, and then create a Google Drive and then keep them all inside of a folder so they're accessible at a moment's notice so that you can open them up and reread them whenever you want. And this is what we're going to use, by the way, when we come to create sales scripts. We're going to use this when we come to create appointment booking stuff. Like everything that happens downstream, all the stuff we do will be based on this. So if you fuck this up, then you're not going to be successful, okay? So organize it, store it, pretty straightforward, and that's that. So here's a step summary. So like I said, there's 5 steps. So step number 1 is obviously this immersive community that we have with school that you should create. And I know it costs a little bit of money, but trust me, like, you know, $100 a month to understand your niche on a molecular level. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good bargain to me. Step 2 is obviously immersing yourself in the internet, in their world, with the algorithms, with your Chrome profile and the social profiles and this, that, and the other. Step 3 is immersive content. So, you know, we're immersing ourselves. We're basically finding every piece of content relevant to this niche and doing it. And then immersive outreach, and then conducting research calls. We've got the script and the template here, okay? If you do this properly, consistently, you will know your niche better than they know themselves, probably within a couple of months. And then everything that you do in your business is going to be easy. Like everything. Every day, every hour you spend here makes everything in the business so much easier. So do it. So what I've done is given you the strategy now. But to execute this strategy, we need a daily process, time, volume, and more. So what I've done is I've created the daily immersion protocol and the 60-day niche research program. So what you can do is this is a daily activity. So what you're going to do, and I'm telling you to do this, and you should do this, and if you don't, then your loss. You need to block out 2 hours a day, 7 days a week for the next 30 days. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into your calendar, in Google Calendar, right? Or any calendar that you use, and I want you to block 2 hours. You can set the event to recur and repeat, and I want you to block out 2 hours a day, Monday through Sunday for the next 2 months. So it should be there on your calendar at the same time every day. Probably ideally do this in the evening when you finish your work. So, you know, between 6 and 8 p.m. or, you know, 7 and 9 p.m. or whatever, every day, 2 hours a day, 7 days a week, next 60 days. You're going to make this a habit. You're going to make it a routine. And the protocol is very straightforward. So every day for 2 hours, you're going to spend 1 hour consuming content or engaging on your socials. So you're going to be scrolling. This is the only time I'm going to tell you to scroll through like Instagram or TikTok or Facebook. Like usually I would say do not do this, but you're going to spend 1 hour doing content consumption, you know, on these socials or listening to podcasts or whatever. You're going to do 30 minutes a day doing outreach. So you're going to be doing a minimum of 30 outreaches per day. So calls, emails, DMs. You're going to contact at least 30 people. And if you do this every day, you should get at least 1 interview a day, which will take you 30 minutes. So all told, every day for the next 2 months, this should take you 2 hours a day. Now, if you want to accelerate the process, become more successful as fast as possible, do as much of this as you can. But here's the kicker. This research and this immersion protocol, you need to do in conjunction with the rest of the program. So we're not going to pause the program now whilst you do 2 hours of research a day. That's not what we're going to do at all. Now, if you want, what you could do instead, because if we think about this, you know, this is 120 hours of work, right? So if you wanted to instead, for the next 12 days, you could do 10 hours of research a day and then come back to the program. But for the sake of your sanity and also keeping things moving, I'm going to recommend you do this 2 hours a day for the next 60 days. You're going to continue to work through the program so we can start building on this, you know, knowledge. We're going to continue working on your mindset, your expertise, your sales skills. And then by the time that you've finished the program and are ready to start getting clients, your research protocol should almost be up, or maybe like, you know, in a month or so, you really understand the niche way better, right? So action item. So block out 2 hours a day in your calendar and sacrifice whatever you have to, right? So I don't care if, you know, between 6 and 8 p.m. in the evening, that's usually when I play Minecraft. Or between 6 and 8 p.m., that's when I go and do Muay Thai. Tough, right? Do you want this or not? If you can't be fucked to block out 2 hours a day and sacrifice something, like what matters more to you? Your Muay Thai and your Minecraft time, or your future financial success and the financial freedom of your wife and children in the future, or husband and children, right? Come on. So pick a 2-hour window and stick to it. You can do more than 2 hours if you have the time, and if you do, you should. So I would, honestly, if this is me, I would probably try and do like 4 hours a day. But you have to also balance this with the rest of the program and the rest of your life. So bear in mind, you will still be going through the program as you do this. So if you cannot keep this consistent for 60 to 90 days, well, let's put 60. If you can't do this for 60 days, I have some grave news for you. How the hell are you going to manage a business that makes 100K or $1 million a year? This is child's play. So if you can't pick up the phone or find some emails and just message people and scroll through social media and listen to YouTube videos every day for 60 days, you're not cut out for this business thing. And I know that sounds harsh, but truthfully, if you're like, oh, but it's Sunday, like I don't want to do work on Sunday. Like how that dude, you want to manage a business that does like $1 million a year eventually, or 100K a year. Like doctors have to train for like 7 years and then have like a 10-year career before they get even close to making that. You can do it in like 6 months, but you can't be bothered to send some emails and make some phone calls and ask some difficult questions on interviews. Dude, it's going to get way harder than this. I've got some news for you. This is the easiest thing that I'm going to ask you to do by far. So start this today, start it this evening, start it now, and track your progress using this. So I've got a spreadsheet for you that you can go and make a copy of, and I should actually probably grab you this link because you're going to need to do this. So if I just put this here, make a copy, and we'll just link this up for you. I need to link this. Okay. All right. So you get the point. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Okay. Make it in blue. You can do this in your own time. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, so now that you've done this, and now that you understand, like, I just need to click this for this. I want to make sure you can get this properly. Just bear with me. Okay. So now that you get this, so every day, day one today, 30 outreaches, consume 1 hour of content or the socials. And did you conduct an interview or not? Now, you might not have an interview every day, so that doesn't matter so much. Maybe it looks like this, where you do a bunch, then you don't have many. That's fine. As long as you do 30, that's all that matters. But what you should be doing every day, I just need to click this for this. I want to make sure you can get this properly. Just bear with me. Okay. So now that you get this, so every day, day one today, 30 outreaches, consume 1 hour of content or the socials. And did you conduct an interview or not? Now, you might not have an interview every day, so that doesn't matter so much. Maybe it looks like this, where you do a bunch, then you don't have many. That's fine. As long as you do 30, that's all that matters. But what you should be doing every day is the outreach and the consumption to actually understand your niche, right? So that's the daily immersion protocol. And that's how we're going to immerse ourselves in the business and basically develop this strategy to become more successful. So if you hit 30 interviews before day 60, just keep going. You can stop if you want, but I would keep going. Now, a couple of things. Do not use this as an excuse to procrastinate for the rest of the program. So, we're going to keep moving through the program. We're going to get some mindset training, the expertise training. We're going to learn to sell. What I don't want you to do for the next 60 days is just be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do this research for 2 hours a day. Like, I'm working on my business. Like, no, we're not going to do that. That's not what we do here, right? We're not procrastinators. Also, just do it for 2 hours a day and crack on. So some of you are going to be saying, I don't have the time to do that with my 9 to 5 or my college work. Well, you're going to have to sacrifice some stuff. So if you've got a 9 to 5, right, or you've got like university or something, well, let's say that this takes you 8 hours a day. So you're sleeping for 8 hours, which you should, and you're working for 8 hours, which means that there's 8 hours left over to do research in this program. I told you this is going to be hard work, right? If you're not willing to spend every single spare minute, an hour that you have on this business, then you might as well just leave, because you're never going to be successful. Like, this is really where the men are going to be separated from the boys and the women are going to be separated from the girls here, because like if you're looking at this thinking, God, 2 hours a day, I don't know if I can, I don't want to like God, that means I can't go to do my knitting class, or I'm going to have to stop doing that then. I don't want to do that. This will show you how much you actually want to do it. And if I'm telling you now, like, the train's about to leave, and if you don't get on it, you're done for. If you can't be bothered to do this, you might as well just leave this program now. And I know that sounds harsh, and I don't want it to come across as harsh, and I want to encourage you, and I want to see you succeed, and I want to see you win. But it's going to get, like, we're going down a bloody dangerous, scary path. If you can't even take the first step, you have no business being with us. I want you to come, I do. But if you can't be bothered to sacrifice something to do this, then sorry, but you're not going to make it. To give you some context, this is what I did for the first year. So when I was starting my business, I had an apprenticeship. I had a 9 to 5. So I would get up at 5:30 to go to the gym because I wanted to take care of my health. At 6:30, I'd get back from the gym, get ready for work and drive to work. And then from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., I would make cold calls and work on my business. So I found 2.5 hours in the morning to work on my business. Then I would work from 9:30 to 1. Then at 1, on my lunch break, I would go and buy, in the UK, you can buy these things called meal deals, which is just like this, sandwich and drinks and stuff that you can buy for like £3 or £3.50 now. Inflation gone mad if you ask me. But anyway, I'd eat a meal deal in record time. I'd do this in like 5 minutes. Then I'd spend an hour on my lunch break in my car, away from my work in a lay-by, making more cold calls or working on my business or doing niche research. Then I'd work again on my 9 to 5, drive home, and then between 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., I would make more cold calls and work on my business again. So then I'd eat dinner and I'd wind down. Like an hour before bed, I would just like stare at a wall or play Call of Duty. I found 6 hours a day to get my business off the ground. Stop making excuses. Like, the only reason I'm being harsh here and telling you that it's possible and that you have to make sacrifices and being quite cold is because this is what I did myself. So I'm just holding you to the same standard that I held myself to, which is really what a mentor should do. Okay? So you're going to have to get rid of some stuff. You're going to have to make some sacrifices. But if you can't do 2 hours of research a day, I mean, my God, if you can't do that for 2 months, like, I don't know what to tell you. So the next step is validating the problem and the solution. So the whole point of this research and the whole point of this protocol is to understand the niche well enough to extrapolate a goal and a problem so that we know what to offer people so they can get what they want, so we can create value. So for the next 60 days, you're going to be trying to gather niche information. We're obviously going to be using the resources I've given you, etc., etc. But after 7 to 14 days, a clear set of problems should emerge. So usually, once you've done 10 interviews and 10 hours of research, you're going to start to notice like a real pattern where like, okay, this problem really seems to be quite prevalent. So after a week or two, you should have a list of between 3 and 10 problems that continuously pop up on your interviews and in your content consumption or social research. So what you want to do is make a list of all the problems and run them through this simple validation technique. So what I've done here is I've created this resource called problem and solution validation. And so what we want to do here is we want to ask the market what their problem is, basically, and find out, like, the easiest way to find a problem is ask them what they want and then ask them why they're not there. And then it will reveal the problem and the obstacle. So we need to validate the problem is good. And what I mean by good is this actually worth building a business off of? And we also need to validate the solution as well. And this means, like, is the problem solvable? Like, can this actually be solved? Like, is this easily accessed, etc.? So we have this resource called problem and solution validation. So validation basically means that this problem and solution combination is strong enough of a problem and solution to build a business on and achieve financial freedom. So here's the action steps. You're going to have to do these eventually, probably in the next week or two, really, as you start doing interviews. So step 1 is to list all the problems you found during your interview and research stage. So you want to conduct at least 10 interviews and at least 10 hours of research before doing this. So you're not going to be able to do this right now, but you want to bookmark this and come back to it once problems start to emerge. And so you want to list your discovered problems below, and there should be anywhere between 3 to 10. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe you've got 5 of them. Like, you've done 10 interviews, all like 9 of these people have told you like there's 4 problems that exist routinely, and on your 10 hours of research, you've watched these YouTube videos and these podcasts, and that people keep saying these things are problems as well. So list them down. Now, once you've done this, you want to validate each problem with the 3 following criteria, okay? So first of all, you need to know that more than 5 people have talked about this at length. So if the problem is, for example, if your niche is tree surgeons and a random problem they have is finding a good apprentice, like I said, I don't know if it's a problem or not, it's probably not, but let's say it is, like have more than 5 tree surgeons actually ranted on about this being a problem, right? And when people talk about this problem, is there actually pain associated with it, right? So when people are talking about this problem, there is actually pain associated with it. So if it's like, I just need a good apprentice, I don't really care, but like it would be nice to have one. There's no pain there, right? It needs to produce pain. And also this problem keeps jumping out at you during your content or social research. And this problem is an obstacle to a common goal. Okay? So the problem's valid if more than 5 people talk about it at length. If those 5 people or more say that there's a lot of pain associated with it, and also if it keeps jumping out at you during your research on social platforms and content, and also if it's like a blatant obstacle to a common goal, right? So if the tree surgeon's goal is to have someone else run the business for them, and an obstacle for them to do that is to find an apprentice that they can train up, then it's pretty clear that finding a good apprentice is an obstacle to a common goal. And so that problem has validity using this mechanism, right? And then also, you want to ask these questions about each problem that tick all 4 validation boxes. So once you've validated it using these 4 tick boxes here, the problem's valid, but we want to go one step further, right? Do the people in this niche really care about it? And you're going to use your own subjective understanding of the niche now to answer this. Does everyone in this niche suffer with the same problem? Like, is this actually a common problem, or have I just kind of like, am I not really onto anything here? Will they pay thousands of dollars to have this problem solved? Now, this is a difficult question to answer. If it's painful, the answer is almost always yes. But this is the thing, like, do you think people will actually pay for this? Like, would they really, like, if you're working with like knitting coaches, right, for example, and one of the problems that they have is that they're, I don't know, the magazines they knit out of are in black and white, and it annoys them because they want them to be in color. It's like, well, would they really pay like $3,000 just to have that in color? Probably not. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you got to use your brain. Is it a big problem? Does it truly keep them up at night? Is this a problem that really causes is this problem really causing the market serious, genuine pain? So in other words, when people talk about this, is there emotion in their voice? Like, when you're asking these questions and when you're listening to this content and consuming this content, is there like an emotional attachment to this? Like if you're on these interviews and you ask someone about a problem and they get a little bit like passionate about it, and they rant and you can hear the emotion, is it really causing genuine pain / distress? Is this an obstacle getting in the way of their dreams and goals? And is this a ground-breaking problem or just a little nuisance? So is it really like a big old, fuck off massive, god damn it, I wish this thing would go away? Or is it just a little nuisance? Is it a broken leg or is it just a stubbed toe? Now, once you've validated the problem, using this, we want to validate the solution. So this is the thing. A problem can be fantastic and it can be a brilliant problem to solve. You can tick all these boxes, right? You can answer all these questions and you yourself can be passionate and interested about the problem. But the next step is we need to validate the solution. So the thing is we need to make sure that we can actually solve the damn thing, right? So first of all, like the easiest way to validate a solution is there someone in your niche who's actually solved the problem? So this is the thing, like if there's nobody in the world that has solved this problem, then we're not going to try and solve it because we don't know if it's actually possible. Like it probably is, but the thing is when it comes to learning how to solve problems, and I'm going to teach you this in week 3 when we become experts and how to become an expert, like you need to find critical information. And if no one's solved this problem, then you haven't got any critical information to find. Like if there's nobody, like if there's no tree surgeons that have good apprentices, then we're not even going to bother trying to solve that problem, because where are we going to find the information? You know, we're going to just be guessing, and it's going to take too long. So are there people in your niche who have solved this problem? And if you want to know whether this is true or not, this will be demonstrated if there are a minority of people in the niche who have achieved the transformational goal the majority want to achieve, because the minority wouldn't have been able to achieve it if this problem could not be solved. So remember, a problem is an obstacle to a goal. And what that means is that if someone in your niche, even one person in your niche, has successfully achieved the common goal of the niche, that means that in some way, shape or form, they've had to remove that obstacle and solve that problem. And if that's the case, it means the problem is valid. It means the solution is valid. It can be done. And we can find people that have actually done it. If not above, are there people in similar niches who have solved this problem, right? So, you know, let's say that, okay, well, there's nobody in the tree surgeon niche that has found out how to reliably get good apprentices, but what about the home improvement niche? Or what about the gardening niche? You know, once again, guys, I'm not saying that the apprentice, this is probably a terrible idea. I've not validated this. I've not researched it. It's just an idea, right? But you get my point. There are, you know, lateral niches that are parallel to the niche that you're in. They might have solved the problem, and you can take that information from that niche into yours. Are there businesses that solve this problem? So are there actually like competitors in your niche or a similar niche that do this thing? Because then you can validate it. It's like being a fish and picking a pond to live in. You might want to pick the pond that's got no fish in it, but how do you know that pond's not toxic? It's probably not safe, right? It's the same thing. You don't want to go into a blue ocean. You want some competition, because that competition it's a sign of life, right? And then also the information required to solve the problem is findable. So really remember, how do we solve problems? Well, we find and apply critical information. And what you need to ask yourself is, do you think that you can find the information required? The answer is probably almost always going to be yes, but like you need to know that there is actually a place that you can go to look. Like, is it something you can research and understand? Are you going to be guessing? Like, you know, yeah, that's that. So that's how you validate a solution. So the next step is to pick your problem and solution. So you want to rank the problems that you've discovered. Of course, that's what we've done, is we've just uncovered them, basically. You know, we haven't created them. We've just discovered them, right? So we rank the problems according to the validation technique. And then what you want to do now is write down the problem and the solution you're going to pick. So you're just going to put problem here. Now, you're not going to necessarily pick a solution, right? Because we don't know what the solution is going to be yet. But what matters is you need to validate your problem, and obviously we have to validate the solution accordingly to that. So write down the problem here. You know, well, what is it? Put it down, note it. Okay? So deciding solution. So what you've just done, I mean, you won't have done this now, right? Because this is all theory crafting right now, but you're going to go and do this in the next couple of weeks, is you've just picked a foundation. You have picked the initial condition, the trajectory of your entire business. And so the next thing you need to do, once you've picked the problem, is decide what sort of solution you're going to offer. So remember that in consulting, a solution is simply the application of critical information. So don't concern yourself with how. I don't want you to worry about how the hell you're going to solve this problem yet, because I'm going to teach you how to solve this problem and become an expert in solving this problem in week 3. So as we go through the offer training, the rest of this mindset training, you're going to feel a little bit insecure because you're like, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing about this thing. But what matters is that we found it, and you can build yourself around the problem. You cannot build the problem around you. So all you need to do right now is just concern yourself with the outcome and that it is possible to solve. So when we create your offer in the next video, you know, we are going to be creating the offer assuming that you already are an expert around the problem. You cannot rest this mindset training. You're going to feel a little bit insecure because you're like, I don't even know what the hell I'm doing about this thing. But what matters is that we found it, and you can build yourself around the problem. You cannot build the problem around you. So all you need to do right now is just concern yourself with the outcome problem. You cannot build the problem about this thing. But what matters is that we found it, and you can build yourself around the problem. You cannot build the problem around you. So all you need to do right now is just concern yourself with the outcome and that it is possible to solve. So when we create your offer in the next video, we are going to be creating the offer assuming that you already are an expert. and already know how to solve this problem. So in the next video, I'm going to help you create your marketing message. I'm going to help you create your pricing strategy. I'm going to help you create your guarantee. Like all of these with the outcome that it is possible to solve. So when we create your right now, it's just you can build yourself around the problem. You cannot build the problem around you. So all you need to do right now is just concern yourself with the outcome and that it is possible to solve. So when we create your offer in the next video, we are going to be creating the offer assuming that you already are an expert and already know how to solve this problem. So in the next video, I'm going to help you create your marketing message. I'm going to help you create your pricing strategy. I'm going to help you create your guarantee. Like all of these things are going to create, and you're going to be like, but I don't even know if I can deliver this thing yet. But I'm not worried about that now because I'm going to show you how to deliver it and how to become an expert. And what matters is that we meet the market where it is, if that makes sense. So this might seem backwards to you, but we need to get moving. We've got work to do. I can't have you procrastinating and just learning for the next 9 months. Like I want to get you results quickly. So I'll show you how to deliver and become an expert later. And you're going to become an expert before you start trying to get clients. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about doing sales calls when you don't know what you're talking about. That's not going to happen. But for now, we just need to get moving. So for now, you just need to decide on the model. So are you going to do done for you, right? And done for you is where you execute the critical information for the client. Are you going to do done with you, which is where you and the client communicate together, and execute on the critical information together? It's like a coach. Or are you going to do it yourself, which is where, you give them the information and they do it themselves. So this is the very important difference here. Done with you is one-on-one coaching where you're working with the person. Do it yourself is where you teach them to do it. So done for you is for beginners with no experience in a niche, right? Where they can deliver value by doing the work for clients. Done with you is also for total beginners with no experience in a niche, where they can only deliver value by working with the client one-on-one. And DIY, do it yourself, where you teach people, like I'm doing with you now, is only for people who have already successfully got the result for 15 clients in the niche. So you're probably not going to be in the DIY category. Now, if you've solved the problem for yourself, for example, if you already are a successful property investor, and you want to turn your personal experience and expertise into a product, then you can go straight to DIY. But I'd still probably recommend you do DFY or DWY first, because you can only really create a program and teach people if you are a true expert. And so if you've done it for yourself, then sure, you can go straight to a course and DIY. But if you haven't, it's got to be done for you or done with you. So pick your model. Tick the box. Which one are you going to pick? Done for you? The problem now. Do you think it's going to be easier to solve this problem by doing it for them or doing it with them? And you should know the problem inside out, and you should know which one of these is more appropriate. Okay? So congratulations. Once you've done this, well, I'm congratulating you a little bit early. Dude, I'm really proud of you right now because you're still in the program. You're doing action. You're doing things. You're clicking buttons, you're thinking, you're solving problems, you're starting to do work, and I'm so happy that you're doing it. And I know that I know I can be a little bit cruel sometimes and harsh, but I just want to tell you the truth and be honest with you and transparent with how difficult this thing's going to be. It's not going to be easy, but I'm really happy that you've made it this far. I'm really proud of you going through these long videos and doing the work. So well done, keep it up. And once you've done this, you've now got 3 of the 5 core foundations. So you've selected your niche. Once you've done this, you'll have your problem and you'll kind of have the solution semi-formed. So in the next video, we're going to create your offer and define the result we want to achieve. So we've got a couple more foundations to sort of build. The solution, you're not really going to be clear on this until you actually get to week 3 and become an expert. But we're halfway there, which is good. So just a final note, it's going to take you a couple of weeks to find the problem, and we will be using this to build the offer. So in the next video, we're going to get into offer and result. Perhaps you already know the niche and think you know what problem you want to solve. Don't stop going through the training, and don't think you already know the niche. Do this research. Unless you're an absolute expert in this niche, do your research. And don't stop going through the training. So don't use this research as a method of procrastination. You want to watch the offer video next and revisit it once you've validated your problem. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to create an offer, and I'm going to show you how to create a price and a guarantee, and you're not really going to be able to take any action on it because, well, you don't know what to solve, and you don't like the offer is built out of the problem, and the result is built out of the solution. And so until you've got those two things, we can't really do it. But what's important is that you understand how it works, so that when you find the problem and when you find the solution, you can revisit the training, use your understanding of what you've already learned, and then create a really strong offer. Okay? But I just want to keep you moving. I want to keep you moving through the training. Okay? And also, one more thing, by the way, just a caveat. So obviously all of this hinges on you getting interviews and talking to people. If you say, I cannot get any interviews because I cannot find people in my niche, then you've picked a terrible niche. And you need to go back to the video, to the niche video, right? I'm just gonna put this in. You need to go back to the niche video. Because if you remember, if you were listening, being able to find this niche online is one of the core components of a good niche. Remember when you picked your niche, we had those dark orange boxes, those check boxes. One of the dark orange check boxes, which confirms that a niche has validity, is being able to actually find the niche online. And if you're trying to get these interviews and suddenly you're like, I don't have any phone numbers, I can't find them on social media, and I cannot find their emails, then you need to go and pick another niche. Because first of all, how the hell are you going to get any sales calls? Like if you can't get any interviews, how are you going to get any sales calls? Like you can't contact them, right? So yeah, that's basically that. So that is everything for total niche immersion. Like I said, I'm really proud of you going through this training so far, sticking out the videos. I can tell you that most people will have given up and quit by now. And I hope I've set your expectations properly for what you need to do. This is imperative and it's so important, just as the rest of these foundational videos are. And let's get to work and let's start finding some problems.
Let's go. Right. We just finished the total niche immersion video. So I just want to share my notes with you guys. Okay. Let me do that. Here it is. Okay. Are you seeing this? Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so as you can see, there you go. My notes, basically, I'm just gonna share my thoughts and reflections on the niche immersion. So let's go one by one. Your business is born from your niche. Businesses don't start because of a good idea. They start because the market has needs, wants, and desires that can be capitalized on by entrepreneurs. Because of this, it's dangerous to assume you know what your niche wants or needs. Basically, it just hit me every single time that we cannot assume what their biggest problem is. It's dangerous to just, when you had an idea, or you talk to someone that is that people, that avatar, but actually you haven't done enough. So that's what I'm gonna apply. The understanding them better to see what the pain points are, the desires, the wants, what are their goals. Because I know my niche, what they need to do, right? But I don't know what they want, or I'm not 100% sure. So right now, what we're gonna do is to basically research our niche, research my niche, and do the protocols that Charlie said that I need to do. So it's time to take action. Okay, wait a minute. I'm not showing you there you go. So basically, you can build yourself around the problem. You can build the problem around you. So the whole point of this interview is is to find out what they want, what's stopping them from getting it. Then we can reverse engineer to find out where we can alleviate the pain and make money. Basically, I'm gonna do this 5 things. This one. Immersive community, the immersive internet, and immersive content, immersive outreach, and conducting research calls. Okay. So this will take long. This is actually where the work begins. We're done consuming. We're now acting. We're now doing the work, doing the action steps. And yeah, I'm gonna be on a session where I just go lock in creating these steps, like working towards it. And yeah, I hope you guys as well as working on your stuff and pushing through. Let's lock in. Let's go. basically what we need to immerse ourselves in the world of our niche. So we need to be borderline obsessed. The unhealthy borderline obsessed with them. It is the obsession that sets us apart from the pack. Because a lot of times, from what I'm seeing, is that many agencies are just too shallow. They're not being all in on providing the best quality service for your clients. So yeah, let's do this. Okay, right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the daily immersion protocol. So it's around 10:25, so we'll be done by 12:25.
and Schoolers, which is a community for school owners. You can switch between communities like this. Here's how your school works. There's a community tab for posts and comments, a class, everything together.
Hey guys, so right now I am just doing these steps in the daily immersion. I just finished creating my school group, and now I am doing the persona or the online account. I'm gonna be joining some Facebook groups and so on, and I think that's where my market is. So yeah, just an update. Hey, so we just took a break and now we are rolling again. I'm just setting up the alias for our niche immersion. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create accounts on different platforms like Facebook, Reddit, mostly Facebook groups for the Facebook groups. And yeah, I'm excited and it's a work, but yeah, pushing through. Let's go. Hey guys, so right now I just finished all the basically all the action steps in 1.4. I've created the script, I've did the aliases, and just the remaining ones are the content to see, to watch, and consume. But I think it's much better to just go direct outreach to them to basically know everything in their business, because all the content like blogs is so high level. They cannot give the deep details, the nitty gritty details that I needed for that. So yeah. So right now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue our our modules and going to push through this. So let's go. Let's continue this. Let's go. Hey man, so let's just keep pushing, right? We can do this. So I'm located in the Philippines, by the way. And yeah, let's go. I'll just copy first I'm putting everything on a Google Doc so that every module is like one click away. Yeah, follow me through. Let's go. So this is outsourcing na. Okay. Outstanding offer architecture. Nice. I'm a bit laggy. But that's okay. See, my frames is getting dropped. Outstanding offer architecture. Let's change our scroll. Studying 0.6. Let's go. Let's just continue. it's gone. So this is gonna be a breeze. Why? Because I understand how offer works, but it's nice to be reminded as to how everything should work. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's go. Wait a minute. Okay, let's just do a quick restart for to not lag. Okay, here it is. Let's go.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Outstanding Offer Architecture. So in this video, we're going to be constructing an offer for your business. An offer is essentially the way we are packaging the solution and your expertise. And it's the way we package what you do to basically make what you do as persuasive and compelling in a sales environment and a marketing environment as possible. And so the offer is the thing that is market facing, which means that this is what you're going to be using to attract customers. And it's really important. The offer is really the main thing. Once you're an expert at something, and once you're able to solve a problem for someone that's painful, just telling them, hey, I can solve this for you, it can do some work, but it's not persuasive enough. And so what we're going to do in this video is take what you do and what you know about your market, and we're going to craft what we would call a marketing argument or a sales argument, which is basically a statement, a paragraph, a few sentences that encapsulates exactly what you do in beautiful, concise form in order to encourage people to schedule appointments with you, to buy from you, and to have confidence in your service. Now, a transaction can only occur when the customer or the prospect has conviction or confidence that you can do what you say you can do. And an offer is basically the mechanism that communicates that what you say you can do. And it's going to give people conviction. And so this is really important, because without an offer, or at least a good one, your business is going to fall flat on its face. So I know at this point in the training that, you're not ready to make an offer yet. You don't know even what problem you're going to solve. And I told you to continue on with the videos, and that's absolutely fine. So this video is kind of designed to watch twice. Once now, when you've just come through the first week, you've just finished niche immersion, you're only just starting to do niche research, maybe you haven't even started yet, maybe you're starting now, tomorrow, today, whatever, and you haven't got a problem, you haven't got a solution, and you don't even know what you're becoming an expert in yet, right? In order to build an offer, you need to know what problem you're solving, what the outcome of solving that problem is, how long it's going to take. You need to be an expert, right? So you can't do this yet, but what I want you to do is watch this video and understand it. Don't worry about any of the action items or anything. Understand it, and then when you feel confident enough that you understand the problem and you know what outcome people want, and you know how long things take, you might not be a fully fledged expert yet, but you can come back to this video and re-engineer your offer once you've done that. If you are in a position where you know what problem you want to solve, but you just don't know how to solve it yet, then you can go ahead and make your offer. Okay, and this is really important. I'm going to repeat that. If you know what you're going to solve, so the second you find a problem and you validate that problem and you decide on that problem and you find the solution, right? I.e., you kind of know what to do to solve the problem, but you're not an expert yet. Like you've just finished your market research, basically. Then you qualify to build an offer. So you don't need to become a fully fledged expert in order to build an offer. What matters is that you know what people want and you know what to position to get them to buy, and we'll worry about building the expertise and actually building the thing in the future once it's built, okay? So without further ado, let's get into it. So here's what we're gonna cover. So first of all, create as if you are, and then explaining offers, offer power, common offer mistakes, offer structure, visualizing offers, business model, risk reversal models, offer construction steps, pricing your offer, and offer pricing worksheet. So we've got quite a lot to cover in this video, including a couple of very important steps. So I'm actually going to walk you through like step by step how to build these things. But before we do that, we need to get some understanding. So this resource will show you how to construct an offer. This is very important as an offer packages your expertise and solution into something that is marketable and sellable, into a product that people will actually purchase. Without one of these, you won't get very far. So you can think of an offer like packaging in the same way that if you were in a grocery store or a supermarket, if you just saw a bunch of crisps, or chips, like those little potato things that are covered in salt and vinegar or whatever, or like cheese and onion flavor, I don't know. But if you saw, in the UK we call them crisps, in America you'd probably call them chips, right? But if you saw a bunch of chips or crisps just laying on the floor with a price tag next to them, or they're just sat on the aisle out in the open, you probably wouldn't buy them because they don't look very attractive. But if you take some really nice packaging and you put those chips or those crisps inside that packaging and you make it all shiny and eye-grabbing, and it looks cool, then you're more likely to buy the crisps or the chips, right? So think of an offer like packaging, basically. Because people won't just buy your thing because it's your thing, they'll buy it because you make it seem a certain way, and that's just called marketing. So the first thing here is to create as if you are. So at this point in the training, if you're watching this for the first time, and you might be watching this for the second time, if you are, then carry on going through the program, and good work. But at this point in the training, you should have the following. So you've got your niche selected and validated. Now, if you're watching this for the first time, then you will not yet have your problem defined and validated, and you will not yet have your solution defined and validated. Because if you're watching this for the first time, then you are yet to discover a problem and validate that problem, let alone start to even understand how to solve that problem and actually validate a solution. If you're watching this for the second time, then you should be in a position where you've done this thing and potentially this thing as well. Okay, but this thing's the main thing. And this is okay. It's designed to be watched twice, like I said. So you can watch the video now for your first time without going through action items, just to get a grasp of offers and what to expect. And we want to keep you moving through the program. So I don't want you, like I said, to be doing niche research for the next 2 months and just hiding behind your keyboard making pretty diagrams and notes. We actually want to continue taking action on this thing. So once you've finished your niche research and have landed on a proper problem and validated that problem, which should be in the next 2 to 8 weeks, then you can come back, watch it again, and complete the action items. Only once you have found and validated this problem can you do this, right? So once you have found and validated the problem, you still won't know how to solve it, but that's what week 3 is for. So all we're trying to do, you can come back to this video once you can tick this box. So the second you've found and defined and validated a problem, you can tick the box. And then we're going to create the offer, and then you're going to be like, well, I don't know how to solve the problem yet. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. Well, that's fine, because we're going to get into the solution in week 3, and I'm going to show you how to become an expert. But you don't need to be an expert to create an offer. You just need to know what people want, and then you can build your expertise around the need and desire of the market. And the main thing is, when creating your offer, you create the offer first based on what the market wants or needs, and then you develop your skills to deliver that offer. So you do not try to build an offer around what you can do right now, because that won't work. So the reason you want to build the offer before you even know how to solve the problem, because it might sound counterintuitive, but all that matters is that we are offering people what they want or need. Our skill set and our expertise at the present moment in time has absolutely nothing to do with it. So you don't build an offer around your skills and your expertise. No, right? You build an offer around the wants and needs of the market, and then you build your skills and expertise around the offer. If you do it the other way around, you're going to create an offer that is fundamentally restrained by your ability, which means that you're not going to make something very good, depending on where you're at right now, no offense, right? So your skills and expertise should be developed to meet your offer. Your offer should not be developed to meet your skills and expertise. This is a huge mistake people make.
So let's repeat that. The main thing when creating your offer is to create your offer first based on the market wants and needs, and then develop our skills to deliver that offer. Do not try to build an offer around what you can do right now, because it won't work. So your skills and expertise should be developed to meet your offer. Your offer should not be developed to meet your current skills and expertise. So basically, if the market needs the skills that we don't have, we are the one that needs to adjust, right? So that's the thing that we need to do. It's not the other way around. Like, this is only my skill set. What product, what service can I serve them with? But no, we reverse engineer it straight from the pain, and then we move backwards. Right. Okay. Let's continue.
Starting a business is they ask themselves, oh, what am I good at? I can't really do this very well, but I'm just going to offer this kind of crappy thing that no one really wants because it's all I can do. And then they go out and they try and start a business. No one buys it because, well, it doesn't, they don't care. And then they're in trouble. So because of this, the second that you've defined your problem and validated it, you want to craft your offer and do it in a way that is extremely compelling, even if you don't know how to deliver on it just yet. Okay? And this is going to be weird because you're going to start to be writing down promises about outcomes and timeframes that you don't even know if it's possible. You should know if it's possible because we're validating the problem, right? But you don't even know how to do it. And this can feel very strange and weird, but your offer should force you to learn, become an expert, and get good. So you must meet the market where it is because it will not meet you where you are. Okay? The point I'm making is you have to stretch yourself and...
That's really good quote. You meet the market where it is because it will not meet you where you are. Yeah.
Expand your horizons and knowledge to meet what the market wants. You can't just be like, oh, I'm going to offer this because it's what I can do. No. So when you found the problem, come back here, you can tick this box. You won't have found the solution yet unless you already know how to solve it. Maybe you do. If that's the case, then you've saved yourself a lot of hassle. But what matters is you find the problem. And we'll worry about the solution later. For now, it's just the offer. So, in summary, when crafting your offer, craft it as it is. Even if you are already the best in the world, craft it as if you are already the best in the world at your thing and are a true expert in what you do. Even if you aren't. Because you will learn, and your offer creation cannot be constrained or must not be constrained to your skills, expertise, and experience at present. Okay? So this is the main thing. Craft it as if you're the best in the world at your thing. Don't worry about whether or not it's possible. Don't worry about how long it's going to take you to learn. Don't worry about whether or not it's good, because none of that matters. The only thing that matters is, does your market need or want this? Okay? So now that I've got into that, let's actually explain what the hell an offer is, because offer is like quite a loose term, and in the world we use the word offer for lots of different reasons and lots of different things in business. So in the consulting world, and I'm just talking in the consulting world here, right? Because in e-commerce this might be different, but other places it might be different. So in the world an offer is, because whether or not it's good, because none of that matters. The only thing that matters, don't worry about how long it's going to take you to learn. It's in the world at your thing. Don't worry about whether or not it's possible. Don't worry about how long it's going to take you to learn. Don't worry about whether or not it's good, because none of that matters. The only thing that matters is, does your market need or want this? Okay? So that's good, because none of that matters. The only thing that matters is, does your market need or want this? Okay? So now that I've got into that, let's actually explain what the hell an offer is. Because offer is like quite a loose term, and what the hell does the market need or want this? Okay? So now that I've got into that, let's actually explain what the hell an offer is. Because offer is like quite a loose term, and in the world we use the word offer for lots of different reasons and lots of different things in business. So in the consulting world, and I'm just talking in the consulting world here, right? Because in e-commerce this might be different, but other places it might be different. So in the consulting world, an offer is not a product at all. It's not a product. Okay? Your offer is not your product. You do not offer what you do. And I'm going to explain this. Your offer is not a service. Your offer is not your guarantee. Your offer is not your discount. Your offer is not your price. Your offer is not what you do to get results. Okay? You need to get this through your head. These things are not what you're selling. Now, yes, in theory, what you are transacting for money is a product or a service, right? But these things these things don't make up the offer. You don't go to your market and say, hey, I'm going to do this for you. No, you say, I'm going to get you this outcome. Okay? Now, I know this might sound a bit backwards, but to understand this, we must revisit the gap. So you should remember this diagram. And by the way, if you haven't watched week 1 from the beginning, then you should do that, because everything if you don't recognize this diagram, you're already in trouble, right? So please make sure you've watched the previous videos. But remember this, people don't buy products, services, guarantees, discounts, all because of a certain price. They don't buy the price, they don't buy the discount, they don't buy the guarantees. Now, they might do this in a different industry, like a car, like an automotive industry, or the e-commerce industry, or the massage industry, I don't know. But I know that in the consulting world, people don't buy because of these things. These things might help, but it's not the main thing. They don't buy what you do. They don't buy Facebook ads. They don't buy coaching. They don't buy courses. They don't buy marketing. They don't buy information, and they don't buy consulting. They buy the outcome. They buy the result, and they buy the desired situation. Remember, you do not sell what you do. You sell the outcome of doing it. You do not offer what you do. You offer the outcome of doing it. Because of this, your offer is all about packaging your expertise and critical information, and you should remember this term from elucidatory axioms, into a perceived vehicle to bridge the gap between where they are now and where they want to be. So just to give you some examples to make this concrete. So what's more compelling? I'm going to help you run Facebook ads for your business, or I'm going to help you get 10 clients in the next 30 days guaranteed. Because Facebook ads might be what you do, right? But it's not about what you do.
That's true, right? You do not sell what you do, you sell the outcome of doing it. You offer the outcome of doing it. Because a lot of times, people, or like most people, do this, right? They have skills, they have this, bang. They have the skills, and then they offer what they have, not what the outcome of doing it actually means, right? So that's very, very crucial in creating an offer, because when we think about it, when we buy stuff as a consumer, right? Or if we are renting something, or we are buying a service, right? We ourselves are doing the same thing. We buy the outcome, not what the person does. Okay. Yeah.
Do people don't buy because that's what I'm selling them. That's what no, you don't. You need to get this through your head. What you deliver, like the methodology you use, or the critical information you deploy to bring about the change in reality for someone, it's not what you're selling. Like, it's what you do. It's the cause. You don't sell the cause. You sell the effect. That's the easiest, most concise way for me to put this. We sell effects. We do not sell causes. So, cause, no one cares. Effect, everyone cares. Another example, I'm going to create you and sell you a diet plan and exercise program. Well, this is a cause, right? So what we do instead, a more compelling way of presenting this as an offer would be, I'm going to help you lose 50 pounds in 6 months guaranteed. Once again, we don't sell the cause, we sell the effect. In marketing and sales, we focus on selling the outcome, not the thing that gets us there, okay? So it's not about your course. Like, for example, you're in Imperium Academy right now, watching this video, right? And you're investing your time into this program, and you're part of the community, and you've signed up and everything. And you probably didn't sign up for this thing because it's a course. You probably didn't sign up because it's information. You signed up because you thought it could get you from where you are right now to where you want to be. You weren't concerned with the cause, you were concerned with the effect when you made the purchase or when you made the decision to come on board, right? So as you can now see, offers are not what they seem, okay? In our world, an offer is basically, it's pretty straightforward. In our world, an offer is a way in which a product or service is positioned. So an offer is positioning. So one way you could position your business and your sales argument is, I'm a personal trainer, and I'm going to give you 6 sessions a month, and I'm going to give you a diet plan, and I'm going to hold you accountable to your goals, and yeah, I'm going to be there for you. Okay, well, that's what you do, but what's the result of that? It's like, I'm a personal trainer, and I'm going to get you in the best shape of your life for your wedding so that you can feel unbelievably confident and fit into your dream wedding dress. What do you think someone is going to care more about? To get you in the best shape of your life for your wedding so that you can feel unbelievably confident and fit into your dream wedding dress. What do you think someone is going to care more about? Now, obviously, if you're a dude, maybe you don't care too much about that. But if you're a bride-to-be and there's a personal trainer that specifically helps upcoming brides get in shape to, fit into a specific size of wedding dress, you're probably going to care more about feeling good on your wedding day than how many days a week the trainer is going to be in the gym with you. Now, you might still ask, and it might still be an important thing in your buying decision, but it's not going to be the cause. The thing that you do is not going to be the stimulus that initiates the sales conversation in the first place or closes the deal, right? So offers have strength, and strength works on a scale. Offers aren't binarily simply weak or strong, or good or bad. I see this a lot where people are like, oh, is this a good offer or a bad offer? Or is this a strong offer or a weak offer? And you don't really get these sort of binary things. It's a question of how weak or how strong or how good or how bad. And it's only in contrast to other offers in the market. And so this is why I say that an offer is the way that a product or service is positioned. Because in your market, you've got lots of competitors, and your competitors have, they present their offers in a certain way, and your job is to present your offer in a way that is stronger or better than other people. And I'm going to show you how, so don't worry. Now, this question is answered by your market by comparing your offer to your competitors. When you create an offer, you are positioning your product. And the way you, when you ask yourself, what's positioning? Well, you can only position something in relation to something else. So if I said to you, if I walked into your room right now with a small house plant, and I said, where would you like this plant to be positioned? you'd say, oh, I'd like it to be positioned opposite the window, or I'd like it to be positioned on the desk, like on the right-hand side opposite the door, or I'd like it to be positioned next to the fan. Like you can only position something next to something else, okay? And so what we're doing when we create our offer is we're going out and we're looking at the market and we're basically trying to make our offer appear better than everybody else's. And if you're wondering, by the way, how to do this, because I figured out how to do this for my market and it's not easy to do, you just have to have a better product. Because if you look at EasyGrow's offer right now, and you might be familiar do this for my market and it's not easy to do.
So he said, basically, the one thing that matters is his product, right? If your product is the best, you do not even need to compete with other people. Like your product, when it is great, when it is the best, when it is perceived as best, the key term is perceived, right? When it is perceived by the market as the best one, it doesn't even compare to the other one, right? Like it doesn't even reach their mind to go for the lower segment of it. Yeah.
You just have to have a better product. Because if you look EasyGrow's offer right now, and you might be familiar with EasyGrow's offer if you've been seeing it promoted and stuff throughout this program. EasyGrow's offer, no one even comes in any way, shape, or form remotely close to guaranteeing the number of clients we guarantee, getting the results we get, and positioning it that well. The only reason that EasyGrow's offer is so insanely strong and so insanely good is because it absolutely smashes every other offer for client acquisition in the market. It's not that we have a good or bad offer, it's just that it's way better than everybody else's. Someone could come along and double my offer, and then suddenly my offer would become weak. But the only reason I know no one can do that is because no one has a better product than me. I basically spent a year of my life and hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more than that at this point, on research and development into this program, probably millions, right? Actually, it would be millions, I think about it. No one can outdo that. And so if you want to have a sick offer, you just have to have a really sick product. And so this is why I'm saying that you want to just worry about crafting the offer and making it really compelling, and then trying to meet your skill set and your expertise to deliver that thing. Now, the way you position your product influences your market's perception of that product, which ultimately influences their confidence in it. And so all an offer is a display of confidence. Okay? Think of it kind of like a display of confidence. Okay, think of it kind of like you know how in nature documentaries, certain birds will have these weird mating rituals, where they'll build certain nests or do certain dances, and really what it is a game of confidence. It's the female will come along, and then the males will start dancing or building their nests or something, and the female will pick the male that she has the most confidence in terms of his ability to, I don't know, whatever the hell birds want these days, right? Birds is in, the organisms, not the flightless, the things that fly, not actual women, right? But you get my point. Who knows what female birds want these days, right? Whatever. But the point I'm making is that your offer is kind of and this is going to be an extensive metaphor that I hope doesn't get clipped on short form content. It's kind of like a marketing mating display, where you're going out to the market and you're showing them, look at my dance, look at my feathers, look at my nest. I've got a better nest than everybody else. I've got a better dance than everybody else, which means that I'm stronger, better, and will be able to give you more of what you want. I know that's a weird analogy, but that's kind of how it works. It's all about market perception. You're trying to basically have the market perceive your product as something that gives, it's like, oh, this is a sure thing. You're trying to get them to perceive it in a way that influences their confidence to be higher, in the same way that a male bird would do by building a massive nest, or learning a specific dance, or growing like those peacocks, those massive nests. Confidence to be higher, in the same way that a male bird would do by building a massive nest, or learning a specific dance, or growing like those peacocks, those massive tails. It's like, yeah, I've got spare calories lying around. To grow this thing, like, I'm a pretty safe bet, whatever the hell that means, but you get my point. So for example, 5 competing businesses could have identical business models, because this is the thing, like, how do you stand out? Well, you could have 5 people with the same business model, identical niches, identical problems, and identical solutions with identical results, but you can have totally different positioning on offer. So let's say we've got 5 businesses, like, one of them can have a really strong offer, but it's only strong because the other ones are weaker than it, right? And so the above examples are only weak or strong when contrasted to each other. Offers aren't good or bad only when compared to other offers made by competitors. Now, because 90% of people in the online space don't understand offer creation, you can gain a really big business advantage. You can have the same business as somebody else and even get the same results and make more money than them just by positioning what you do in a slightly better way. Now note, offers succeed when they inspire certainty and position products as vehicles or pathways to escape current situations and achieve desired ones. And offers succeed when they are unique and force the market to perceive a product or business in a different, better way to competition. Niches and markets do not saturate, offers do. It's an important lesson in business here. Like, your niche or your market, people say this all the time, like, oh, my niche is saturated. It's like, the only real way for a niche to saturate would be for that niche to wake up tomorrow and have every single problem that they face immediately solved forever. And that doesn't happen. So if you can't get clients, it's not because the niche is saturated, but because the offer you're using is saturated. Like, what the hell do you expect? If you just rock up to, if you just go along to a market and then suddenly you start, copying other people's offers and doing the exact same thing as everybody else, well, of course you're not going to get clients. Like, it's kind of like, how the hell are you going to pick? It'd be like if you it's like, imagine going into a theater or a cinema, not a cinema, but you go into a theater with a big stage, okay? And there's 50,000 seats in this theater. And everybody in those seats is your market, right? It's your niche. You've got 50,000 people sat down, okay? And then on stage, you walk out with 5,000 of your competitors. And your job is to stand out from the crowd. Now, if everybody on that stage is wearing a grey suit, then your niche doesn't know who to pick. Like, everybody in the audience, they don't know who to look at. They don't know like who to pick, whatever. And then let's say that you come out in a bright blue suit. Well, suddenly you stand out and you look different to everybody else. And sometimes that's all you have to do, in order to actually get people's attention and start working. Or say that everyone starts singing and they all sing the same note, but you just sing it way better. Like, you're going to stand out. Like, if you're singing the same song as everybody, but then there's like one voice in the crowd of those 5,000 people that's just hitting these notes beautifully, they're going to stand out and the market will know who to pick. And that's exactly what I've done with EasyGrow. There are hundreds of client acquisition programs that say, I'll guarantee you 3 clients, I'll guarantee you 100 appointments, I'll do this, I'll do that. And like, we just came along with EasyGrow and we just put a blue suit on. We were like, I don't even want to look anything like these guys. And it worked. And it's made us tens of millions of dollars. So, offer power. Do you actually need one? You might be thinking, well, do I need an offer? Like, what's the point? Well, offers are incredibly important. So here's why. So first of all, rising tide. A rising tide raises all ships. In client acquisition, your offer can quite literally improve every single metric and system you have. Your offer alone can move your sales conversion rate by 10 to 40%. So sales conversion rate is basically like the percentage chance you have of closing a client that actually comes on a call with you for a sales call, right? It can improve your show up rate by 10 to 40%, which is basically the rate at which people show up for the appointments they schedule with you. And don't worry about these technical terms, we're going to get into them in the sales module. But it can also improve your appointment booking rate on different systems by 5 to 10%. Just by fixing this one small thing, you can fix everything. It's an asymmetric advantage, meaning it takes a small amount of time and energy to put into it, but massively, massively disproportionate returns in return. And so this is what this means. Just by nailing your offer, you can make everything in your business work better. And persuasion, the more powerful.
So I just realized something, right? So this part of our architecture isn't just applicable for B2B, but also to the clients that we're serving. Meaning that we can apply this methodology to create them a unique, positioned, very good positioned offer or whatever their market is, right? So we can use this for ourselves and for our clients as well. Yeah.
Your offer, the less persuasive and skilled you need to be to acquire clients. Learning how to become persuasive takes years of daily practice and doesn't come naturally to lots of people. Creating a good offer takes a few hours and gives the same, if not better, returns. If you don't have a good offer, you'll need to persuade even more. So, if your offer sucks, you can still make money if you're an incredible salesperson. But I'm assuming that, you haven't got 15 years of sales experience under your belt. And even if you do, if you have a good offer, it's going to be like candy from a baby. So, yeah. Of course, the best thing to do is be persuasive with a good offer, but we're going to teach you how to do both those things. And making it easy. Good offers make client acquisition easy. If you create a sales argument or an offer that cannot be defeated, then you will close deals. If you look at EasyGrow's offer, it's kind of like, how could you possibly say no? It's one of those offers where it's just in the marketing world, it's called a no-brainer. A no-brainer offer,
So let's basically focus on this. Offer power, rising tide. A rising tide raises all ships, meaning it is an asymmetric return if we focus on this. If we nail this part, everything in the business is easier, right? And number 2 is persuasion. The more powerful your offer is, the less persuasive you need to be to acquire clients. Learning how to become persuasive takes years of daily practice and doesn't come naturally to a lot of people. Creating a good offer takes a few hours and gives the same, if not better, results. Okay, and number 3 is making it easy. Good offer makes client acquisition easy. Yeah. So true. Yeah.
Not buy, you'd feel stupid, you'd feel dumb, and you would be, because it's it's such an insane offer, and it's such an insane return with such insane results and track record, and the risk reversals there. If you hop on a call for EasyGrow and you're a fit for EasyGrow and you don't buy EasyGrow, it's you need a lobotomy or something. And this happens, obviously people come on, they're not fit and they don't buy and they get scared or whatever, but when you look at the offer for EasyGrow, for example, which I'm just giving you as an example because it's kind of literally what I'm teaching, I'm practicing what I'm preaching right now, you can't really say no to it, because it's so compelling. You want an offer that is so good that no one would say no. It would make them feel stupid or like they're an irresponsible person. If you position what you do in a way that makes them feel as though they can be certain and have extreme confidence in your product to get them what they want, it's impossible for them to say no. Now, some mistakes. These are really important mistakes because we're going to talk about how to create your offer, but before we do, you need to avoid doing these things. So you're going to be tempted to fall into these 5 things, so please don't, because if you do, then you're going to screw this up. So there's 5 common mistakes people make when creating offers. The first one is copycatting. So remember that an offer is a way to position your product in a way that is so different from the competition that you stand out and cannot be rejected. Most people just copy their offers from the competition, which is a viable strategy to start, but not viable to scale. Learn to think for yourself and position yourself as unique and as a market of one. You want your offer to make it sound like your market can only get what they want from you. And playing it safe. The bolder, braver, and more ballsy the offer, the better positioned you will be and the more confidence it will inspire in your market. I like to create offers in my businesses whereby if I don't deliver, there are genuine consequences and risks on my end. And I want to play with a hand in the game, if that makes sense. And what I basically mean by that is if someone comes on board to EasyGrow, for example, and they do not get results, I lose money, right? I actually actively lose dollars. Like I go into the red if someone doesn't get results, because not only do I give them back all their money, but I've then paid sales commission on that. And there's all sorts of other stuff involved as well that makes me lose money. So I like playing that game. I like to create these offers where there are real consequences to me failing, because it holds me accountable and gives me an incentive to get really good at what I do. And this is why my refund rate is like 0.4%, because we've got so good at what we do, because if we weren't, then we would lose money and I'd go out of business, and I don't want to do that. So if a prospect understands that you have skin in the game and you have your neck on the line for them, they'll feel more comfortable working with you. And once again, it's a confidence thing. Now, if you're at the very beginning of your journey, do not go into the red for your clients, but at least come back to ground zero. So what I mean by that is you don't have to like pay sales commission and pay fees and go into the red if someone doesn't get results, but you should at least be back to where you started. So if you charge someone $5,000 and you promise them something and in a certain time, and then you don't deliver that in that time, then you should refund them. And that's going to hurt, because you're kind of losing what they gave you, but you're no worse off or better off than when you started. So don't go into the red. Don't be like, oh, if you don't get this result, like I'm going to give you a full refund, then I'm going to work for free, then I'm also going to send you $3,000 to say sorry. If you're not good at what you do yet, that's dumb, because you're going to end up going into the red and actually going to get in trouble, right? So don't do that. Now, complicating it. Offers can be like, people can really complicate this. So complicated offers confuse people. You want your offer to be clean, simple, and easy to understand. You want to think about offers from an MVO perspective, which stands for minimum viable offer. Asking yourself, what can I remove from this offer while still making it as grand slam as possible? The best way to strengthen your offer is to remove things, not add them. Okay, this is really important. So when we're building our offer, like you're going to be tempted to write this thing to like 3 or 4 paragraphs, but I'm telling you now that the easiest way to make an offer more appealing and compelling is to remove things, not add them. So, you're going to have short form message, long form message, you're going to have your pitch as a result of this. If it's complicated, you're going to lose deals, because people you might think that, oh, I'm just going to put in as much as I can and make it like as many words. No. No one's going to care, and you're going to lose money. And also non-industry specific. So if you're working in a certain market, then your offer should be tailored towards that market. And this sounds simple enough, but you want to use industry specific buzzwords and expectations. Otherwise you will alienate your market or not resonate with them. So an example of this, I had a client doing marketing for interior designers. Okay, so one of our clients was doing marketing for interior designers, and he was promising high ticket customers. Now, interior, like in the online space, in the consulting space, in the agency space, we throw the word high ticket around in the same way that a normal person would throw around the word hello. It's just part of our lingo. We just say high ticket. We know exactly what it means. But I challenged him and I said, when has an interior designer ever used the words high ticket? And he was like, yeah, fair. I was like, you need to use industry specific language and be very careful using language that that they might not know. Because a little bit of thinking would have helped him realize that the words high ticket don't exist in the interior design world. They just don't. It's the same way where if you're helping plumbers, you don't tell them you're going to get them, more clients, because plumbers don't see their customers as clients. They don't. Client is like a B2B term. Just because you want clients doesn't mean they do. If you were talking to plumbers, you'd use jobs. I'm going to help you get more jobs. I'm going to help you get more hot water cylinder repair clients, or I'm going to help if it's electricians, I'm going to get you more house rewires. You got to be careful with these words. And based on product, okay? You should never build your offer around your product. Instead, you should build your product around your offer. So start with a bold claim that people genuinely care about and want, and then figure out how to make a product that delivers it. This is the most fatal mistake people make. They limit their promises and claims to their skill set, experience, and expertise, instead of using claims and promises to stretch their skill set. Your offer should make you uncomfortable and force you to improve. When I launched EasyGrow's offer, I was beside myself with terror. I was like, if this thing doesn't work, I'm in deep trouble. Now, I'm a little bit more seasoned and experienced and hardened in the offer creation business, so I kind of knew it was going to be fine. So I'm not saying that you should create some absolute ridiculous thing that you're never going to achieve in a million years, at least for 3 or 4 years, right? but you want to try and, you know, push the bar a little bit. It should make you feel a little bit like, holy shit, can I really do that? And then that's how we really, you know, put petrol on the fire with the business. It's when you've got to perform, you've got to figure that thing out, you know, and if you have to, you will, because there's money on the line. So what is the actual structure of an offer like? What does an offer look like? Well, offers consist of 5 variables and also a wild card variable. So what we have here is, you know, in terms of the structure of an actual high ticket consulting offer, is we have N plus O plus T plus RR plus M times S. And so what this means, the actual structure of an offer is niche plus outcome plus time frame plus risk reversal plus methodology multiplied by spin. So the niche is obviously the group of people you work with. The outcome is the result that you're going to promise them. And the outcome is basically what I'm just going to put here, what happens if you solve the problem that they have, right? Time frame is the amount of time it takes to get the promised result or the promised outcome. Risk reversal is a huge component, and risk reversal is basically a safety net that clients have to avoid wasting or losing money. So a risk reversal is basically when it's a way of giving someone confidence. It's a way of saying, hey, person in niche, I will help you get exactly what you want in a time frame that's reasonable for us to do it. And if I don't, then you don't lose your money. Okay? So risk reversal can come in many forms. You can say guaranteed to work, pay on results, paid on performance, or you don't pay, or your money back, or it's on the house, or we'll pick up the bill, or it's on us, no win, no fee, charged on delivery, outcome-based payment, only pay when we deliver, no fee without results, etc. Now, you're going to be taking money up front from people, and I'm going to show you how to collect thousands of dollars on Zoom with one call. And I'm going to walk you through a sales system that will allow you to do this, and you're going to crush it, and it's going to make you a lot of money. But what you're going to do is you're going to charge people for your services, and if you don't get them the result that you promised them, then you're going to refund them. And let me tell you right now, you better fucking refund them. If you don't get them results, fucking refund them. Do not be greedy. Do not be a nasty person and keep money that isn't deserved, because that's not what I'm teaching you to do. What I'm teaching you to do here is create risk reversal offers that make people feel safe, and they should genuinely be safe. I do not want anyone in this program promising the moon and not delivering it and then keeping people's money afterwards. If you do that, there is absolutely no place for you here. You do not belong here. Now, with that said, hopefully that's not you, and I'm sure it's not. I'm sure you don't have bad intentions. But the reason I say that is because what we're going to be doing is taking money up front and saying things like, oh, this is pay on results. So what you're going to do, Mr. Prospect, is pay me now. And if you don't get the result that I promised you, then I'm legally obligated to give you a full refund, which means that you're paying on result. Now, a lot of people will be like, oh, that's not true, but kind of, you got to spin it a little bit. It's the same thing where it's like, only pay when we deliver. So, okay, Mr. Prospect, you're going to pay 50% now, and you're going to pay the other 50% when we deliver. And if we don't deliver by X date on what you want, then that 50% you paid us is going to be fully refunded back to you, and that's in writing, you know, and you can dispute the payment, and it's fully within your control. So we're still taking payments up front. So the risk reversal really relies on you being a good person, which is why I had to kind of give you a bit of a stern talking to there. But I really mean it. Like, I do not want to, if I see anyone in this program scamming people, promising guarantees, promising outcome-based payments, and not honoring their word, like, you can just leave, because I have no time for people like that. Okay? So, yeah. Because you won't get anywhere. You might make like a couple of grand, but then you're done. Like, it's out. You know, you're not going to build anything. You're going to ruin the reputation of Imperium Academy, and more importantly, you're just compromising your integrity for a bit of cash, which is disgusting. So methodology, the high-level steps that you take to deliver the promised outcome. So part of your offer is your methodology, which is basically like how you actually get the outcome, explained at a very, very, very high level. And so when you're building your methodology, this is kind of like you're explaining what you do, but remember, we're not selling what you do, but you need to sort of explain and justify how the outcome can be delivered in the time frame. And then spin is basically doctoring and manipulating the terminology of the offer components to be persuasive. So spin, in essence, and I'm just going to put these
So like this is the first time I heard that term used in the offer, the spin. Doctoring and manipulating the terminology of the offer components to be persuasive.
This is going to annoy me. Spin in essence is basically like changing, like using different vocabulary, using different words, taking different angles to make your offer seem more sexy, more compelling, more appealing, etc., etc. So here are a few offer statements I've just come up with. So this is really what an offer looks like. It's basically just 2 lines of text, really. And it might be 3 lines of text depending on how many words you've got to use. But it really should just come down to being this simple. So for example, let's say that we work with binge eaters. So the niche in this question is binge eaters. The outcome is overcome your binge eating habit, right? Which is obviously the result of, as a result of promising, the result that you promised them. And then the time frame is 90 days. The risk reversal is or you don't pay. The methodology is using our 5-step beating binge eating proven program. So the methodology, you're not saying, I'm going to help you beat binge eating by managing your cravings and then holding you accountable and giving you a community of people and coaching. No, we just say we have something called the Beating Binge Eating Proven Program, and that's called SPIN, right? So, all of spin is throughout this entire thing where you're spinning it to say overcome your binge eating habit. Because what you could do is you could say instead just, stop binge eating. Yeah, it's what they want, but overcome your binge eating habit sounds a little bit more compelling than just stop binge eating, right? So we'd use words like overcome instead of stop. And then another example of an offer could be for here. So the niche is parents who want their kids to be Ivy League educated. The outcome is I'll get your child into an Ivy League school. Time frame by their 19th birthday. Risk reversal, no win, no fee. Methodology using a proven Ivy League approved model. Okay? So, you could put Ivy League education model, preparation model. You want to play around with these words and put spin on it to make it sound sexier. And so what I mean by this no win, no fee thing here is what you do is you go to these parents, if you were in this niche, and you'd say, okay, give me $10,000 and I'll guarantee that this happens. And if it doesn't happen, then you refund them $10,000. Or they give you $5,000 now, $5,000 when it's finished. But if you don't get the result, you give them back their money, right? Or dentists. I'll help you sign, so, the niche is dentists, the outcome, I'll help you sign 10 Invisalign clients in the next 10 weeks with a full money back guarantee if not, using our 3-step Invisalign acquisition process. Okay? And you could get fancy with it. You could say like, Invisalign prime time acquisition process. That might not work very well. But you know what I mean. You want to put some spin on it, make it sound sexy. Another example, gym owners. 100 qualified appointments. This is spin. I could just say 100 appointments, but I'm saying qualified appointments. 100 qualified appointments ready for a consultation through your door in the next 30 days on a pure pay per qualified appointment basis using our signature no ad spend appointment system. So I could say here, right, let's just give this example. So let's say we didn't put any spin on this, right? I could say gym owners, 100 appointments in the next 30 days on pay per appointment using our appointment system. That's an offer with no spin. But what sounds more compelling? Gym owners, 100 qualified appointments ready for consultation through your door. You could even say like, primed for consultation through your door in the next 30 days on a pure paper qualified basis, blah, 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 using our signature ad spend model, no ad spend at appointments. I'm tripping over my words, but you get my point, right? When you say the same thing too many times, you start to trip over it. But you can see the example of spin here. Okay, so some other examples of spin. So, I could say like Imperium Academy is a course that contains videos explaining how to start a business. That's a fair assessment. That's what we do here. But if I put some spin on this, I could say Imperium Academy is a fast track to becoming a millionaire with a one-person remote online business, even with no experience, money, or ideas. So if you were buying the academy again, or you were starting it again, you were enrolling again, what would make you buy more? This first one or the second one? Well, the second one. And this is spin, okay? Another example of spin, 30 days. Another example,
So let's analyze it, okay?
Imperium Academy is a course that contains video, our signature ad spend model on qualified appointments.
Okay, so basically the first thing is the niche. We need to say the niche, then the outcome, and then the time frame in the next, right? In 90 days, in the next 10 weeks, then a risk reversal. No win, no fee. Using our 3-step Invisalign acquisition process. Basically, you spin it in a way that it
preparation
is different
model
to everyone. So yeah, let's continue.
Owners, coaches, and consultants get clients. Or with spin, I could say Easy Grow gives 15 easily installed client acquisition infrastructures pre-built for you by experts who have already solved the problem for themselves and 2,000 other people. What's more persuasive, So if you're wondering what does an offer look like, it's just a couple of sentences. It's really just a couple of sentences, and those sentences consist of the niche, the outcome, the time frame, the risk reversal mechanism, and then the methodology with some spin on it. That's it. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing wild. This is what you're going to be sending to people to get clients. This is what you're going to talk about if you're making content or making ads. And the better you get at making this little sentence as compelling as possible, the better. Okay? So here's just a quick visual before we build the thing. Because this is really what an offer looks like. We can kind of see what they look like in written form here. But to visualize them, this is how it works. Okay? So I'm just going to drag this out for you so you can see a little bit better. Okay. So what we have here is a human with their current situation. And this is where someone currently is in life, typically unhappy and in pain. And then what we have here is this mess. This is a problem or something that needs to be fixed to achieve an outcome that satisfies a drive. So people are in their current situations and they have a mess in their current situations, which is basically a problem. Up here, we have their desired situation, which is where someone wants to be in life, typically happy and pleasurable. And then we have this star, which is the outcome, the end result of working with you. And this should align with their goal. So the star, the outcome, is the desired situation. And this is what happens if we clean up this mess for them and solve this problem. Then we have these steps, because to go from current situation to desired situation, we have to bridge the gap. And the steps here, that you can see, represent the methodology. These are the steps or instructions you or they have to take or follow to make it work. And so this is the methodology. This is like the 5-step process or 6-step process or 42 videos or whatever it is. And here we have time, so the time frame it's going to take for them to use this methodology to get the result. And at the bottom we have the trampoline. The trampoline or safety net is the guarantee. It's the risk reversal. It catches someone and bounces them back to the end. Just double check you've definitely picked the right one, because the offer that we're going to craft and create has to fit the business model. Okay, so the risk reversal mechanism, the methodology, the time frame, like the expectations, this has to fit like specifically a business model that you've picked. So we're going to really quickly recap this and exercise it again. So as you remember from previous videos, we've done this a few times now. We've got 3 different models for consulting. We've got done for you, which is where you execute on the critical information on behalf of the client, where you're doing the work for them to get the result. We've got done with you, which is where both you and the client are working together to apply the critical information to get the result. And then we have DIY or do it yourself, which is where you teach people and they apply the critical information themselves, which is, for example, what you're doing right now by watching this video. Okay. Now, all 3 models vary slightly in structure, but the underlying principle of the business is that, you are providing critical information to solve a problem, to create value. The only real distribution or difference, is the distribution of the work and who does it. So obviously you've probably picked already, but we're just going to go back through it again. I want you just to verify that you've definitely picked the right one, and you can do this even if this is your first time watching. Okay. So remember, done for you, business model is for people who are total beginners with no experience in a niche, where you can deliver value by doing the work for clients. Now, here's the thing, right? Because I've already got you to pick a business model, right? And it's probably going to be done for you or done with you if you're just starting. But until you understand the true nature of the problem that you're going to be solving, you don't really know which one to pick. So the reason I've had to reintroduce this and put this back in here is because when you come to revisit this, when you've actually done some research on your market and you validate a problem, you might have to switch the model from done with you to done for you, or done for you to done with you. Because, for example, if you decided to pick, I don't know, what's a good example? Let's say that you decided to pick, you wanted to help aspiring actors get better at method acting, okay? And that's going to be your thing. And that's the problem you're going to help them solve, is specifically getting better at method acting, which by the way, is a form of acting with no script. Maybe that's what you want to do. Well, you can't do that for them. That's not a done for you thing. You can't do better method acting for someone else. It's going to have to be done with you coaching. In the same way that if you decided you wanted to help young men with dating, and let's say you thought initially, I'm going to do done with you dating coaching, but it later transpires that the problem you're going to solve is dating profile optimization. Well, that could be a done for you solution instead. So maybe you would do it for them and log into their dating apps. And you're a 21-year-old guy and you are a beefcake. Let's just say you are completely jacked and you've got every man's dream body. Well, you can go straight into teaching people how to do that with a course because you've done it yourself. But if you want to get into fitness and you haven't done it yourself, then you need to help at least 15 people do it first, right? So that's that. Now, remember, the end goal for any consultant, then it's time to move to DIY. So your goal, if you've picked DWY or DFY, is to get to first. Also, if you do decide to go down the do-it-yourself route, and you want to get into the high-ticket consulting realm, then you're going to need Consulting Nirvana in Easy Grow. To do it alone, you need Consulting Nirvana, like trying to build a course and structure a high-ticket deal and the guarantee terms and like actually making the content. Like it's going to take you 5 times longer if you don't know what you're doing. So Just a piece of advice, right? So risk reversal models. So let's just talk about this risk reversal thing real quick, because there are many ways to charge clients depending on what business model and risk reversal model you pick. And there are best practices to follow. So you might be a little bit kind of confused by these terms that we've got up here. Where are they? Guarantee, pay on results, paid on performance, or you don't pay. Like, I like to create offers where I'm charging people up front, but I'm spinning it to say, hey, you're paying on performance, or if we don't win, there's no fee. And what that means is people understand once they come on board that if they don't get the result, we give them back their money, right? I don't like people paying a percentage of what I make them. Never do that, right? I don't like people paying a percentage of what I make them. Never do that. People understand paying on performance. I like to create offers where I'm charging people up front, but I'm spinning it to say, hey, you're paying on performance, or if we don't win, there's no fee. And what that means is people understand once they come on board that if they don't get the result, we give them back their money, right? I don't like people paying a percentage of what I make them. Never do that. People are going to try it on you. Clients are going to try and take the piss, and then they're going to be like, oh, how about you just do all the work and I'll pay you if it works? Like, no, because in order for a consulting solution to work, both you and the prospect have to have skin in the game. So what I don't want to see anyone doing is taking on clients essentially for free and then like being like, oh, but I'm going to give them, like, they're going to give me a portion of the revenue I get them, or they're going to pay me for when the result comes, because they won't. And also they have no incentive to actually, like, they have nothing to see it through. If you start coaching someone and they haven't paid you any money, they're not going to listen to you. Like, you know, a coach only holds authority insofar as financial transaction has occurred. And same thing with a done for you agency. If you start doing a service for someone and they haven't paid for it, then they're not going to give you the things you need. They're not going to listen to you. They're not going to get results. So it's actually within people's best interest to pay money up front. As long as you're a person of honor, a man or a woman of honor, and you give back the money, if it doesn't work, that's all that matters. So with this risk reversal thing, let's just discuss it real quick. Okay. So if you're running a done for you marketing agency, as I'm sure a lot of you might be thinking about doing, then you can go here for the best risk reversal models. So what I've actually got is an entire module dedicated to SMMA, or social media marketing risk reversal models. And there's a whole video on it here. So if you want to watch this, then you can come here and watch it. And this basically explains all of the models for social media marketing agencies that you can use to get clients. And there's 7 different models that you can see here. And this is specifically for the social media marketing clients. And there's 7 different, all of the models for, you can come here and watch. And there's a whole video on it here. So if you want to watch this, then you can come here and watch it. And so if you're SMMA or social media marketing thinking about doing, then you can go here for the best risk reversal models. So what I've actually got is an entire module dedicated to SMMA, or social media marketing risk reversal models. And there's a whole video on it here. So if you want to watch this, then you can come here and watch it. And this basically explains all of the models for social media marketing agencies that you can use to get clients. And there's 7 different models that you can see here. And this is specifically for the social media marketing agency space. If you're not going into SMMA or marketing, then you don't need to worry about this, and I wouldn't worry too much. It's a lot simpler. If you're running a done for you or done with you model that isn't marketing, that's not SMMA, then all you're going to do is reverse the risk with a refund guarantee that's conditional on you and them doing the work. So it's super simple. You bring them on. You can use any of these terms to get people on appointments, and then just say, it's this amount of money. If in this time frame you don't get the result, you get it all back. That's pay on results. That's paid on performance. Or you don't pay, or your money back, it's on the house, or we pick up the bill, or it's on us, or it's no win, no fee. You can use these terms with a simple refund clause. And you might think you can't, but trust me, you can, because I've done this to make $25 to $30 million. Okay? And that's that. So basically, if you're running a DFY or done with you model, what you want to do is make a list of everything that you need to do and that they need to do to get the result. So all the causes that create the effect that solve the problem to get the outcome. And if they don't get the result, then you're going to give them a refund. So say, for example, it's a done with you model where you're helping brides to be get into a certain size of dress. Well, you're going to guarantee that they get into that dress. you'd call it like the, bridal boutique guarantee or whatever, like the special day guarantee, I don't know. And you're going to make sure that they do the work, because in order for them to actually get into that dress, they have to show up. So you're going to say, you will show up for the gym 4 days a week. You will follow the meal plan that I give you. You will spend this amount of money on groceries. You will do these stretches 2 times a week. People have to do the work. And so what we do with guarantees is we're going to write a list of things they have to do, and provided they do them, if they don't get the result, then we give all the money back. But the funny thing is about this is you're never going to have to refund people, because if you know as an expert exactly what they have to do to get the result and they do it, then they're going to get the result and you don't have to refund them. This is why my refund rate for Easy Grow is like less than 1%, like 0.4%, which is completely unheard of in this high ticket world. It's because I know exactly what steps people have to take. So I mandate that they take them, and then people do it, and then they actually get results, so they don't want a refund. It's kind of funny how it works if you know what you're doing, right? So don't worry about this for now, because you're gonna now you're gonna be worrying about this refund thing. I know you're thinking about this like, well, how the hell? I don't know how to write a guarantee, and I don't know how to write legal documents that entail refunds and stuff, and I don't know. Don't worry about this. We're going to cover it in week 3 when we build your expertise. We're going to create the methodology and the steps. For now, just pick a model, okay? So I don't want you to be too concerned with this refund thing. I'm just telling you that it's going to be part of the game, but I don't want you to worry about it because we'll cover it. Now, DIY is pretty similar. You're going to reverse the risk with a refund guarantee conditional to specific action items. And also, if you're feeling really spicy, you can put a cash wire on top. So I'll give you, if it doesn't work, I'll give you back all your money. I'll also send you $3,000 to say sorry. Only if you're really confident though, right? So in Consultant Nirvana, in Easy Grow, we explore how to structure complicated and it's it's advanced, right? So if you're an advanced person and you want to get into DIY, then you need Easy Grow, because if you try and create a conditional guarantee term without knowing what that looks like or the method behind it, then you're going to get lots of problems with refunds. But in Consultant Nirvana, we explore how to structure these guarantees. So yeah, don't try and set one up without Consultant Nirvana, because you're gonna mess it up. So 2 rules for risk reversal model selection. 2 rules. Never free, no matter what. I do not care what anyone tells you, what prospects try and pull on you. Never, ever offer your services for free. Never. Okay? Get it through your brain right now. Free is worse than paid. Because if you want to get clients and you want to get your first couple of clients, it's way more compelling for you to say, I will do pay on results, than free, because no one trusts free. Free indicates that something's not really worthwhile and that you're desperate to just sign some deals. So, you can do this, depending on the strategy you've got. I know there's some irony with me making like free content and stuff like that. But specifically, like if you're trying to build like a proper product and like you're selling something high ticket, that doesn't act as like a funnel to sell into like a different product, and it's not a loss leader or anything like that. Your main service, your main product, like mine is for Easy Grow, for example, should never be free, no matter what. No free trials, none of this bullshit, no free for 30 days. We have to get money up front. The second rule for risk reversal model selection, get paid up front or don't take on a client. Even if it's a small percentage. Even if your first 5 clients, they just pay $100 up front. Even if your first 2 clients, they just pay $50 up front. You have to get some skin in the game. If someone comes on board for free or they don't pay you up front, it will not work and you will not deliver them the outcome, because they're not gonna, if you're doing done for you, they're not gonna give you what you need to get the job done, because they don't care, because they haven't paid you anything. People only pay, they pay attention when they pay, right? And so don't do this thing for free. Don't be tempted to, by clients that say, oh, well, you want to do this for me? Well, I'll pay you when it happens, because it's not going to happen, because they're not responsible for it. You're going to start, if you're doing like a done with you offer coaching people on something and they haven't paid for it, you have no authority. They're going to waste your time. They're not going to show up to sessions. Don't bother. So now decide on your risk reversal model and write it down. So just quickly write this down. Once again, you might not be there yet because you might not know what problem you're solving. You might not even know specifically what model you're picking yet. You're going to have to do this second time around maybe. The options here, come and revisit it when you feel ready, and we'll continue. So now we've actually got the offer construction steps. So there are 8 steps to creating your offer, and the first 7 can be found in this worksheet. So let's get into it. So what we're doing here is we're basically going through this worksheet to create a statement similar to this, right? We've got a couple of lines that basically explain who we work with, what we do for them, what we get for them, how long it takes to get it, how we reverse the risk, and then obviously the method we're using, or our special source, way of doing it. And then we're spinning it to make it sound cool. Okay, so I'm going to give you a full guide on how to create one of these statements here. So step 1, okay, is the niche. So define the needs, wants, and desires to project a meaningful outcome. And these 7 steps are completed by just you answering questions. So what niche are you in? What problem do you solve for this niche? Remember, you won't be able to do this yet if you haven't got the problem, but you'll have it soon, I promise. Why does the niche want to solve this problem? What does the niche desire in their heart of hearts? What do members of this niche want to become? What transformations do your niche want to go through? And what gaps need bridging from your niche's current and desired situation? So ask yourself these questions, really think about them in a lot of detail, and then write down your conclusions. Who do you work with and what do they want to become? The second step is the outcome. So define the end result, the big promise that you're delivering. So the thing with the niche is, you'll notice here, for example, you've got 2 types of niche statement. You've got the standard niche, which is pretty straightforward, and then you've got the niche that wants to become something. Now, all niches want to become something, but this could be binge eaters who want to be rid of their habit. But the thing is all binge eaters would want that. So you have to pick what makes sense here. But for example, the niche here is parents who want their kids to become Ivy League educated, because not many parents want this, or at least, not many parents are willing to pay for it, right? So sometimes with the niche, it could be gym owners, or sometimes it could be gym owners who want to open a second location. And you'll know, based on your market research, what they want to become, and it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to include the becoming statement next to the group. Sometimes it's appropriate, sometimes it's not. It depends. Because if you consult specifically on how gym owners can open up their second location and make that as smooth as possible, then your niche becomes gym owners who want to open a second location, right? It's not just gym owners, because not all gym owners want that. So I hope that makes sense, and you should be able to conclude here who you help. So, who you help, and then what they want to become, if appropriate. Okay? And I will leave that to you to decide. Now, the next thing is the outcome. So define the end result, the promise, the thing that you're delivering. So what is the end result you're delivering? What's the best case scenario outcome of solving your niche's problem? What outcome does this niche want to see as a result of this problem being solved? Why is this outcome important to them? How does this outcome get them to the closest desired situation? So like, why the hell does this matter? Like, how does this actually help them get what they want? What outcome is required for your niche to go through desired transformation? What result would make your niche jump and scream with joy? And what outcome would be groundbreakingly life-changing for your niche? And can you make it tangible or measurable? Can you put a number on it? This is not always appropriate, but if you're helping people get appointments, then you want to promise them a certain number of appointments. You know, if you say to gyms, I can help you open more locations, well, is it just one extra location or 5 extra locations? So wherever you can, try and make the offer tangible. Sometimes it's not appropriate, sometimes it is. You're going to have to use your understanding of your niche, your problem, and your market research to fill in the blanks and make this make sense, okay? So that's that. And you can conclude here. What's the big promise? What's the result? You know, summarizing this into one little sentence. So step 3 is time frame. So define the length of time that must elapse for you to cause a desired effect using your critical information. So once again, first time around, you're not going to know this. Second time around, you should if you've done enough research. So what's a realistic time frame for you to achieve the outcome by? Why does it take this long? And how could you make this time frame shorter? And then conclusions. How long is it going to take? You know, is it going to take 12 months, 52 weeks, 6 months, 90 days, 14 hours, 3 days, 4 months? You know, pick the time frame, okay? Methodology. So step 4, what steps or instructions need to be followed for the outcome to be achieved? Now, once again, you're not going to know this too well, right? You're not going to know specifically what steps. Until you've been through week 3 and you've become an expert, you're not going to know how to solve the problem. But what we're trying to do here is come up with a shiny tagline that encapsulates what you do in a couple of words, right? So if you're running a done-for-you service, this is where you explain the steps you might take. If running a done-with-you or coaching solution, then you can list the steps that you'll take. And you might have to revisit this in week 3, but for now, what are the core components of your product or service? How do these components help people achieve the outcome? List what needs to be done in full detail in order to achieve the outcome. And what are the most important causes to the effect of the outcome on this list? And what are the least important causes to the effect of the outcome on this list here? And can the least important things be removed while still achieving the outcome? And then, if they can, you know, redo your list and make it as simple as possible. So here you're trying to make a really simple list of everything that has to happen for someone to get the outcome they want and for this problem to be solved. Now, if you can't do this yet, which is fine, right? Because, you know, you're not going to be able to do this until you're an expert. What you want to do is answer the next question first, which is, can these steps be understood by a 10-year-old? Because, you know, you need to make your methodology really simple and understandable. But you're not going to be able, like I said, to do the methodology thing until you're an expert. So you can revisit it after you've become an expert. But for now, all we're doing is this. Spin your methodology to describe it in a few words. So an example of this is our 3-step Invisalign acquisition process, or our proven Ivy League preparation model, or our 5-step beating binge eating proven program, or our signature no ad spend appointment system. Once you've done your market research, you should know what buzzwords to use, you should know what's going to turn people on, you should know what's going to get people to click and buy, and you want to spin it. You want to make that methodology, you want to make those steps seem as sexy and exciting as possible, okay? So write it down when you can. Conclusion, you can write it down here. Step 5 is the model. So write down your business model below, because, you know, you'll know this pretty well once you've got your methodology and everything in place, okay? Now, step 6 is risk reversal. So you need to guarantee your methodology works to produce the outcome. It's essential. Do not try, if you don't bother trying to continue if you're not willing to guarantee something works, right? Because if you haven't got the confidence to guarantee that what you do works, then why should anyone else have the confidence to buy it? They won't, right? Sales is a transfer of conviction, and the easiest way to state conviction is through your offer. Obviously, you're not going to have a guarantee yet because you don't even know what you're doing if it's your first time, but second time you will. So do you guarantee that if someone follows your methodology, they will achieve the outcome? If no, why not? And you better have a damn good answer to justify to prospects and clients. You know, pretty damn important. I got a client, for example, and he works in the crypto coaching space, and he teaches people how to do crypto investing. And, you know, he cannot guarantee returns. Sometimes, like, he kind of explained this to me. He was like, the reason I cannot guarantee returns is it depends on whether or not we're in a bull or a bear market. So if you're in a bearish market, which means the market is trending downwards, then no one makes returns. So if we're in a bear market, then the guarantee, you can't guarantee anything. But if you're in a bullish market, you can. So he's got a conditional guarantee. I think he's structured this, I'm not sure how, on depending where the market is, he will make a guarantee or not. So sometimes like there are genuinely things outside of your control that will stop you from being able to guarantee it. But that's going to be for maybe 1 to 1.2% of you. So how will you position your risk reversal? State it here. And don't be afraid to use any of the above if you just have a refund guarantee. It's called spin. So you can say any of these things with a refund guarantee and still close deals and get clients. It's fine. So write it here. Step 7 is to summarize. So you've got your niche, and this is going to be your niche, and then potentially what they want to become. So that's basically how we create an offer. And if you've been through these instructions and steps, then now you can write your offer below. And I'll actually just give you these examples again, because you've already seen it. Superior or better than what they paid for it. And you want to create a price to value discrepancy, meaning that what you offer, or meaning that your offer seems way more valuable than the price they are charging or you're charging for it. So if someone thinks the value is below the price after purchasing, then your business is doomed. So most businesses are below this line that you can see here, which is why they struggle so much with client acquisition. So the point here is that you have your price, and then you have the actual value of your product. And the value of your product is determined by how effective it is at alleviating people's pain and solving a problem. And if it's really effective and it does it really well, then you've got high value, which means you can charge high price. If you charge a massive price but have low value, then you're going to disappoint people and destroy your reputation, and you won't be in business anymore. But if you can charge a price that's below the perception of value, then people are going to refer people, you're going to get happy clients, you're going to have an easy grow where you get hundreds or multiple hundreds of multi 6, 7-figure students, and things get really good. And so the average product put you at the point of cancellation or below. So if you have an average product, if you're just kind of okay at what you do, then you're going to end up at this little point here, which is where people start dropping off, they start asking for refunds, they start canceling, and that's not good. So there are 2 ways to improve the discrepancy between price and value. So the first option to reduce this discrepancy, to get more people to pay and less people to drop off, is to reduce the price. And reducing price is never a good move, ever. You never want to reduce your price. Option 2 is to increase the value, which is basically just to make your product better. So price can only be reduced to 0, and charging less sucks in every way imaginable. So we don't want to try to, position ourselves well and make more deals and make more money by charging a lower price. That's just stupid. What we want to do instead is increase the value, because value can be increased to infinity. This is a race to the bottom. This is a race to infinity. And adding value is amazing in every way imaginable. So the market will find the money to pay for your thing if it works. This is what people don't seem to understand about customers and the market, is even if someone doesn't have much money, they will find the money if they're in enough pain and if you can add enough value. Okay? And if you don't believe me, I've seen people who, are literally dead broke, find $10,000 out of nowhere, whether it's from family members or credit cards or banks or random savings or begging family members to pay for things that they didn't even need. And an easy example here is, imagine you take your financial state right now, okay? And let's say that you have less than $10,000 in your bank, which might be true. And let's then say that I come to you tomorrow and I say, hello, here is a Lamborghini Urus, and it's worth $250,000. I'm going to sell it to you for $30,000. So you can buy this Lamborghini Urus for 30 grand. And then once you've bought it off me, here's all the paperwork, you can resell it for 250 grand. You would find that money. If I gave you 48 hours, you'd go and find that money. You'd try and take out loans. You would find the money. You'd look under the mat, know how much you want to charge for your services, right? Because you might not even know yet, but eventually you'll know what the problem's worth. But one thought experiment that I like to do all the time is I like to ask myself this: if I 10x'd my price today, what would I have to do to make the product more valuable than the price? So, if I'm selling a product for $5,000, which is not my price, right? But if I was for $5,000, and I ask myself, if I wanted to make this 50 grand, what would I have to do in this product to make it more valuable than the price? And that's how you can extract insane value propositions out of your business and really improve your product and make it way better. Okay. So this is just the philosophy of pricing. This is why I like the high ticket space. You want to charge as much as you can. You want to charge people high prices. You want to position yourself by charging more. Now, this obviously only works if you can actually deliver results. So I am going to tell you in a second, like, you know, you're not going to be able to do this at the beginning. You're not going to be able to come out of the gate and just charge like 20 grand for a course that no one's been through, because it probably won't work, because, you know, products are iterative, which means they get better with time. So like at the beginning, my first course was like $500, you know, like you don't have to worry about this yet, but I'm just saying, like, never decrease your price and always look for ways to increase it, because there's a lot of leverage in price. Okay. So offer pricing worksheet. So step 8 of offer construction is pricing. Okay. So we've done the 7 steps, and there's one more step, which is step 8, which is to basically use the resource below to price your service. So the number one lesson in pricing is you will only close clients on what you think your product is worth. It doesn't matter what the market will pay. It doesn't matter what your competitors charge. The only real variable that's going to impact how much you can charge is what you think your thing is worth. So if you think that, you know, if you're thinking like, I want to charge $3,000, but you think in your heart of hearts that that's a scam and that your thing is not worth $3,000, then you're not going to be able to sell it. Your fundamental like price restriction.
Yeah, that resonated with me. Like, it needs to make sense with you, like with me. If it doesn't make sense to me in the first place, why would I persuade someone to close someone and to make them pay that amount if I don't agree with that amount, right? So meaning we need to be comfortable as to what we think it's worth, and if it's actually worth it for the clients, because the conviction comes from having the confidence that you know that you can deliver, you can give them the outcome, right? Yeah.
Is your belief of how good the thing is. Okay, so just bear that in mind. It's impossible to sell something for higher than you think it's worth. Because you're just going to think you're ripping people off and scamming people, and they're sort of like, they haven't got a good service yet, and they're like, I'm going to charge like 10 grand a month, and then they're like, I'm not making any sales. I'm like, well, why? It's like, well, I don't know. It's like, well, what are people saying on sales calls? Oh, they say it's too expensive. And then I'm like, well, is it? Like, well, yeah, it kind of is. Like, I wouldn't pay 10 grand for it. It's like, well, no one's going to buy it if you think it's too expensive, right? So hint, if you're offering monthly done for you or done with you services, I would try to avoid dipping below $1,000. But at the beginning, you might have to. First couple of clients, don't be afraid to take a couple of $100, right? And if you're offering a DIY high ticket course, do not sell it for less than 3K. So generally speaking, you don't want to go less than 1K a month if you're retaining people, and you don't want to go below 3K in one payment if you're teaching people. Now, once again, this is so subjective to you and depends on your experience and what you think you can charge. If you think that 1K a month for your done for you service is too much, you're not going to sell it. It just won't sell. But I would entertain the idea of trying to imagine that people would pay it, because, you know, you can get away with this. And it's not like something you get away with in terms of like a Machiavellian scam, you know, but you can really charge thousands of dollars and people will truly honestly pay it. And trust me, all it takes is one person to pay it and you'll be like, what the hell? My first ever marketing client was £1,000 a month. Best feeling ever. So you might need to close some clients on a lower price point to get comfortable charging thousands. It depends on how much confidence you have in your service or product and how much you think it's worth. So we've got this little Venn diagram here. So really there's 2 things that will determine what you should charge. The first is what someone's willing to pay. And the second thing is what you think it's worth. And almost always, people are willing to pay more than what you think it's worth. And I know this to be true because almost always, people are willing to pay more.
Again, almost always, people are willing to pay more than what you think it's worth. People are willing to pay more than what you think it's worth. Okay.
Than what you think it's worth. And I know this to be true because I've increased the price of my product, of Easy Grow, for example, like 10 times. And not once has the conversion rate ever decreased. If anything, it sometimes goes up. So You always want to find out what people are willing to pay and then what you think is worth, and that's where you're going to charge. But the only way you're going to charge more is if you think it's worth more, and the only way you're going to think it's worth more is if you get better at what you do. And so you can see how everything is born out of the product. So here's a worksheet to price your offer. It's really straightforward. There's once again some questions for you to sort of run through here. So what is your competition charging for a similar outcome? And what is the outcome you're promising worth to someone? And what will they be willing to pay for it? And at what point do you think that the price exceeds the value of what you're doing? Which is obviously bad. And what do you think the outcome is worth in monetary terms? So, pretty important thing to ask. What are you going to charge? And just put it down. And you won't know this yet, but once again, once you found the problem, you will. You'll have a price in mind. You'll have this arbitrary kind of idea as to what you think is fair, and that's what you need to start with. But you need to make it your mission to try to increase your price every couple of months by getting better at what you do and thinking it's worth more, because you do not want to get trapped charging hundreds of dollars a month because you're not going to make any money. It's too hard to get. It's just as easy to get someone to buy something for like $5,000 as it is $500. Trust me. I promise it is. I know that sounds hard to be true, but it is. So if you 2x your price, what would you need to do, to add the value to your product to justify it? And then the same question, just another little thought experiment. If you 5x your price, what value would you need to add to justify the price increase? And if you 10x your price, what value would you need to add to justify it? So these questions are basically here to answer the problem of you increasing your price. Like, if you want to increase your price, you need to increase the value of a product. So if you want to make more money, the biggest leverage is just increasing the price. Because, if you have a product for $1,000 and you sell 10, and you can get 10 people to buy it for $2,000 instead, you've just doubled your business by one decision. But the only way you can do that is by thinking it's worth it and by basically adding more value, right? So it's all about how much value you add. So if you're unsure as to whether or not your newfound methodology will actually achieve the outcome, once you've done your research and become an expert, then you just want to make sure that your pricing structure or guarantee structure isn't structured so you enter the red zone. It's really important for me to tell you this, that I want it to be the case that the worst case scenario of you not getting results for someone is them getting back their money. Don't have some crazy, wacky offer that puts you in the red, just because I might, for example, until you know that your thing works. Okay? So that's basically how to...
I really like what Charlie said there. Don't put yourself in red when you are not sure that the thing works. It's a better position to be back to where you started getting. Okay.
Price. It's pretty straightforward. You want to work on increasing your price and charging as much as you think you can. You want to meet this at its peak. Like, you want to find out what the market's willing to pay and get there.
Okay, so basically this is our goal for this part in this video. Find out what the market is willing to pay as much as they can. Okay.
Meet this at its peak. Like, you want to find out what the market's willing to pay and get there as fast as you can. But you can only do that for as long as you think what you have is worth that price. And you want to meet this at its peak. Like, you want to find out what the market's willing to pay and get there as fast as you can. But you can only do that for as long as you think what you have is worth that price. And so you need to increase the value of the product. So you increase what you think is worth, and then the market will be happy to pay for it. So in summary, here's what we've covered. Create as if you do that for as long as you think what you have is worth that price. And so you need to increase the value of the product. So you increase what you think is worth, and then the market will be happy to pay for it. So in summary, here's what we've covered. Create as if you are. So creating this offer as if you already are someone that can deliver on it. So in summary, here's what we've covered. Create as if you are. So creating this offer as if you already are someone that can deliver on it. Because if you don't, then you're kind of screwed. Explaining offers. So we've gone through the actual offer structure and, really kind of like, well, basically what is an offer and what's its role. We talked about the power. So why offer has so much leverage, the mistakes and what to avoid. You might want to reread them. We went through the structure. We visualized it with that diagram. We talked about the business models again. We got into the risk reversal model that you can pick, and basically the refund guarantee and how to position that. We went through the 7 steps to construct the offer, the pricing, the thing, and then obviously the actual worksheet itself to price the offer. So that's basically everything that you need to know for now about building offers. It does go deeper than this. And, there are more things you can know in the future if you want to get to 7 figures, for example. And those are things that we have in the offer video in Easy Grow, which is a bit beefier than this one. But this gives you the basics. This gives you enough to get to 10K a month and get those first few clients under your belt. But if you want to build a massive scalable machine, then you need to know more about offers and pricing and leverage. But that can come later, even when you decide that Easy Grow is the fit for you. So that's everything. And I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, so we are now done for the 1.6. Hey, right? Yeah, it's a refresher on basically what the offer is, what should be our offer. So let's do a recap, okay? Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna share my screen again. Wait a minute. Okay. There. Are you seeing this? There. Okay. There. Let's go again to my learnings. Okay. So as we can see, right? You must meet the market where the market is because it will not meet you where you are. So in summary, when creating your offer, craft it as if you are already the best in the world at your thing and are a true expert in what you do. You will learn your offer creation must not be constrained to your current skill set, experience, and expertise. Basically, what matters is does your market needs or want your offer, right? It all goes back to the pain points. If they actually need it, they do not buy what you do, they buy the outcome of you doing it. You do not offer what you do, you offer the outcome of doing it. So basically, you are the vehicle for them to go to the outcome that they want. So we sell effects, we do not sell causes. We focus on selling the outcome, not the thing that gets us there. So offer is all about positioning and packaging it in a way that is stronger, better than other people. So let's say we are in 1,000 market group. How can we position ourselves that we are stronger or better than them? So what can we do? So we can what? We can control this part. Market perception. Right? Like the birds peacock in competition, they just need to be perceived, right? That they are better, different than the other birds for them to have, the result that they want. And yeah, and all an offer is a display of confidence, right? Confidence is the key. It gives you the confidence that you need. And if it is positioned correctly, right? It will give you an easy for the other systems in the business. Okay. So yeah, I get it. The price, basically don't do anything. You do not compete with prices. We compete at outcomes. That's a good quote. We do not. Okay, let's do that. We do not compete with prices. We compete with outcomes. And number one lesson in pricing, you will only close clients on what you think your product is worth. It will be impossible to sell something for higher than you think it's worth. And don't put yourself in red when you are not sure that the thing works. It's a better position to be back to where you started than getting below that. So our goal is to find out what the market's willing to pay and get there as fast as we can. So we can start at the beginning and then we raise the prices up and up and up until we see some deterioration in the quality of the clients or the outcomes. And that's basically the golden range. Okay. So what I have learned in this offer architecture is basically just it goes back to the pain points. If we position it towards solving a specific problem of them that is actually painful, then we hit the jackpot. So yeah, that's it. That's the offer architecture. Right now, I think we're gonna go and finish everything in Business Genesis. So I'm gonna take a quick break, okay? And I think that's yeah, we're doing good. We are moving fast, not slow, and we are just pressing the gas harder and harder. So if you are still there, if you are seeing this, yeah, we can do this. So yeah. Right. Let's do this again. Go.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Iterative Renaissance. Now, the Renaissance was a period of history that happened just after the Dark Ages, that was believed to have begun in Italy in the 14th century. And basically what happened is, we went through the Dark Ages where lots of bad things happened, to humanity. And then suddenly we had this exponential boom of creativity and creation and discovery, across not only art but science, and we made lots of progress real quick in a couple of hundred years. And iterative means to experiment and to test. Now, you might be slightly confused by this title, and you might be wondering, Charlie, what on earth does iterative and testing and experimenting and science and art have anything to do with me making money in a consulting business? Well, it has more to do than you could quite possibly imagine. And as I'm sure you've noticed by now, having gone through this sort of week one training, that things aren't as they seem. And a lot of the time, stuff that you think would be completely irrelevant to business and commercial success are perfectly related. And so what we're going to be doing in this video, and what I'm going to be explaining, is how to use the scientific method to get what you want and to become successful. Now, I need you to sort of see this in the same way that, I don't know if you've ever watched The Karate Kid before. If you haven't, I'll fill you in. But basically, in The Karate Kid, there's this kid called Daniel LaRusso. And then there's this sort of, kung fu karate mentor, right? And the mentor makes this kid, basically, like this kid goes to this mentor, and the kid's like, I want you to teach me karate. And, Mr. Miyagi, the mentor, is like, okay, I'll teach you karate. Go and wax my cars, and go and brush down my, my wood floors. And he gets this kid to do all these chores. And the kid does these chores for a few months, and then the kid's comes to Mr. Miyagi, and he's like, I don't want to do these chores. You said you were going to teach me karate. And then, Mr. Miyagi is like, show me wax on, wax off. And this kid does the motion with his hand that he would usually, use to wax the car. And then Mr. Miyagi tries to punch him, and the kid uses this motion to block the punch. And suddenly in that moment, the kid realizes that he's been learning karate, really what he's been learning are the fundamental movements of, the art, the martial art. And he's been learning karate, but he just didn't realize it. And that's kind of what these videos are. Is you need to know these things and you have to get them. But until the end of this video, you're not going to really realize why you've had to learn it. And it will become very clear. There's a point in this video where it will just click for you. And by the end of this video, you will see business and success and the world in a completely different way, and it will open your eyes. But you have to trust me, and you have to kind of believe me, we're gonna go through some shit that you probably would think in a million years is completely irrelevant to business, but it is. I'm not going to teach you something you don't need to know, and there's going to come a point in this video where you kind of think, oh goddamn, I get why he's taught this to me. Okay, you're gonna have like that sort of epiphany. So that's the justification for the strange title. Here's what we're going to cover, and once again, you're going to look at this and be like, what? But trust me. So first of all, we're going to explain what iteration is. Modeling evolution, DNA, applied evolutionary biology, the scientific method, macro versus micro iteration, iterating towards goal, measuring experimental outcomes, metrics, asymmetry, and then we're going to get into the scientific method in a little bit more detail. So I've kind of put it here twice, but we're going to sort of explain what it is, and then later on we'll explain how to do it. And then variation. So without further ado, here we are. So, welcome to Iterative Renaissance. Here we will boil success down to a simple scientific model and formula and explore how to execute on it. And this is of extreme importance, okay? I know I keep saying this and I keep saying everything's important, but you've got to get this right. So what is iteration? Well, iteration simply basically means gradual change over time. Now, your progress in business is going to be gradual. It's not going to be overnight or sudden. You're not going to wake up tomorrow with a 6-figure income. It's just not going to happen. Now, you might wake up in a year or two with a 6-figure income, but you're going to get there gradually over time, one little bit at a time. It's the same way as if you're trying to run a marathon, you can't do it in a minute. It might take you 4 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, I don't know. Now, the only way to win in business and the only way to make progress is iteration. And every single thing that you observe that is good has typically come around or come about because of iteration. And so here are some examples of things that have been iterated to get to where they are today. So for example, democracy. As a species, and since the birth of civilization, all of 3,000-4,000 years ago, depending on which historian you ask, we've experimented with lots and lots of different societal structures. We've given ancient Greek democracy a go. The Romans had a different idea with the Senate and the Republic, and then we've had dictatorships and communism. Like we've really played around with this democracy thing. And in the West, democracy as we know it seems to function to a degree. And that's the result of lots and lots of iteration over like thousands of years of civilization. Another example is the iPhone. So when you look at the phone you have in your pocket, it's kind of a marvel of engineering and brilliance, and like that thing didn't look like that when they first started making the iPhone. I've got the example down here, like the iPhones that we know and love now, like they are leaps and bounds ahead of what they were at the beginning. But the only reason that they can be leaps and bounds ahead of what they were at the beginning is because they've had many different iterants and different variants as they've progressed. And Homo sapiens, so humans, we didn't just come into existence one day. Well, maybe we did, depending on which religious text you ask, but that's up to you to decide. But from an evolutionary standpoint, human beings, like we've been iterated over time. If you believe the evolutionary theories, which I do, then we've evolved and we've changed. And so this is kind of the nature of evolution. Like everything that exists has gradually, changed over time to become unrecognizable to what it was at the beginning. Because if you took an iPhone 16 and you compared it to the first iPhone ever made, you wouldn't even put them in the same, they don't even look like the same product. And exactly the same premise that if you go to a zoo and you look at a monkey in a zoo and you look at yourself in the mirror, you're not going to see much resemblance. But you came from that, if that makes sense. And that iPhone came from that. And also cars, like, we started off with horses and now we've got, Teslas that can do 0 to 60 in like 2.5 seconds or something. Like that's a lot of iteration to get there. And modern medicine as well, like like tablets and pills and antibiotics, like this has all been a result of one big test. And also everything else, like everything else that you use and see in the modern world has been iterated over time. So what is iteration and how does it work? Because it is an incredibly powerful process. It is the process. And you can interchange the word iteration with evolution, but it's kind of the same thing. But really, to understand and apply iteration to business, we do need to dive into evolution, which is basically the most powerful iterative process on the planet. Like evolution as a force, it's like a march of nature, is the thing that drives iteration. Now, this is going to be a bit of an abstract ride, and it's not going to make sense at points, but it will, and we will come full circle, and everything will be clear in due course. So bear with me, strap yourself in, and let's get into it. So modeling evolution. So understanding evolution makes you a force to be reckoned with in business. Now, yes, I'm referring to evolution in the same way that your science teacher would. We're talking about the survival of, well, it's not actually the survival of the fittest. People don't really understand that. In biology, in evolutionary biology, the term fitness or fittest refers to the ability to reproduce and survive. And so when we say survival of the fittest, from a proper biological standpoint, you're referring to survival of those who have the likelihood to reproduce. Fittest itself, like people think that it means like being fit and healthy. Not true, okay? Anyway, there's a little myth busting for you. So, in biology, evolution is the force that drives organisms to adapt to their environment and change, generation to generation over time. And this force is known as natural selection. So here's how natural selection works in a nutshell. So organisms of a species exist in an environment. And these organisms have different traits, and they differ slightly. So the species will, the same organisms, but they have slightly different traits. In the same way that, you're a human, and your best friend is a human, but you look different, but you kind of are the same thing. And so this is called variation. Traits are physical characteristics that are determined by genes. So you have your genetic genotype, you have your DNA, and your best friend has his or her DNA, and you share the same DNA because you're of the same species, but there's slight variations throughout that, genetic code that make you look different, and therefore you have different traits. So your friend might have blonde hair, you might have black hair, or your friend might be 6 foot tall and you might be, 5'10". Some traits are better adapted to the environment than others. And so when we have different traits among a species, some members of that species have better traits. So the example I've given here is if we've got a population of mice, and this is mice of the same species, well, some mice of this species might have the genetic code for black fur, and other mice of this species might have the genetic code for brown fur. And so the black mice in this instance with black fur have an advantage. They are better adapted to the environment because the rocks that they live on are black, and therefore they are camouflaged. And so what this means is that the brown mice, the ones with the brown fur, are more likely to be predated on, tripping over my own words here, and therefore are less likely to survive. And so we would consider the black mice more adapted. And the organisms with the better adapted traits are more likely to survive, obviously. And then the organisms that are more likely to survive are more likely to reproduce. And this is called fitness. Now, the cool thing about reproduction is that, there's a few things about it. The first thing is that the traits that enable better survival get passed down to the offspring. And so if more black mice are surviving because they're being predated on less by the bird, because they're black mice on a black rock and they're not brown, then they're going to reproduce more. More of these are going to reproduce. And what that means is we're going to get more black mice because they're going to pass on their genetic traits. And we're going to repeat this over millions of years and thousands of generations to, get the species that we know and love and familiar with today. And, so for example, the modern day elephant that you should be familiar with, whether it's in India or Africa, they evolved from mammoths and different families of mammoths. And over time, nature decided that the length of their trunk would be a certain length, and they'd be these massive animals that you can't even penetrate with a bullet. Well, maybe that's not true actually, but you know what I mean. All of these traits that they have, like the thick skin and all of this stuff, have been evolved over time to suit the environment. And so this is kind of it in a nutshell. A population of mice have moved into a new area where the rocks are dark. Due to natural genetic variation, some are black and others are tan. Tan mice are more visible to birds than black mice and predatory birds. Therefore, tan mice are eaten at higher frequency than black mice. And only the surviving mice are obviously going to reach the reproductive age and leave offspring. And because black mice have a higher chance of leaving offspring than tan mice, the next generation contains a higher fraction of black mice than the previous generation. And this is how it works. So the environment sets the conditions for survival, and the organism must adapt itself accordingly. Now, you might notice this is kind of how I've taught you to come up with your niche and create everything so far. The niche and the market sets the conditions, and we must adapt ourselves to it. You cannot create your offer and the problem and the solution around yourself and what you think is best for you, you have to do it around the market. In the same way that if you're a mouse living on a black rock, you better make sure that you've got black fur and not brown fur. You might prefer to have brown fur and be like, oh, this brown fur looks way better on me, but you're going to get eaten and die. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather not have that happen to me. So there you go. So the environment sets the conditions for survival. And variation, which is basically just a result of the random mutation of genes, creates the genotype. So at a genetic level, your DNA or the DNA of an organism randomly mutates. So during the reproductive process, you have the male and the female, however controversial that might be to say these days, you have the male and the female reproductive cells. They merge together and they fuse, and then a new genetic code is created that has a lot of affinity to its parents but is slightly different, which is why you don't look identical to your parents, right? And so this becomes the genotype, which creates the traits. So if your mum's got blue eyes and your dad's got blue eyes, and they reproduce, and you're a result of that, then you're probably going to have blue eyes, and therefore you have the trait of blue eyes as a result of your genotype. Okay. Now you could have brown eyes, and there could be some random mutation happening, from the reproduction. So yeah, that's that. Now traits, which are physical characteristics and sometimes can also be behaviors, create adaptability. So how adapted you are is determined solely by what traits that you have. So for example, a trait of these mice is the color of their fur. And adaptability creates fitness. So remember when we said survival of the fittest? It's not fittest, it's not about which mouse has the lowest resting heart rate and is the fastest and can lift the most weight, and bench press the most. So that's a funny thought. It's about whether or not they can actually survive. Okay, how fit are they to the environment? Do they fit the environment, basically? Fitness creates reproduction, and reproduction creates iteration. And iteration, which is basically just defined as a small change in a positive direction, creates evolution. So obviously nature doesn't recognize sentiment. Nature doesn't give a shit about the mouse, and anything. So when I say positive, I'm referring to this in the sense that we are making progress, but the only progress nature recognizes is progress itself. It doesn't care what it has to kill or take over, it's kind of ruthless like that. So that's basically the process of evolution. And, another example I can give you here are these little butterflies. So let's say we've got some butterflies of the same species. We've got the blue ones and we've got the red ones, and the blue ones are going to create more blue ones with slightly different variants of blue, and the same with the red ones. They're going to create slightly different ones. And who knows? If the blue one and the red one mated, then maybe we'd get a purple butterfly. And basically, the thing about nature is we have limited resources. So all organisms in a species are fighting for limited resources, which is basically food, habitat, and mates. And so the butterflies that are better adapted will have better access to habitat, better access to food, and better access to mates to produce offspring. And therefore, the traits that are preferable to the environment will be selected for and accordingly will be passed down to their offspring. Now, to understand this in a little bit more detail, it does help to just take a quick look at DNA and what that is. So you should be familiar with the term, but DNA is essentially a biological or chemical molecule that carries genetic information for the development and functioning of an organism. Okay? It can be observed as a string of information combined together that basically codes for the organism. So in the same way that if you think about computer programming, and let's say that you want to program a game, well, you'd write tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of millions of lines of code to create that game. And it's kind of the same thing where your DNA is like a big line of code that basically it's basically like a binary structure, which means that I'm not going to get into it actually, I'm not going to confuse you because you kind of understand the premise. I could talk about it for hours, but it's wonderful. But basically, it codes for you, or it codes for the organism, right? Now, it's way more complicated than that, but I don't need to complicate this too much. Now, DNA is passed from one generation to another of a species via reproduction to offspring. Now, a species is a class of organisms with the same kind of name, right? of the same kind with the same name rather. So for example, we are Homo sapiens. We belong to the species Homo sapien. That's our, taxonomy. Now, organisms of a species have physical and behavioral affinity, which means they're broadly similar. So for example, if you observe elephants, that's like a species, right? Now, organisms have DNA, and this DNA codes for traits which are physical and behavioral attributes of an organism. For example, some traits for a human being could be eye color, or height, or being born with certain diseases, or the structure of your bones. So, whether or not someone is born with a really sharp jawline or not, or whether or not someone's born with a certain metabolism, or whether or not someone's born with sickle cell disease, or whether or not someone's like 7 foot, is going to come down to the DNA and the random mutation of that DNA during the reproductive process. Okay. Now, organisms obviously reproduce to create offspring, and we can see how DNA works here. So you basically have your body. Your body's made up of like lots and lots of these little things called cells. Inside of the cell, at a very, very small level, you have these things called chromosomes, and these are basically fractal pieces of they're fractal structures that basically contain the genetic code that just creates you, and you'll have different ones for different cells. Now, during the reproductive process, the DNA of a male and female is combined and randomly mutates, as I've kind of explained. This makes the offspring similar to, but slightly different from its descendants, and this is called descent with modification. So, when a woman and a man love each other very much, together they go and things happen and sparks fly, and then a baby happens, right? And that baby will be slightly different to its parents, but it will still have similarities to its parents, and that's called descent with modification. And this is called variation, whereby all organisms of a species slightly differ. And it's really important that this happens because, the only way that evolution can work and iteration can happen and life can actually exist is if there's variation. Because what variation does is it accounts for change. So if you've got, let's just say you've got 10,000 insects or ants, I can use the ant example. If you've got 10,000 ants, you want them all to be slightly different from each other, because then you've got 10,000 different, you've hedged 10,000 different ways. And so if the environment changes, there's 10,000 different variants that basically can be tested, and that way the species continues. If everything is the same, and we have what you'd know in farming as monoculture, or in genetics as being homogeneous, I think that's the word, where everything's the same, then one change can wipe out the entire species. And so this is basically called being anti-fragile, or a little bit more robust, where variation is just the key to evolution, because without it, one change can wipe out an entire species. And this is why we differ. This is why all humans are different. It's why all organisms, at least observable ones, are slightly different in terms of size, in terms of traits. Because if you don't, one change comes along and it's good night. So even identical twins have slight mutations that make them differ. They're not, they might look identical, but they're still going to have different things because they're not carbon copies of each other. They might sound different. They might look slightly different. So what I want you to do is, I know we're in the weird biological abstraction stage, and I promise I will bring it back to business and everything will make sense. But we need to understand this, because I'm going to bring this into business in a second and it's going to blow your mind. So what I want you to do is think of organisms as made up of components. Now, component is not a biological term used to describe what an organism is, but it's just for the sake of simplicity, let's just pretend that it is. So these components are made up of more components, and the components that make up the components are made up of even more components, which are determined by DNA. Now, that might sound a little bit confusing, so allow me the liberty of blowing your mind. Well, hopefully I can do that with some slides. Now, we're going to use the example of an ant here, and I've got a diagram of an ant. So this is an organism of the species, let's just say Morgan ant. Okay, and what we can see is the ant is made up of these different components. It's got different parts of its body. It's not just ant is the collective term we use to describe the aggregate of all of these components, right? So let's look at how things change and evolve from the perspective of a diagram. Okay, so I'm going to draw this point home for you. So here you can see an ant. Okay, this black ant. And this is an ant belonging to the Morgan ant species. Okay, so species of ant called the Morgan ant species. Sounds kind of cool, I know. I definitely didn't name it myself. Now, this ant exists in an environment which sets the conditions for survival and reproduction. And so, you can see here, we've got this, I'm just going to zoom out slightly. Okay, so we've got the environment being the leaf, and the environment is basically setting the conditions for survival, okay? Now, the Morgan ant is made up of observable physical components, and these components are known as level 1 variables. And a variable is something that if you modify it, modifies the whole thing. And so what that means is that if you slightly modified one of these level 1 variables or components, then you would slightly modify the ant. So the ant is the macro, and it contains things. It's like a shell, and then the ant is broken up into head, upper body, mid body, lower body. And so, when we look at our diagram of what an ant is, we've got the head here, then we've got the upper body, we've got the mid body, and we've got the lower body. Obviously, we've got the legs and the antenna and stuff, but I'm keeping this simple, okay? So, ants made up of components. Now, here's where it gets interesting, because these components are then also made up of components. So level 1 variables, which are the big things, are made up of level 2 variables. You need to learn to see your business as a living organism with DNA, traits, variation, etc., etc. So when you look at business, you need to see it in the same way that you'd see a biological structure. So what I mean by this is, when we refer to environment in business, this is the market. So your niche, your competitors. The market is basically the sum of every individual human interaction, at every level, competitors, customers, etc. Right? And so when we look at the market, well, really you exist in an environment. In the same way that an ant exists on a tree, if the tree changes and it changes color, the ant must too change color, otherwise it will die. In the same way that you exist in a market, and if that market changes, you must adapt and change accordingly. And in biology, we have this term variation, which is used to denote the basically variety, and having the variety to be anti-fragile. And in business, this is new ideas, new tests, new things, new experiments, right? Genotype, DNA. This is the information used to create all of the variables in your business. So when you're creating your business, and when you're creating your offer and your avatar and your cold email systems and your sales scripts and your products, like, you're using information to do that. You're coding your business in essence. And so when you go through the offer training, and I've given you all of the components of an offer, you're using your understanding of your market and me and this program to code for an offer. And you're coding for a trait. So an offer in your business is like a trait, and that trait is going to be tested against the market and the environment. And if it's a good trait, if it actually works, then the market's going to respond accordingly. You're going to get customers, and that way that the genetic code of your business, this information you use to code the offer, is accurate and appropriate. And we're going to talk more about that in a second. Now, the traits are the characteristics of your business. So for example, if you have a great product, then that means that you've got a good trait. And so for example, the Imperium Academy here with this program, in this academy, maybe it sucks, I don't know, I hope it doesn't suck, right? But I think with a bit of luck, this is a great product, right? And the only reason it's a great product is because I have access to the information to make it. So the DNA of this product is my decade-long experience making money online and teaching thousands of people to do it, and doing it myself. And so, I can code for a pretty damn good trait here. Now, another trait you could have is bad customer support. So if you don't have the information available to you on how to accurately and properly support your customers, then you're going to code for bad support. And one of the traits of your business would be bad support. And so the way that we fix all of the problems in business is by, as I mentioned earlier on in previous videos, seeking out critical information and finding information that's appropriate, and coding that into your business and seeing that code manifest as a trait, testing that trait, and therefore evolving. Okay, in the same way that if an ant had the ability to actually look at the leaf, if the ant was like, oh shit, this leaf is now yellow, I'm just going to quickly change to being yellow. Like, if it could do that, then it would evolve way faster, and ants would probably take over the world. And this is exactly why humans have taken over the world. And it's exactly why we are the top dogs, and we are the most prevalent species and we are at the top of the food chain in every way, is because we have consciousness and we have the ability to change like that. We have the ability to mold and adapt ourselves by using our brains and our consciousness. And that makes us, and we can't do that on a biological level. If there's a radioactive fallout and we have a nuclear winter, I can't just go into, well, maybe we can eventually, but I can't at the moment just go into my genetic code and code for, nuclear resistance. But what I can do is I can look at my business and I can use my brain and my conscious mind to seek information to find new variants that I think would be appropriate and adaptable to the environment. When you get this idea, you just fucking get it. And it will change the way you look at business and it will make you so much money. Okay? So anyway, adaptability is your business fitting the market better and having traits that make it grow. Fitness is your business actually making money and being profitable. So, in biological terms, fitness refers to an organism actually having the ability to, reproduce and having the right traits. But in business, it's are we actually making money? And then reproduction, this actually happens in business. So this is other businesses copying your business traits. So by watching this video and by going through this program, I am essentially reproducing. Your business is going to be offspring of my ideas. And that's fine and that's appropriate, and you want that to happen because I've tested my ideas and I've tested my business traits and the way that I think about business, and I've made it work. And I've made nearly $30 million at this point with these ideas. And so what I'm doing is you can now copy those traits and put them into your business in exactly the same way that an organism would sort of reproduce and come together and pass down to its offspring. So your business is sort of offspring of mine, and you're going to go and find new things that work, and then people are going to copy you. And this is how we see this evolution over time. And so iteration is the gradual change of your business over time. Okay. And by the way, just so you're aware, this diagram took me an entire week to build. This idea of the ant and the variables and the micro macro shell based thinking, and trying to bring all these, eventually you have a brand new business, okay? And it all comes around information. Basically, it's just be smart. So to change our business, we must seek critical information and apply it. Now, like I said earlier, unlike an ant, we don't have to rely on random mutation or variation for this. We can use our brains and our consciousness to find and apply the right information. If your objection handling variant in your business sucks and isn't working, i.e. you're getting loads of sales calls but closing no deals, then you can go and buy objection handling courses. We've got in Easy Grow, for example, we've got an entire section dedicated purely to this. Or you can go on YouTube, or you can buy books, and you can start to seek information that you can use to then recode your objection handling variable to create a version 2 of that is more likely to be adapted to the environment. And so you can see these critical information variants demonstrated in the bottom of this diagram, where it is kind of like DNA. And so what we can start to do is, let's say, for example, that you've gone online and, let's say that you're on YouTube and you watch a video about how to structure your sales. Now have version 2 of our sales pitch, which now you go and seek new information, you implant that information into the code of the variable that you think isn't working. You bring it back to the drawing board, you test the variables and the combination of variables again, and you see if it works. And that's all success is. If this isn't a penny drop, pin drop, aha, holy shit, epiphany moment for you, I don't know what will be. This is how you win. This is also why it takes a year or 2 or 3 years to get to that point where you consider yourself successful, because experiments and tests take time to run. Do not forget this. It's just information, applying it in exactly the same way that an ant would evolve. It's the parallel between biology and business is insurmountable and, unarguable. It's just there, And so if we can learn to think with DNA and variants and stuff, goodness me, you're going to be successful. If this variant works, obviously you're making more money, and because you could test 100 cold email scripts yourself, but to do that and stay sane, and trust me, it's not easy, might take you 4 or 5 years. So by buying the program, you get where you would have got in 4 or 5 years in like 4 weeks. Does that make sense? So you're buying variables. And my version in cold calling, I've iterated my cold calling script, and the cold calling scripts in EasyGrow have been iterated hundreds and hundreds of times. I've made tens of thousands of cold calls. And so in EasyGrow, if your version 1 is going to be my version 128, for example. So this is how you make obscene levels of progress, and this is how you get rich real damn fast, is by just finding what works and then implementing it. And this is why we charge money for EasyGrow, and it's why we charge quite a lot of money for EasyGrow, is because it's really fucking valuable, because it can save you like 5 years of testing and suffering. That's pretty worthwhile, Same thing for my content process. So in EasyGrow, we teach how to do content. And, I'm going to teach you how to do content at a more basic level in this program. But if you want to get serious with it and really become a millionaire and shit, you're going to get my content process, that would have been, like, your version 1 can be my version 13, and you can make 2 years of progress in like 2 weeks just by going through the content, right? So you're essentially, it's a shortcut. When you buy things like EasyGrow, when you go through things like this program, you're basically just shortcutting how long it takes you. You can get to where I am probably a lot faster than I did, purely because, you get to sit on my shoulders. And I think it was Isaac Newton that said this. He summarized this quite well. He said, if I see far, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants. And not that I'm a giant, and not that, you should stand on my shoulders, because I've got a decent level of core strength, but I don't think that would be appropriate, right? This is how it works, okay? And this is the diagram. So, in all of its glory, it took me Hey,
bro. So I think I'm just gonna go through all the action steps and program with the time that I have. Basically, just doing it, talking in myself. Yeah.
This thing sent me to the darkness for a week or two. Like, trying to bring this abstraction out of my brain and my understanding of it onto one document. Well, that took quite some thinking. It looks simple, but this is the thing about teaching, and you'll learn this as you get clients and you start to develop programs in the future. Is teaching is about taking very, very, very complicated ideas and making them as simple to understand as possible. And the premise of this seems real simple when I was 15, 16, because I knew that the rules of those games, the rules of those disciplines, of those studies can be carried across. And I didn't know that at 15. I wasn't cognizant of that, but I had this idea that when I was like a kid, I could see the parallels between what I was learning in these disciplines. And one example, I was in geography, and we were learning about coastal erosion. I think I was 15 or 16. We were learning about coastal erosion. And we were learning about how different coastlines form because of the ocean and stuff. And at the time, I remember when I was 16, this is when I was really starting to sort of get interested in business. And I was sort of trying to parallel that over. So I was looking at how businesses fail and how they erode over time. And then I was thinking, okay, well, coastal erosion is this gradual process that happens as a result of nature, and maybe that's the same thing is true in business with the way that things decay. And then I looked at history. So I've been doing this for a long time, but all of this to say that shit that you learned in school is actually quite useful if you just know what to look for and how to apply it. Another example, in chemistry, when I was 16, I learned about alloying. Alloying in chemistry is basically where you take two metals and you put them together to make a stronger metal. And that's like how steel is made, right? It's called alloying. And in business, one thing I've done is I've taken one cold email script and another cold email script that are totally different, so totally different elements, and I've combined them together to make the ultimate cold email script. That I've alloyed them together. And so I knew to do that in business because I remembered what I learned in chemistry. And so this is what I mean by thinking like a scientist. All of these things that you learn outside of business can be applied, because business isn't real. Business is basically just a fucking amalgamate of variables and different disciplines. And if you become multidisciplinary and you learn all these different things, you can start applying the rules, and you can destroy everyone. So not that you want to destroy everyone, but I mean, you can outcompete everyone, right? So instead of trying to build a company, what you need to do is imagine that you're running a series of experiments. Okay, you're not trying to build a business. You're not trying to become, this entrepreneur. You're trying to become the best scientist and become the best at running experiments. And the iterative process is called the scientific method. So the scientific method basically I wouldn't change two things about my content process at once. And I'm going to explain why in a second. When we get into the actual process of the scientific method, I'll explain this. So just bear with me, but it should make sense in due course. So iterating towards goal. So the whole point of iteration is to achieve a goal, right? The whole point of changing this thing and making these changes is so you can get towards what you want. And so your business should have an overarching goal, right? And we can talk more about this in the mindset module and finding out what you want, but you should kind of know what you want. You should have a goal. And so for example, $100,000 a month. Now this would be the goal of the business in the macro sense, because thinking in micro and macro also works in terms of goals. And I'm going to explain this to you here. So what we would refer to a goal as is a North Star or Polaris star. So when sailors didn't have navigational equipment, when they didn't have compasses and radars and stuff like that, and they were sailing in sea and trading in the seas, what they would do is they get their bearings by using the North Star. And so that was their sort of that was the thing that they based all of their decisions around, was like, how do we get to where we want to according to the North Star? And so your macro goal, being your financial goal, is made up of mini micro goals that must all be hit to make it happen. So earlier how I said that to win the war, you just have to win a bunch of battles? Well, if you want to win the war, which is your macro goal, to be victorious in the war, then all you have to do is win the battles. And if you want to win the battles, then all you have to do is win all the skirmishes, right? So the point here is that if you hit all of your micro goals, the macro goal will be hit. So like, for example, let's say that you want to be healthy. And let's say that your goal is to live to 100 years old. Well, living to 100 years old, the way that you do that is by taking care of all of your micro health goals. So for example, it's making sure that you're exercising regularly and you're maintaining a certain weight, and that your bone density is in a certain place, and that your nervous system's in a certain place. And so these big goals, these big aggregates are basically made up of smaller goals that, if hit, will achieve the goal. So getting to 100K a month is not about getting to 100K a month. It's about doing lots of small things and achieving lots of small little goals that make that happen. So your goal is an outcome of an aggregate of all your micro hypotheses. Your goal doesn't really exist, and neither does your business. Goal and business are words that we use to summarize and sum up the parts that make them. They're effectively collective nouns. So I'm going to give you this visual to help you understand, because this is we're going to get a bit abstract and it can get a bit confusing. So if your goal is to make 100K a month, and that's your version X, what you need to do, then maybe to get to 100K a month, all you have to do is nail your avatar, get your offer right, get your outbound process right, get your content process right, sales process right. And if you get all of these metrics, and you hit all of these goals and these individual little components of the business, then you'll hit 100K a month. So let's visualize this. So here's an example, 100K a month business. Now, your avatar. Eat an elephant, if you're only eating like little bite-sized pieces, it's just going to take you a long time, but you can do it. It's exactly the same thing with building a business. Like, all of these little problems are quite easy to figure out. It's just that there's lots of them and they take a lot of time, and you need to attack the small things. Okay. So measuring experimental outcomes. So the big question then becomes, like, how do you know if your iteration is working? like how do you actually know if a new hypothesis is good or bad? So as I've discussed, a hypothesis is basically a guess. And it's like it's a statement of like a guess where it's like, okay, well, if I do this, then this might happen. But how do you know if a hypothesis works or not? Like, what makes a hypothesis at any level, whether in the macro or the micro, good or bad? Well, as we now know, we have goals at multiple levels. And I want you to start thinking about it like this. So when I use the word goal from now on, I'm referring the goal is transcending the levels. So it could be the goal of getting to 100K a month, or it could be the goal of getting to a 25% sales conversion rate, right? When you can test at multiple levels, therefore we have goals at multiple levels and we have KPIs at multiple levels, which are key performance indicators. And this will all become clear as I go through this diagram, okay? So think about it like this, because this diagram can be extended to understand the nature of experiment at all different 3 levels of variables, okay? So we've got level 1, level 2, level 3. If we want to know an experiment's working or not, because we're going to experiment at these different levels, then we can use this diagram, okay? And I know this is getting a little confusing, and this is one of the hardest things for me to explain to you. So please, if you feel confused and it's taking a minute for you to understand, just rewatch the whole video. It's really important you get this, and I appreciate you bearing with me. So here's how it works. So this is how you can measure the effectiveness of an experiment. So we have the goal, and we have what we would refer to as hell, determined by this fire, right? The red arrow refers to regress, and the green arrow refers to progress, and the black line with the version next to it refers to the baseline. So you have where you are right now. So whenever you're conducting an experiment, or whenever you're about to begin a new experiment, you have your baseline. And your baseline is determined by your current hypothesis. So the current variables that you have, okay? Version 1. Then you have where you want to be, which is your goal. And then you have where you don't want to be, which we're going to call hell, which is below your baseline. So, if you bring in a new experiment, and you bring in a new set of variables, and you bring in a new hypothesis, and you test something new, you're bringing in like version 2. And if by introducing version 2, you move away from baseline towards your goal, then we are making progress. But if by introducing version 2, we move away from baseline towards hell, then we are making regression. And so, when you introduce something new to your business, it's either going to bring you closer towards your goal or push you away from where you are right now towards hell. Or it's going to keep you at the same level and keep you the same. So to make this concrete, for example, let's say that, like I said earlier, I find a new piece of information on how to handle objections on a sales call. And let's say that I implement that information into my sales process and I experiment with it for 30 sales calls. And it's quite a big change to my objection handling process. Let's then say that over those 30 sales calls, I make less sales, okay? Because I introduced this new objection handling variable that I found on TikTok like an idiot. And so what's happened by introducing this new variable is I have regressed. I've made less money. I've made less progress. I'm moving away from where I am right now, away from my goal towards hell. So this is dedicated to explaining metrics, but I'm going to give you the overview, and then you can get into more detail if you want to in EasyGrow. But metrics are basically measurements. Okay, so I'm going to give you an easy example and then explain it in business terms. So your body is a system made up of other systems. And the functioning of your body can be measured by one simple metric, which is your heart rate. So the first thing you would do see if someone's alive is check their pulse. So this is called a primary metric, and in biology it's known as a vital. So how do you know if something's working or not? Well, you have to measure it. Okay? It is impossible to know if something is working or something is functioning properly if you don't have a measurement. So the only way that for us to, if you walk into a room and someone has collapsed on the floor, the first thing you're going to do, and the first thing that an emergency services person will ask you to do, is see if they're alive. And the first thing you're going to do is take a measurement. You're going to take a measurement of the metric of their heart rate, because that's the first thing. Is their heart beating? That is the first thing that you check to see if someone's alive or not. And so the same thing is true in business, where the first metric we use to measure if a business is being successful or not is whether or not it's profitable. And we'll get into that in a second. But my point here is that the heart rate is the first thing we measure. It's a primary metric. Now, inside of your body, you have lots of other systems, because the body is, once again, it doesn't really exist. The body is just the term that we use to collectively describe all of the biological systems that make you up, right? And so inside your body, you have lots of systems. You have your skeletal system. And the metric that you would use to measure whether or not your skeletal system is healthy is bone density. So the mineral density of your bones. If you've got a problem with your skeleton or a bone problem, then the first thing the doctor is going to do, or the osteopath is going to do, is measure your bone density. And so metrics are measurements that we can use to assess the effectiveness or function or quality of function of a system. And the nervous system, your heart rate variability, which is the amount of time between heartbeats and how much variation we have there, is a measurement of your nervous system. And your cardiovascular system is measured by stroke volume. Don't ask me what it is, I just found it on Google. Respiratory system is measured by your respiration rate. So, if you go to a doctor and, you've got a problem with your lungs, and, you've got like an issue, pain in your lungs, they're going to measure your respiration rate, which is basically how many breaths you're taking per minute. And digestive system, microbiome diversity, will measure this. Reproductive system is going to be measured by your sperm count. So if you're a man and your doctor wants to get a measurement of your of the effectiveness or the function of your reproductive organs, then they're going to measure your sperm count, right? And that's like a pretty straightforward test that a lot of people do. And so, not to get too inappropriate, but we're all adults here, right? We can all move on from that. But literally, God, I'm 26. How old am I? But anyway, my point here is that all of these things, all of these components, like all of these things are inside of the body, and we can take a measurement of each system in the body by looking at one metric. And now there's more to it than this, but you get the point. Every big or little system in your body has a metric attached to it that will allow you to assess whether the system is functioning properly. All of these systems in your body must work. All of these systems must work for the body to work as a whole. If one of these systems stops working, then we die. Now, maybe not the reproductive system, but if your respiratory system's fucked or your nervous system's fucked, you're going to either suffer immeasurably or die, right? Now, you want to approach business the same way that a doctor would approach a patient with a health issue. So if you've got a problem in your business, if your business is not growing and it's not profitable, then you need to find out why. And the easiest way to find out why is to measure it. And so, this is why if you call up 911 or 999 and you ask for an ambulance, and the person on the phone will ask you, is their heart beating? Are they breathing? Like, is this person actually alive? Is there any point in us even sending out an ambulance in the first place? It's kind of what they're asking you there. And, if yes, then they'll send out paramedics, and then the paramedics will, run some tests and find out what's wrong with this person. And the only way to find out what's wrong with someone is through tests. And so you have symptoms, like, for example, you could have a really bad cough. So you'd go into your, doctor, and they take your respiratory rate, they take your VO2 max, which is like a measurement of, how effective your lungs are at processing oxygen or something like that. I can't remember. And then they'll get measurements, right? Then if something's working or not. Now, the same thing is true in business. So your business is made up of systems, and the functioning of your business can be measured by one simple metric, which is how profitable this thing is, or really it's profitability / income. Like, how much money are you actually making? Now, if we're measuring a consulting business, then we're looking at income and profit. So, for example, a consulting business that's making $100,000 a month with a 70% profit margin is going to be better than a consulting business making $5,000 a month at a 15% profit margin. Like the functioning of that business number one is better than business number two. And so we measure the success of our businesses by profit and income. Now, if you're looking at a software business and like a portfolio company, you look at like market cap, and it gets weird and different, but just to keep it simple, we're using profit and income. The first thing you would do to see if a consulting business was successful is look at income and profit. Okay, and I'm just going to highlight this. So, this is really the first thing you do. Like if someone came to you and said, is Charlie's business successful? You would run that by the fact, how much money is he making and how much money is he keeping, right? And, depending on your perception of success, you probably would say yes. If you think $1 million a month and $500,000-600,000 a month is successful, then, you kind of get the point, right? So it's pretty straightforward. Like, you start with this primary variable. This is the vital. This is how we know, is our business successful or not? Is it profitable and is there income? Then our income and profitability, in the same way that our heart rate is going to be determined by these systems, because if your nervous system's screwed up, then your heart rate will be off. Same thing if your respiratory system's all messed up, your heart will be working faster, right? And so each system in your business can be measured and tracked by a metric. So your product system is measured by your refund rate. Your ad system, if you're running ads, which you won't be for a long time, but if eventually you do end up running ads in your business, then your ad system is measured by your return on ad spend, which means how much money do you make back if you spend $1. So like it's called ROAS. It's how you print money. You'll learn to do it in EasyGrow. Cold email is basically measured by appointment booking rate, and your sales system is measured by your sales conversion rate. Once again, in the same way that with your body, if one of these systems is out of whack in your body, then the body won't function properly and you'll really suffer or you'll die. In the same way that with your business, you've got all of these systems and there's like a dozen of them. It's not just these 4, there's lots more. And if one of these isn't functioning properly, then the business is going to suffer immeasurably or it's going to die. And so the point here I'm making is that the primary metric that we use to measure success is an amalgamate of all of the smaller metrics that we use to measure success at a smaller local level. And to measure if systems are performing, we use something called key performance indicators. So a key performance indicator is basically a standard that we set that helps us know if we're performing or not. Think of a KPI in the same way that those sailors would think about the North Star. Like, how do I know if I'm going in the right direction? Because if you don't have a key performance indicator, like how the hell do you know if you're healthy or not? Like, for example, they say that a healthy adult male should have a heart rate of roughly 60 to 70 beats per minute. So if you don't know this and you measure your heart rate and your heart rate is 125 beats per minute, you don't know that you're unhealthy. You don't know that your heart rate's abnormal. You need something to compare it to and contrast it against. And this is why, like, in science and stuff, like, with like obesity and all of these problems that people have, it's like the only reason you know you're obese is because you're heavier than the average person. And to be fair, a lot of the average is definitely increased over time, but we have metrics like body mass index and other metrics to use to measure the effect of weight and how heavy someone is on their health. And so you can use those metrics and those measurements to determine where you should be. And for example, the KPI in your system, and I'm going to color these ones in because you know how much I like my color. The KPI of the system for your product in your business is a refund rate of less than 5%. So if your refund rate in your business is higher than 5%, then you are out of KPI, which means that you're doing something wrong. So KPI metrics are like, these are feedback mechanisms. They tell us what's going on, right? So if in your body, for example, if your bone density is really low, then that's a sign that your mineral uptake it just sucks. And like, if you go to an osteopath, which is a person that works with people who have shit bones, basically, it's probably not a nice way to put it, but someone who's got like weak bones, like they'll take the measurement, and if the KPI for bone density is +1 and you come in at -3, the only reason that osteopath knows that you're abnormal and that you need to fix it is because you're not where you should be because of what they know is healthy for everyone. Okay? So that's how we use key performance indicators. And whenever you're running experiments or trying to become successful in making tests and stuff like that, you must learn to look at this, to look at these KPIs and to understand like what the hell are you actually aiming for? Because if you don't know what you're aiming for, then you're gonna miss because you're not even aiming for anything. So we're gonna also touch on asymmetry real quick. This is another mental model that is explained in Easy Grow and like a 4-hour video, 3-hour video. But anyway, so the thing is there are an infinite number of experiments that you could run at any given time. So the question becomes like, how do you know which ones to run and when, and how do you know what to focus on? Like, this might be a question that you're thinking about right now. It's like, if there's like hundreds of variables in my business, how do I know what to work on? Well, what you need to learn to do is focus on things called asymmetries. So asymmetries are certain things in your business that if you work on, move the needle the most. So you'll hear me use this phrase a lot throughout the training, which is move the needle. And this basically means like, there are certain things in your business that will move you towards your goal if changed faster than other things. And this is called leverage. So leverage is basically defined as something getting you what you want. In this case, it's moving you towards your North Star goal. So certain actions in your business have more leverage than others. Like, for example, you could spend 20 hours building a fancy website, or you could spend 20 hours of just making cold calls and booking appointments. Like, doing the cold calling thing has way more leverage. Because if your goal is to make 100 grand, then you can spend 20 hours building a fancy website and make no money, or you can spend 20 hours doing cold calls and make like $30,000, right? Now, the latter is going to move you towards your goal more. It has more leverage. So in contrast, the website is asymmetrical. So, by the way, about the website thing, we're going to give you website templates very shortly. So don't worry about the website thing and how to build a website. I'm going to just give you the templates nice and easy. But simply put, if you're wondering what to test and what experiments to run and what to focus on and when, it's as simple as basically isolating the biggest problem in the business and focusing on that. So you cannot improve the entire business at once. So your job is to find and isolate the one thing that, if fixed, is going to move you towards your goal the fastest, and you just focus on that. And you know, the asymmetry in your business is going to be found in appointment booking, sales, or value delivery. So you want to start by experimenting with and nailing appointment booking, because if you don't, like, when it comes to like figuring out what to test first, you always want to start by testing your appointment booking systems, because you can't run any sales experiments without appointments. And also, like, once you've got the appointment booking thing now, then you need to run sales experiments, because you can't run value delivery experiments without clients. So if you're wondering what to work on and what order to work on it in, and what to prioritize with your experimentation and your scientific exploration here, you start by nailing your appointment booking systems and getting those things down to a T. Then you nail the sales systems. The reason you don't try and nail the sales system before the appointment booking system is because you don't have any sales calls to practice on. Like, how do you know if your sales script works or not if you haven't got any sales calls? And it's the same thing with trying to nail your product. Like, you obviously want to build a great product from the outset, and I'm going to show you how to do this. But the thing is the only way you're going to get better at your product and make a better product is by having clients. And the only way you're going to get clients is by conducting sales calls. And the only way you're going to get sales calls is by getting appointments. So all of your attention should be focused at the source. You know, it's kind of like a river. Like, the river's not going to flow if the source is empty, right? So you experiment by getting appointments first, nail that, then you nail the sales thing, you nail that, then you nail the product thing. They obviously want to work on all three things consecutively, but if you haven't got any sales calls, then focus on getting sales calls. And if you haven't got any clients, then focus on getting sales calls. And if you haven't got client results, then focus on getting clients. Like, you know, you see what I mean? So at any given time in your business, there is one.
Hey guys, so I just realized something, right? A lot of times, mostly me personally, I am focused on creating the product, right? I'm a builder, and I'm thinking about, I'm gonna build the MVP first, then I'm gonna book some calls, and then I'm gonna do sales calls. But it's actually the opposite of that. What I should be focusing on first is to book appointments, and then sales, and then figure out how can I fulfill it. Is for the past months, I've been stuck, really stuck in creating this product of mine that I think that works, but I don't have any clients right now. So that's not good. So Charlie says is by focusing on the best thing, the biggest problems in your business, and focusing on this. So isolate one thing that, if fixed, going to move you to your goal the fastest, and just focus on that. So yeah, let's continue.
Thing that you can experiment with and test that, if nailed, will push you 80% further towards your goal than anything else. Like, almost always, there's always going to be one thing. Now, you don't have a business yet, but once you do and it's up and running, you just always want to be looking for that one thing. Like, for example, for me right now, the asymmetrical thing that I can work on is this program. Like, this is why I'm spending like a year building this thing, because it's like, this is the biggest point of leverage for me, because right now in my business, I need more traffic to EasyGrow, which is why I've built this program. You know, I keep mentioning EasyGrow, as you can tell. And so, you know, the biggest problem I have right now with my business and getting past $1 million a month is I want to do it with extreme levels of profit, which means that I need to get organic traffic and find new ways to get warm leads in who trust me and know me, who want to buy. And so the easiest way for me to do that to in a sustainable way that is very profitable is to build this course and make it available to you so that you can go through it, get results, and then buy EasyGrow. That's my intention. And that's why I'm spending a whole year on this. I've isolated the one thing that moves me towards the goal I want the most, which is 30 million a year right now. And I've no doubt we'll get to 30 million a year in due course. And this program's a huge component of that happening. Without this program, like we can make it happen, but it won't be as profitable. That's my goal, right? So now we can actually look at the scientific method. So I know that we've obviously brushed over what the scientific method is, and you kind of understand it in theory. You know, we've got the 4 steps. But what I'm going to do now is just give you a real quick rundown of a sort of test experiment, so to speak, pun not intended, because you need to know how this works. Like, understanding the theory of all this stuff, it should be blowing your mind, and I'm hoping you now see the world in a different way. You might want to watch this video again a couple of times. But how do we find these variables? Like, how do we actually run empirical tests and experiments and make this happen? Well, let me introduce you to the tool that made me a literal millionaire. So this is the scientific method, and this is the business edition. So anyone who's actually a scientist, like, maybe you can develop some level of appreciation for me extrapolating this into business, but this is how we do it from a business standpoint. And anytime you want to run an experiment or a test, or anytime something's wrong in your business and isn't working, I need you to come back to this video and I need you to use this process. And once again, I know I'm plugging it, but in EasyGrow, I go into this in way more detail. I'm just giving you the high level for now. So the scientific method is fucking badass. It put a man on the moon. It took a picture of a black hole in space. It invented modern day medicine and much more. If it can do all of these things, it can certainly get you to a point where you're successful in business. And I know it because I used it to do it. So we have the cycle where we start by formulating our hypothesis. Once again, we're transcending the 3 levels. It can be macro, micro, or micro, micro, right? We're testing the hypothesis, we're observing the results of the test, and then we're using the results of the test to iterate a new hypothesis to run the experiment again. And the scientific method is cyclical, which means that we rotate around this cycle by formulating new hypotheses, testing them, observing them, iterating them, trying the new one out and testing again. And so in the formulate section, what we're doing here is we're defining the variables and we're creating the version of our hypothesis. Then we test it. Basically, we're exposing the hypothesis to the market to test its effectiveness. Then we're observing results, which is basically gathering data and observing the effect of the variable combination. And then we're iterating the hypothesis. So we're observing the results and getting the data, and then we're using the data to iterate the new hypothesis to hopefully make it slightly better. So we're going to be using the cold calling system from the variable map for this example. So inside of the variable map of all the variables in the consulting business, spoiler alert, there's a lot more than this, but it obviously is simplified, right? We've got this section on cold calling. So we've got the level 2 variable of the cold call system, and inside of the cold call system, we've got these level 3 variables. So to clarify, and by the way, I've changed them out slightly for this example, just to keep it simpler, but you get my point. So to clarify, the scientific method is specifically used at a micro level where we are shuffling level 3 variables to find level 2 variables that work. When we are experimenting, we are typically experimenting with the smaller variables, and this is the level that we iterate at. The objective of an experiment is to find results for a level 2 variable that are within KPI. So for example, like the level 2 variable in this question is cold calling, and if we want to fix the cold calling system, we're going to dive into the level 3 variables and we're going to start experimenting with these. And by changing these, remember, we change this, then we change the thing above it, and then we change the thing above that. So here's the steps. So step 1 is to formulate the hypothesis, or at least like, the basically the shell of the hypothesis. So I'm going to put chain. Formulate hypothesis chain. So what this means is we need to define, step 1.1 is define the key variables. So what are the variables that make up this system? There's going to be 2 to 4, no more than that. You don't really want more than 4, otherwise you get complex. You want to define the key variables. What are the things that really, really impact this system? So in this instance for cold calling, it's the gatekeeper process, the hook, and the pitch. These are the 3 things that we can play around with and change to change the cold calling system as a whole. The next step is to define the metrics and KPI. So what measurement are you actually have picked up, how many gatekeepers have answered, etc., etc. And you've got all of these things you're going to log every single day to measure the effectiveness of the cold calling system. And you need to log your data every day because the only point of doing the scientific method is getting data. The whole reason we do this is actually just to get data so we can make better decisions. Building a business and becoming successful is about making the right decision consecutively over and over again. And the only way to make the right decision is to know it's the right decision. And the only way to know it's the right decision is by looking at data. Data and numbers will tell you what is right and what is wrong. And so this is why we do this. We're not doing this for any other reason than knowing what the right decision is every time. And the only way we know it's right is by testing an accurate, empirical, statistical observation, which is why you must log your metrics every time. Okay, and I've got metrics, in all of these folders up here. All of these are basically just metric folders, that tell me different things about my business. So step 3 is observe results. So the next thing to do in 3.1 is verify the data. So before you make any decisions, just check your data and make sure that you've logged it properly and it's accurate and there's no anomalies. There might be anomalies, but make sure that they're not of your own fault. Step 3.2 is determine success. So then what we're doing is we're sort of coming back to this diagram here and we're asking ourselves, we've got our baseline, which is where we were when we started the experiment. So was the experiment successful? Did this experiment deliver results within KPI? Did you progress away from baseline towards goal, or did you regress away from baseline towards hell? And so, every experiment has an outcome, and the outcome can be measured on this nice little abstract diagram here. That's basically, how you know if you're doing the right thing or not. And then step 4 is iterating hypothesis. So once we've built a hypothesis, right? significantly higher level of business. So don't worry. So yeah, make sure you've got all these things in a row. And this is basically how you build everything in your business. This is the scientific method. Now, people kind of get this. Like, you might have heard gurus before who talk about A/B split tests, where they're like, oh yeah, just split test it, bro. They're kind of, they're all on the right track because that's kind of a scientific test. But this is an A/B split test on steroids. And this is how you really should think. So anytime someone just says they need to do an A/B split test, like, it can sometimes be appropriate, but you need to kind of do your A/B split tests thoroughly and like this, okay? So if you follow all 18 of these steps, and there's 18 of these steps, I thought there was only 14 or 13. I made this document a while ago. If you follow all 18 of these steps properly, you literally cannot fail. And I mean this in every sense of the word. The only variable is time. You just need to give the scientific method enough time to work and shuffle variables. It will take time, but it will work. Like, if you actually follow the scientific method, if you actually do this cyclical thing, you cannot fail. For as long as you keep trying, you can't fail anyway, by definition. But this is how you find anything that works. Unless you get really lucky, then you've got to do the scientific method. And I'm sure you don't want to rely on luck as a strategy in business, because it's a pretty bad one. So that's the scientific method, business edition. And you can also open up a summary of all the steps here, and you can observe them. That shouldn't be there. And you can observe them here, okay? So we'll just get rid of this. And then you've got the summary. So you can see all of the steps to the scientific method in a nice, neat little order here. Okay. Now, the last thing we're going to look at is variation. So we've kind of covered variation. Once again, this is a topic that in Easy Grow is just like, there's like a whole thing on it, but I'm just going to cover it quickly here because you need to know it. So as you should recall from earlier, information is the bedrock of a business. It is used to change level 3 variables that in turn have a major impact on the business as a whole. The quality of the information that you have determines the quality of your business. Now, variation of information is the key to this whole thing. So in the same way that, like, you know, if a spider lays eggs and if it hatches 500 spiderlings, you know, all of those spiderlings will be slightly different to, you know, basically account for the change in environment. This is because your environment, I'm going to start this bit again. Variation of information is the key to the whole thing. It's been a long video. This is because your experiments can only be as good as the information informing them. So this is a really important thing. Like, a good scientist is only a good scientist because they know what to test, right? Now, obviously, we can remove the emotion and do the empirical experiments and stuff, but you need to have the right information. Without variation, entire species will die and businesses will fail. This is why most people suck at business, by the way. Like, this is why why most of these sort of startup business online courses and videos do not help. So I'm sure you've done this before or seen this before, where, you know, some guru is selling like a course and, you know, it kind of sucks and no one really gets results, and it's because there's no variation. Like, everyone has the same thing. It's like, you know, they say, like, you know, oh, I'll just sell this one thing on Amazon, or like, this is the best drop shipping product to sell, and then everyone does it, and then it's no longer the best thing to sell because there's no variation, right? And this is how we die. So this is why I've not given you the best niche or the best service, because then everyone would copy it and there would be no variation, and as a species we would die. And I'm responsible for you guys, so I don't want you to die, right? At least in a business sense, or not personally, of course. Although I don't know you, I would rather you didn't die, right? So anyway, like, I'm not biasing you towards a niche or a service in any way. This is going to be the same thing when we come to the cold email and the cold calling and the cold DM and the content processes. Like, I'm not going to give you, like, you know, say exactly this, because if you do that, it won't work, because everyone will do it. Now, in Easy Grow, we do that because in Easy Grow, there's only like 1,000 people, you know, or like it's a much more elite group. But with the size of this community, as I'm sure you've observed, if I unleash like a new cold email like template, everyone's going to use it and it's going to stop working. So I can do that in Easy Grow, which is why we do, because there's less people using it. But at this level, not going to happen. But I'm still going to give you the best training that you're ever going to find at this level for acquisition. Don't worry about that. But my point here is we're going to go through principles, we're going to go through ideas, we're going to go through how to do it, not just do this, because you can't copy and paste your way to success. You can if you're the only person copying and pasting, but the second that like more than one person does, it doesn't work. So variation is the key to evolutionary success. It's the random mutation of genes that has brought about humans, owls, willow trees, and all successful species we know today. This program will give you the variables you need to succeed, but I implore you to introduce your own calculated and random variation. So there are countless combinations of variables that we can combine to test, and there is no end to variation. You can have as much fun as you want with it, and you can apply almost anything to business to see if it works. My best systems I've ever made have not been copy and pasted. They are the result of relentless iteration of random variables. Now, this is kind of a key word here, this word randomness, because this is how nature does it. Like, nature's only tool for variation is randomness. So you know how on that game show, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you get to phone a friend. If you're not sure what to do, you phone a friend. Well, when it comes to client acquisition or business, I'll put business here specifically. When it comes to business, that friend is randomness. So if you're ever stuck in a corner or snookered or trying to build a business system, try randomness. I'm not even joking. Turn to a random page in a random book, pick a random line, and see how you can apply it to your business. Learn from nature, because you never know what you're going to discover. Like, you want to become this mad scientist, basically, and you want to become random and somewhat unpredictable. Like, you know, if I'm building a new, if I'm making like a YouTube video, and I'm trying to think of like a hook for a YouTube video, like, I'm not even joking. Sometimes if I'm not sure what to say in the hook, I'll just go to my library, pick out a random book, a random page, shut my eyes, point at one word, and I'll see if I can build the hook around that word. And it works. Like, you know, because if you're using randomness and you're really truly experiencing variation in your business, then no one's going to be like you. A lot of the time it won't work. And this is why, like, you know, in nature, like, most of the variants are not preferable. Like, most information you find for your business will not be good, and most of it will suck. But sometimes you'll come across something that just changes the game completely, and the only way you're going to do that is by just trying things that are random. Now, not completely random, obviously, have to make sense, but I'm hoping you can get the point. I'm hoping you can understand. So variation is the key of evolution, and, you know, once you understand that and you use it, you'll crush everyone. So just to sort of summarize this video in a sentence or two, maybe I could have saved you the time, but I think giving you the context and the full understanding was important. You know this phrase of, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again? Well, that's for idiots. Because if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, then you're insane. And that's not the definition of insanity, but a popularized one. Like, if you try something and it doesn't work, and you try again, it's not going to work again. You must shuffle variables and you must have variation. So if at first you don't succeed, iterate and then try again. Okay? This line here is bullshit. Because if you do something and it doesn't work and you do it again, it's not going to work again. But if you do something and it doesn't work, you look at why it didn't work, you look at the feedback, and then you iterate what you did, and then you try that new thing, then it might work. Okay? That's the lesson of this video. So in this video, we've gone through the iteration explained. We've gone through iteration explained. We've gone through method-long evolution, DNA, applied evolutionary biology. We've been through the scientific method twice. We kind of went through that twice. Macro versus micro iteration, iterating towards goal, measuring experimental outcomes, metrics, variation, asymmetry, and a scientific method. We've been through this. This has been a bit of a mission. This video has taken me nearly 3 weeks to make, to be completely honest with you. And I hope that it serves you well. And I hope that, you've taken what you need to know from this. And I implore you to just rewatch this thing, because this really is the secret. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next video. Take care.
Right, okay. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna reflect back on this 1.7, because a lot of times it's actually applying different things in business that makes it work, right? So let's do this. Okay. Okay. Are you seeing this? Yeah. There. That's good. Okay. So basically this one, iterative renaissance, okay? Basically this talks about evolution, how evolution works, and how can we apply it in our businesses. So meaning to say, basically Charlie explained everything about it, like the evolution, the traits, that if you have certain traits, maybe it's better fit for that specific environment or not. So in business, we don't need to have this random mutation, but we can actually create one random mutation and basically scale it up to basically evolve our systems. So that's my main thing. And it talks about when in business, we have different levels. In the macro business, right? In the macro systems, we have the business and in the niche and the problem that we're solving. And then in there are certain levels in variables. And in the lowest of them all, we have now the DNA, which is the information that we are applying on this level 3, level 4 variations. So that if we can see if this part there. Are you seeing my mouse or no? Wait a minute. Okay, there. So basically, what happened? There. Okay. Basically, I understand everything that he's saying. It's about creating the initial version and then iterate over time and just iterate one. Keep every variable the same constant and see if that leads to our goals or not, and then adjust accordingly. It just means that it will be delayed, super delayed, because it cannot work when we change a lot of variables at once. And then he talks about metrics as well. What are the KPIs? What are the North Star that we need to fix or that we need to track in order for us to see if there is result or not? There is a pulse or not, right? And this concept of asymmetry, which means asymmetry works when there's certain inputs, right? This one, the input is its output is exponential to its input. Less input, big input, big input, little input. So what we need to do is to focus on that one thing that will move the progress faster than if we just pick random variables. So that's it. The scientific method and variation. So the important thing here is randomness. Because randomness actually can work in our favor if we use it systematically. Right. So that's it. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. That's a dumb way to do it. And that's a dumb way that how I did it in the past. Because if at first you don't succeed, try and try again, there's no feedback, right? There's no iteration that is happening if that action or if that system is actually helping you towards the goal. And if you just try and try again, you're basically just doing random stuff, this variation, without even having any metrics. So that's what I'm saying. So overall, this module gives me clarity that in business, to be successful, you just need to focus on iterating every single thing. Variation 1, variation 12, variation 35, up until to the KPI that we want and build up the level of it. Like the level 3 is okay, the level 2 is okay, the level 1 is okay, and then our macro level, right? Our main metrics, which is the business, goes up. So that's it. So right now, we are moving fast. We are now done in iterative renaissance. And I'm still good to go. I'm ready to continue. Just continue everything. Okay? So let's do this. I don't know who is this Toy Note. Toy Note. I know if you're there, but I've actually done all the action steps. I'm not skipping. I'm not. I'm doing the work. So yeah, let's do this. Let's go. Now we are on the last video. Am I audible or no? Yeah, audible. We are on the last part of the business genesis. That's good. We're going through it. Nice, that's it.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here and welcome to Business Setup. So in this video, I will be walking you through 11 very simple and straightforward steps to setting up your business in terms of legality, financially, and basically getting you set up so that you actually have something tangible and real to sort of trade out of. Now, be under no illusion, we've been setting up your business the whole time, and the niche selection, the offer creation, the problem selection, the solution validation, all of those things are the core foundation. This is kind of just the dressing that we have to do to seem legitimate and actually have a entity and bank account and payment processor and all those things to make us look legitimate, transparent and tangible. So we're going to be naming your business, registering your domain, setting up your business email, legal documents, templates, company logo, website setup, professional LinkedIn setup, registering your company, banking setup, payment processing setup, and software stack setup. So we're really going to get into some practical action items here. And without further ado, let's have a look. So welcome to Business Setup. This resource will cover the fundamentals of making your business look and feel tangible so that clients actually trust you. This is nowhere near as complicated or time consuming as you may think. So let's get into it and set up our business from a legal and financial standpoint so you can move on to start trading and making some money. So again, we're not really going to be trying to get clients until week 5 here because we've got a lot of work to do, but it's very important that your business is set up properly before clients start rolling in and you start making money. Okay, so there's 11 steps before you can move on to the mindset training in week 2. So first of all, we've got to name the company. Very simple. Register the domain, and let's get into these things. So first of all, naming your business. So a lot of people spend way too much time on the name. So what I want you to do is set a timer on your phone or on your computer for 20 minutes, or sorry, not 20, 10 minutes, and I want you to come up with a name for your company. And basically what you want to do is come up with a name, and you want to go here to namecheap.com to see if that company can be named accordingly, okay? So for example, if I wanted to call my company Imperium and just Imperium, then I could go imperium.com and search, and if the domain is not available, which it's not, it's taken, then I'm not going to choose that name because we kind of just want to have a .com domain. But if I wanted to go with, like, let's say I wanted to call my company blah blah consulting.com, then that's probably going to be available, okay? And so that would be a name that you could use. Now, I'm not actually going to say that you use blah blah consulting.com, but you got my point. So basically, it's really this simple. The biggest companies in the world didn't care about the name. So Apple is named after a fruit, Amazon is named after a rainforest, and Google is named after something that a literal baby would say. Like Google is like goo goo gaga shit, right? So our company name Imperium was a random idea my business partner's mother had when we were trying to think of a name. I remember at the time I was playing like Call of Duty Zombies or something, and we were like, oh yeah, Imperium sounds good. And then we were like, yeah, let's roll with it. Thought, yeah, that sounds kind of cool. It doesn't matter. You can use ChatGPT to your heart's content here. Truly, the name doesn't matter. Okay, it does not matter. As long as you don't call it like don'tbuyfromme.com, it doesn't matter. So set a timer, 10 minutes, no more. Do it now. Maybe you've got a name in mind already. It should be that simple. You can go to some Latin words. Just make sure that it's easy to spell, and the domain is available. Okay, simple, done, dusted. Second thing is domain and email setup. So what you want to do is you want to head over to Google Workspace, and you can do that here. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to use Google Workspace to register your domain, and we're also going to set up your company email. Okay, so I'm not going to give you step-by-step instructions on the screen because this is Google and it is incredibly simple to do this. And I'm just going to remove these capital letters before they annoy me. But the point I'm making is like you don't need step-by-step instructions to set up a bloody Workspace account because it's so simple. So I'll just run you through it real quick. So head over to Workspace, you can find that here. Put in your name and current email to create a Workspace account. Click get a custom domain and search for your domain. So it should just be your company name with .com on the end. Shouldn't be any more than $10, $20 a year. Add a username. So this is basically just your first name, okay, next to your email. Create a secure password and obviously don't forget it. Now for this, what you want is the Business Plus plan. Should be $20 a month or so. The reason that you want to do this is because you're going to be using Google Drive, you're going to be using Google Workspace email, you're going to be using the calendar, you're going to be using Docs, you're going to be using and all these things, and you need the domain registered, and you also need all the Google Drive storage, because when we come to do our operations and our sales calls, we're going to store the sales calls here. Everything's going to be run out of your Google Drive. Okay, it's so important. Set it up. It's worth $20 a month. Okay. Enter your payment details. Get your payment address done. When you register, make sure your domain information is private, so that the box should already be ticked, so people can't find your address. And after payment, you do not need to add any other users, just yourself. Okay. Simple. Now that you've done that, what you want to do is set up your business email. So you can go to Gmail or accounts.google.com. And then you can basically set up Gmail using your new Workspace user account. So go to gmail.com, turn all the smart features on, go to settings and set a signature, and use the following signature here. It's really simple to set up a signature in Gmail. This is an example signature. You want to include a phone number in the bottom and an address of an expensive location in a major capital city in a major country. Now, I'm not going to encourage you to lie about where you live, or lie to clients about having offices when you don't. Obviously, I live in London, so you can decide to do this or not. The phone number doesn't have to be real. No one's going to call it. It just makes you look more professional, and it makes you look like you're actually a real person. And also the address doesn't have to be accurate. But again, I'm not encouraging you to lie. However, if you put a expensive location of a major capital city in a major country, then you do seem more trustworthy. But that's not me telling you to lie. That's just me telling you that it's an option. Okay. This is about looking and appearing professional in your email exchanges. So for example, when I had my first business, technically my business partner was in Amsterdam and I was on the outskirts of London. So we just said we have offices in Amsterdam and London. Clients don't need to know that our offices were our bedrooms, but you get my point, right? You can pick and choose to do this if you want. So then you add a profile picture to your Google Workspace account. Should be semi-simple, semi-professional headshot or selfie will do. Nothing edgy, nothing Instagrammable. I don't want to see anyone mogging their clients. Just your face in good lighting, okay? Simple, done. And that's all that. So next up is the legal document templates. So you're going to need a privacy policy and some T&Cs for your website, and if clients ever ask for them. So you can use this template to create your privacy policy, and here's a template that you can copy and paste into a document for the terms and conditions over on our website for Imperium Acquisition. So you can see this thing here, pretty long, pretty extensive. You should probably read through it and check it all out, to be honest. Same thing with the T's and C's as well. You can read them and check them out. Go to File, make a copy for the privacy policy, and you can add this to a doc. Quick disclaimer, these are our privacy policy and terms and conditions documents. This is not legal advice. I'm not advising you to blindly copy and paste. They may not legally be applicable to your company, jurisdiction, or country, so please consult a proper lawyer before blindly copying my templates. These are templates for inspiration purposes, and I'm not advising you to directly copy them. You'll need funnels. You'll need for funnels and pages down the line. Okay, so you can just check them out now, make a copy, edit them in any way that you see fit, and consult a lawyer if you feel that is necessary and or appropriate. There is my legal disclaimer out of the way. So company logo, we're blasting through these, but it is simple. Make an account for canva.com, head over to Canva templates like so, set a 5-minute timer, pick your favorite template in these 5 minutes. Set another 5-minute timer, edit your logo in these 5 minutes, and then save the file in your Google Drive. Do not spend too long on this. I do not want to see anyone spending more than 10 minutes on a bloody logo. So you come to templates, you go to logo, and then you give yourself 5 minutes to scroll down and find the one that you like the most. So let's have a little scroll here, and you're like, oh, and you'll see some of them are premium. You don't need to do that. You don't need the premium ones. You can just use the free one. So let's have a little scroll here, and you're like, oh, I don't know which one I like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that'll do. Okay, customize the template. And then literally all you're going to do is, let's say my company is called Imperium Acquisition. Just put, let's say that my company is called, I don't know, X marks the spot consulting, right? And I'm going to come here, marks the spot. Let's just call it X marks. Let's say that's all. There you go, done. Now it might look kind of shit, but honestly, like, that's fine. You do not like, that's just an example, right? I literally did that in all of 20 seconds. But the point I'm making here is, all you then do is you go to share, download, and then you download it, and then you've got your file, and that's your logo done. It does not, like, literally my logo. I mean, you guys have seen my logo. It's literally, it's everywhere, right? It's literally just an I and an A in a box. It took me, and I'm not even joking, I pride myself in this, it took me 3 minutes to make that thing, and that was 3 minutes too long. So do not spend long on this. I don't care about your creative proclivities. If you want to spend 3 hours on making it all pretty with the perfect pastel pink, do not do that. Simple, black and white, get it done, okay? Next is website setup. So what I've actually done is I've recorded a, this resource isn't completed yet, which is why it's going to be separate. But what I wanted to do was walk you through a full sort of step-by-step instruction template on how to actually build a website. And I'm going to give you a very specific template that we would recommend that you use in a very specific software that you can later use for other funnels and other softwares and other connections. So instead of rushing through it in this sort of quick, snappy thing, what I want you to do now is click this document here. And it doesn't look completed yet, but it hasn't updated. Head over to this document for specific video instructions on how to set your website up with our recommended website template. So I'm going to give you a cut and dry template. You can install it. We're going to show you how to connect your domain, get everything set up, get it all linked. It's going to be real simple, real straightforward. But for the sake of keeping this simple, we're going to keep moving. But you want to pause the video right now and go and set that template up right now. Okay, do it now. Don't put it off. It's going to take a little bit of time and energy, but do it now. Next is professional LinkedIn setup. So this is my LinkedIn here. Just takes you through to this. You kind of want to you can just copy my LinkedIn pretty much. It's pretty straightforward. So spend 30 to 45 minutes setting up your profile. Honestly, even this is like way too long, to be honest, like 30 minutes max. What you want to do is, the reason you want a LinkedIn profile is because you're going to be in a professional field, right? And you might not necessarily be working with businesses, but people are still going to Google you and they're going to look for your name. And you know, the only real platform that you want people to be finding on, at least in the beginning, is LinkedIn, because it shows that this is like a website for a human, right? And it's pretty important. So what you want to do is just make it look professional and edit it to look good. Add a picture and as much information as you can. Don't be afraid to use ChatGPT to write certain things. Again, this does not need to be anything crazy. I think I've spent probably 20 minutes on my LinkedIn profile, honestly. Just a basic professional profile so that when someone Googles your name, you come up looking decent and legitimate, okay? That's it. Just literally simple, basic stuff. Like, you can put your company in here. You can always say your company started a while ago. Again, like, I'm not going to encourage you to lie to clients, but you can do whatever the hell you want with your LinkedIn profile, okay? And you can set it all up. So literally 30-minute timer. Any longer than that is too long. Step 8 is registering your company. So you're going to need to register your company to be a legal entity. This is to prevent you from getting sued and making you seem more legitimate. So the reason that we have a limited company here in the UK or an LLC in America, or wherever other countries have different jurisdictions, is to prevent us from being sued by clients. Because if someone wants to sue you, then they sue your company, not you, and it protects you and your personal assets from legal action. Very unlikely you get sued at this level of business with the pricing plans you're going to be using. However, it's just good to have a legal entity in mind. Now, I cannot give you step-by-step instructions here, as all countries have very different ways to get set up. But what I would do is just Google or ChatGPT instructions on how to set up a company in your country. Any questions on how to do this? Don't know why that's Revolut Business. We can delete that. Any questions you've got on how to do this, you can just go ahead and Google it, okay? I'd recommend you get this done by a professional lawyer or accountant. It is worth paying a few $100s or $1,000 to someone to sort this, okay? Pretty simple. Like, you can Google this. It's not like, again, I'd love to give you step-by-step instructions, but it's kind of like, oh, it just doesn't make sense. You can just Google it and all of the countries will be able to provide you with step-by-step instructions. So I would try and set up a UK LTD or a USA LLC if you're outside of the US or the UK. See if you can set those up anyway, because like if you're in like, I don't know, let's say you're in like a third world country, like you're probably going to want to try and set up a UK company or a USA company, but sometimes you won't be able to because for whatever reason. So if you're like in Germany or Denmark or Netherlands, you can still set up companies there. That's fine. Okay, same with Canada, etc., etc. So once you've registered your company, you want to set up banking. Okay, so you can head over to this link here and set up an account with Revolut Business. This is by far the best banking for business that I have found. We use this for all of our finances, specifically for one of our company structures. Bear in mind that my company structures are horrifically complicated now because we have to have lots of layers because of the money we're making and tax reasons. But you want to set up a Revolut account. You want to set up multiple currency accounts so you can trade overseas. Now, this is really simple. Again, like all of these setup things, I'm just going to give you like broad strokes on what to do, and then you can go and like fill in the blanks, because I don't know why this says 7.1. These instructions are, I need to correct these. But basically, the reason that I'm not giving you step-by-step instructions on these things is kind of because I can't. Like setting up a bank account, and like it requires me to go into all of my sensitive information, like my addresses, and basically there's no way I can get through the setup without giving my passport, my address, like my company information, all this stuff, and obviously that's not information I'm going to share openly with all you guys. So you can figure this one out again. So and by the way, whenever I give future step-by-step instructions, it's incredibly rare that I'm just going to say figure it out, but truly I cannot get into this because it's sensitive. Setup's very simple. You'll need to identify yourself with legal documentation, proof of address, etc. Now, if Revolut doesn't work for you, I would try and set Revolut up first, but if for whatever reason you can't because your country or whatever, then you can just use Wise. But try Revolut first. It's going to serve you better. It's less likely to get shut down. It's more trustworthy. Your money is going to be safe with Revolut, in my opinion. I do use Wise as well for a separate thing. But I would start with Revolut, okay? This is an affiliate link, by the way, so you register, I'll get some benefits from that. But again, like I've used probably 10 different banks over the last like 5-10 years in business, and Revolut has been by far the best for us, so you can use it. If you need any like help with setup, then you can just literally Google it, or there's tons of YouTube tutorials on how to do this as well. So you can figure that one out. It's very simple. Like if you can't set up a bank by yourself, like I'm sorry, but I got some news for you. You're in trouble. I'm just joking, of course. So step 10 is payment processing setup. So you actually need to be able to take credit cards. And you're going to need to be able to process payments. Like how the hell do we get this done? First of all, you can process payments by using Revolut and sending over your banking details, but we don't really want to rely on clients sending wire transfers to us because they're hard to track, they're a nightmare. Like clients are going to like have to redo that every month if you're selling monthly. So you want to connect your payment processor. Now I would set up Stripe. You can do that by clicking here. Stripe is by far and large the best payment processor on the planet. And then what you want to do is connect Stripe to your Revolut bank accounts, okay? So you can get paid. Now, again, due to the sensitive nature of payment processor setup and compliance, I cannot exactly give you step-by-step instructions myself. I can't walk you through a Stripe setup because it's going to require, again, for me to give my address. And it's like I have to give legitimate information to set it up, so I can't go through the instructions without that. Any questions you have on how to set Stripe up can be answered and will be answered in the Stripe support forum specifically here, okay? Now, if Stripe doesn't work for you, there are other payment processor options available that you can search for. However, I'm not going to endorse or recommend any other payment processors purely because a lot of them I don't want to be associated with because of their reputation or the kind of people they work with, right? Stripe's clean. And if you use Stripe, it's the best option, but not everyone will be able to use it. But there are other options that you will be able to find if you search that will probably accept you. But Stripe, it doesn't take any bullshit. Like if you're like a certain business model, it won't take you. If you're in a certain country, it won't take you. If you're related to certain things, it won't take you. So I like it because it's clean, and you know you can tell someone's earned their stripes when they use Stripe. That makes sense. But you might not be able to. But again, you can find another payment processor, right? This is kind of the only area, like this business setup stuff, the financial setup, the only area that I can't give you very detailed instructions on. So then what you want to do is set this software up. So this is called PayFunnels. You want to go here and set this up on the $29 a month plan. You want to connect PayFunnels to your Stripe and then set up a custom payment link for your product. This is all, again, incredibly intuitive to do, specifically in PayFunnels. So you can just click here, set up an account, and again, I can't log in because it contains sensitive information about my financial situations, and we've got payment links in here, we've got bank account information here, so I'm not going to click around in softwares where all that stuff's available, because it's like we've got client information and stuff, right? So anyway, set this up here, connect to your Stripe, and then you can set up a custom payment link. And basically this is kind of like where you'll then basically, what it will do, in fact, let me show you, hang on. Okay, so we're just here inside my PayFunnels. I've navigated away from the dashboard, customers, etc. But basically what you want to do is come into PayFunnels here on the $29 a month plan. And I know it seems like a bit of money to spend, but trust me, like this is the payment link software. Sadly, you can't avoid this. So set that up. And then what you want to do is you want to go ahead and create a new payment link. And then what you do is you type the name of your product or service in here, which can just literally be services from company. Description, you can just pop in here as like just a line, whatever, doesn't have to be anything, like just set up a custom payment link for your product, customers, etc. But basically what you want to do is come into PayFunnels here on the $29 a month plan. And I know it seems like a bit of money to spend, but trust me, like this is the payment link software. Sadly, you can't avoid this. So set that up. And then what you want to do is you want to go ahead and create a new payment link. And then what you do is you type the name of your product or service in here, which can just literally be services from company. Description, you can just pop in here as like just a line, whatever, doesn't have to be anything, like just services. And then this is where you select your payment. So if you're doing like a monthly retainer, you put it in here. If you're doing like a payment plan, like a 3-time payment, you do it here. And 1 time, you do it here. And then basically what you do is you go ahead, you can select the currency here. So if you're charging in, like if you're working with US dollar clients, then obviously you want to charge in USD. And you can decide whether or not you're putting tax in. Now you won't have VAT, like UK VAT, or again, like your tax situation, you need an accountant. Like at the end of the day, when it comes to managing tax and stuff, like I can't tell you what to do there because every company and every country is different, but you'll figure that one out. You can ask the billing address, etc., etc. And then basically this is really helpful because, like, let's say that we're charging like $5,000. And I want to charge a client $5,000 and I'm on the sales call with them and they're like, hey, can I pay? And you're like, yeah, sure. What you don't want to be doing is going around into Stripe, digging that out. Like Stripe's a nightmare, and trust me, payments are way, like clients, if they just, PayFunnels makes the whole payment processing thing so simple and it makes it so intuitive. I've processed 4,000 to nearly probably at this point, 4,500 clients through PayFunnels specifically. So this is what the PayFunnels link will look like specifically. So obviously, like again, you could set up a recurring payment, a payment plan for like 3 payments, etc., 1-time charge. And people, like clients, will filling this out seems intuitive, it seems professional. And what the other thing that's really cool is it automatically sends the at this point 4,500 clients through pay plan for like 3 payments, etc., 1-time charge. And people, like clients, will filling this out seems intuitive, it seems professional. And what the other thing that's really cool is it automatically sends the invoice. It's way easier to manage subscription payments, payment plan, and then basically they just set it up, okay? And what you can do is you can connect that to Stripe so that when the payment comes through, it gets to Stripe, and then there's no processing fees specifically for PayFunnels. Does that make sense? Stripe will charge you 2.9% to process payments, but any payment processor will do that. It's an unavoidable, basically like a tax, right? So that's just unfortunate, but it is just the case. So connect to your Stripe and set up a custom payment link for your product. This is essential because obviously you're going to be using custom payment links to pay directly from the software. So yeah, you can just set this up. It's honestly for the price, it's insanely valuable and you need it. So go ahead and set that up. So the next thing is a quick software stack setup. So what I wanted to do was just basically give you like all of the softwares that I would recommend that you use or will need for your company. So if you come here, you'll be able to see them. So there's more than this in terms of what I use, but these are the kind of essential ones that you're going to need. Okay, so all of these, by the way, are affiliate links for full transparency. I'm not going to pretend that they're not. But here's a list of all the softwares I recommend that you set up and use for your company. I've personally used all this software, and this is an extensive list of every one that we use to make more than 10 million a year. I've purposely missed a few very advanced ones that you won't need. So you can see them all here: Rebump, Wistia, Make, Go High Level, Slack, School, Cal.com, Typeform, Loom, ClickFunnels, Alloy, Instantly, Webflow, ChatGPT. You can read, right? I'm not gonna go through this over and over again, but you can kind of get the point here. These are all the softwares that we use, and you know, like this is what we use for Gmail follow-up. For video hosting, we use Wistia. Automation, I use Make. CRMs, websites, funnels, and more, Go High Level. Slack communication. If you want to host communities, use School. Scheduling software, Cal.com. We'll show you how to set this up in week 5. Typeform, if you want to use any sort of form-related software where you want to get information from clients. Any video recording, I'd use Loom. ClickFunnels, marketing, funnels. Cold calling, use Alloy. Cold email, use Instantly. Website creation, use Webflow. ChatGPT, use AI for AI chat, obviously. Manus, AI agent. For CRM management and sales management, Close.com. Video editing, you can use these. Photoshopping and media encoding, these ones. Canva, obviously, for designing stuff. Midjourney for image creation. Frame.io for video editing. Google Workspace, we've already set that up. Revolut for banking. Amex for credit card. QuickBooks for accounting. Whisper for voice to AI text, pretty cool software. Hyros for ads tracking. Bitly for link compression. Linktree for social CTAs and link compression. ActiveCampaign for sending emails to an email list. ScreenFlow for program recording, that's what I'm using right now. Help Scout for client support. Miro for strategic planning. Zoom for meetings. Fallon for meetings. Asana for project management. Hyros for ads tracking, and Zapier for automation. Okay, all of these like anything related to client acquisition, by the way, like lead sourcing softwares, like cold email softwares, cold calling softwares, all of that will be covered in week 5 when we talk about client acquisition. So don't worry too much about those for now. But these are the ones that you're going to want to use if you want to set them up. Okay. So I'm not going to tell you which ones to set up because you won't need all of them right now. But as and when you do, you can come back to this list and visit back and use these links. Okay, just for the ease of use, so the things are a little bit easier for you. So that's a business setup video. Make sure that you've gone ahead and done your website. It's really important because we're going to be sending this to people, and if you don't have a website, then people are going to be like, you're a scammer, right? So you can use that template, and we'll now move on to the next videos, and I'm looking forward to seeing you. We're getting so close to week 2 now, so I'll see you there, and have a good day. Any questions on this, you can obviously use the community, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Take care.
What a day. So right now, I already have my basically 60% my business setup done. I'm just gonna polish everything. I'll set hour and a half for that. So that everything is going on. And I've already set up my payment processing here in my country so that I can be able to the payment systems. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm getting information overload. So yeah, let's do this. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Let's go. Hey bro, let's go. What are you working on? What module are you now? Oh yeah, I'm still doing the business setup. I'm on the email part, the legal documents. So yeah, I think I'm gonna finish this today. Let's go. Okay. Let's go, 4 hours. Let's go. Been good. How are the content so far? And are you enjoying it? Basically, in that part, elucidatory axioms talks about all the fundamentals that we need. And yeah, go. Yeah, bro. Ben, Ben K. I don't know, but yeah, I think I'm gonna finish everything today, and then what I'm gonna focus on for the next weeks is doing the immersion strategies. Basically, outreaching to my prospects, researching about what are their problems and all of that. Because right now, my problem is I'm just assuming what they need, but not what they actually need, right? Yeah, it's just like I am fond of tech. Basically, I'm using OBS right now, and I have a big light box here. So if I turn it off, see, I don't have any lights. So yeah, and like the reason why I stream is because I found out that I am more productive when when there's a camera in front of me while doing the work. And it is so effective because right now it is what, like, I'm 9.5, almost 9.5 hour going strong, and like I'm so locked in on doing the work. I don't have any distractions right now because I cannot do it, right? Because I'm live, and that's the benefit of doing this, like broadcasting it to the world, that you stay accountable in your every moment, like every second of my day right now. And I'm actually so grateful for this because it makes me progress more, faster, and better when I'm doing this. So I will definitely continue this until, I don't know, week 6. And let's see where it takes us. Let's go, let's go. So if you're doing it every Thursday, on Thursday, I will definitely hop on your stream as well. And we'll just support each other. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, bro. Let's do this. I'm rooting for you as well. We're gonna get this right together. Go.
Welcome to the ClickFunnels.